Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama.
Hello, everyone. I hear myself somewhere. There I am. Sorry. It's so weird to hear your voice because I had this open so I could have chat open, and it's such a weird thing to experience. Anyway, good morning, everyone. Happy Thursday, January 29th. We are here with day 11 in the Paul Caneiro trial. Don't know who's going to be on the stand today. Whoever it is, though, we do know is going to be a long one. I'm thinking it might be the medical examiner today, but it's probably a forensic person. Anywho, good morning. Hope you all are staying nice and warm because it is so cold here. What are they? They say it's 0 degrees right now, and that's not including wind chills. So that probably has us at like -10 or something. It's awful. I'm so bundled up this morning. Also, I'm wearing one of our Valentine's Day shirts today. You can find these at tcwtmedia.com. It's only like $16, you guys, and it's a pretty solid, like thick long sleeve shirt. So if you haven't, please order those. They'll get to you in like a week before Valentine's Day. Honestly, though, this is the kind of shirt, it's because at the bottom it says true crime lover. This is the kind of shirt you can wear all year long. So not even for Valentine's Day. But you guys, I have a special person joining me today. That's right. Hello, Legs.
Hello,
Hi, good
hello.
morning.
Good
How
morning.
are you?
I'm good. I had to put some mascara on. I realized my eyes looked washed out. They still do, but
You look beautiful as
I was
always.
like,
I was like, "Oh, do I even put on makeup today if it's the medical examiner?" And I was like, "Yeah, because if you don't, it's not gonna be the medical examiner."
I know
And then
you
you're
have to get all. You got the appropriate shirt on too for the
I
medical
do.
examiner.
Yes. Didn't you order one of these too?
Yeah,
Have you
I
got
ordered
yours yet?
it Tuesday, and I
Oh, okay.
ordered a coffee mug, and I also ordered one of those Keith Morrison keychains because
Oh,
I have to have one.
I sleep with Keith Morrison.
No, it says I want him to say that I was a what is it? I was a lovely person or I was a good person or something like that.
Oh, like you light up a room. I don't remember what it says.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
what
I
you're
would light up
talking
a
about.
room and I'm thinking, yeah, he has to say that about me because that's not what he would say about me.
The dreaded, "They just lit up a room."
Yeah,
No. No, we don't.
no. But you would know she's there, but it's not by lighting it up.
That's true. They'd be like, "She complained a lot
Yeah,
about everything." Okay?
everything.
As a matter of fact, we can't even believe they didn't let her go. That's how annoying she is.
They
Well,
kept her. We don't know why.
thanks so much for joining us. I know you've been working a lot and catching up in the evenings. Do you have any thoughts to share so far?
Well, I have to say that usually I watch at 1.25, but last night I was tired. I said, I'm gonna have to watch this at 1.5, and I couldn't. It sounded normal.
Oh.
I noticed that the police officer was responding at the same speed as Andy was asking his questions
Yeah. It
because
was
he
a little
didn't
fluid.
he didn't sound sped up. The police officer. I thought Andy didn't get anything from that police officer. Really, I mean, just the
Mhm.
gloves weren't anything, but they collect things a lot. Like he said, it happens a lot. They collect things that don't end up mattering or
Mhm.
have any evidence for them. But I didn't think. I think Andy. That's one reason he sat down because he didn't drag it on.
Yeah, I know. I thought we were gonna be there all day. I mean, we pretty much were,
Yeah,
but
but I
I
I
f
didn't understand part of what he was doing. Well, I know what he was doing when he asked him if he measured the door.
mhm.
Okay, that's a valid point.
Yeah,
I don't
it
know.
was.
But I wonder if nobody, of course, I don't know why they couldn't have gone back. Of course, the house might have been torn down by then.
Mhm.
When they saw that video, why somebody didn't go back then? You know what I'm
I
saying?
agree. I know,
At
I
that
thought that
point,
was a good point that
yeah.
Andy pointed out. It's like, why didn't we measure the door just to make sure that it is one person. I mean, we know how tall Paul is. He's what, 5'11"? I
I
mean,
think that's
maybe
what they said.
that might be the right height for somebody, but you can't just eyeball
No,
that.
because you don't know what kind of shoes they're wearing, what if they're standing on something. Because it
Right.
looked like it was pretty flat, though. It didn't look like it was lower or higher than the ground.
It looked a little slanted at the end, but that could have just been the photography too.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. You don't know without measuring it. You don't know
Yeah,
what
exactly.
it is. So
Yeah, there's a few things they haven't done in the investigation that do kind of bother me, but
I
mm,
don't think that was like proving any kind of slack in the investigation, but I do think it showed, oh, well, they didn't check everything they could have, and some things are
mm,
kind of obvious.
true.
Yeah, I agree
Buffy
with
says, I
Buffy.
feel like I don't understand anything anyone is doing in this trial. Same, girl, same.
Mhm.
This trial makes me feel like I've never watched a trial before, ever, because I'm constantly like, what
But
are we
one
even
thing
doing?
I did like about this cop is that he didn't apologize. If he didn't do something, he said, I didn't do it. If he didn't
Right?
know something, I didn't know it. He didn't try to justify what he didn't know. You could tell he testified before. It was just real matter of fact. And I think
Mhm.
that might be one reason that Andy was the way he was. There was no confrontation. There was no the guy's trying to hide something. He's just no. Nobody asked me to, so I didn't do it.
I thought he did a great job presenting in the
I did
morning
too.
too.
Oh, I did too.
He did very good, I
Yeah.
thought, of just putting it all together because every witness we've had has been like, including the officers, it's only been like a
Hmm.
small part of the story. And you're like, why are we even talking about this? But he did a great job, I thought, walking us through the house and showing us all the stuff. But maybe this is the next season of Punked being filmed. I'm starting to think so. Or jury duty. Are we
I
just
know.
secretly on jury duty? Is this what's happening? I think so. I think so.
Almost jury duty, but maybe when if the medical examiner and Corey, they might be different. Corey might be a little emotional. He might get angry
Maybe.
with
Maybe.
people pointing their
I don't
finger
think
at
we're
him.
getting Corey this week. I don't think that's who's going to be on the stand. They've
Well,
started court,
that's
so but I don't
well,
think it's him.
okay. Well, today is just because there's no court tomorrow, right?
Hmm. Yeah, we don't know why there's no court tomorrow. It was already scheduled to be no court tomorrow, I guess. So I don't know. Maybe the judge has a conference or something because they do have like mandatory meetings that judges do have to go to or conferences, things like that. And then next week is also going to be 4 days, but they don't know if they're going to have Thursday or Friday off. And I was like, why can't you know which is which? Also, maybe it's a witness scheduling thing. I don't know.
That could be
I just
for
don't
next week.
understand though.
Well, I'm sure the jury would rather have Friday off so they can have the
Yeah,
3-day weekend.
that's what I'm saying. They may
Yeah.
not even have it Monday, depending if the Northeast is having their nor'easter, as they call it.
Well, it's going to hit this. It's going to be a southeaster too, from what I
Oh, is it?
understand.
I have not watched any weather
We're
stuff.
supposed to get more snow Saturday, and our high's supposed to be like 7 again. And
Oh,
I have to be at work on Sunday morning at 5 a.m. When it's going to be a low of 7. So I'm not
ew.
excited about that.
No, not at all. Now saying only 1 to 3 inches for you guys. Good. I mean, I say good as in like better than what they said a couple days ago, which was like another 7 or 8 inches and
Well, we
heavy
didn't even get
wind.
any from before. I mean, we got like a dusting of snow, but we got some ice, but it's the cold we got. And so we're
Mm,
going to keep that, sounds like.
yup. All right. Well, court has begun. It's begun, Mama,
Begun.
begun. So let's go ahead and get into it. We'll be a few minutes behind, which means we can zoom a little bit through the breaks. Let me remember how this setup goes when there's two of us. I think it's this one. Yes, and I got to put all of our pretty things on screen. Um, there's Poe there, and the chat, and look at us doing all of the things.
You
Oh,
should see
goodness.
you should see Poe at 1.5 speed throw that coffee cup. It's hilarious.
Savage. Good morning. Oh, that reminds me, during our break, I have to share with you guys, Terry sent me a gift yesterday, along with the tea stuff, which was disgusting. It was absolutely horrible, but I don't think it's horrible. It's probably not for everyone else. For me, disgusting. But she sent me something else, which I'll share at the break. You're not going to believe what it's called. I was like,
Okay, I can't wait now.
I was like, Terry, I am not mature enough to accept this gift that's made for people 3 and up. Okay. So, all right, let's have the judge greet us today.
See where ice goes flying when people don't clean off the top of their car. Did you ever see a windshield get broken as a result of that?
Yeah, you tell them,
I can make your days better every single time, but I just give you my experience. So there you go. So it is a good morning because we're all back here. It would be better if my windshield was good. All matters, right? All matters. So I say that just to remind you that all days are good days, and no matter what, we are very appreciative that you're all here and you're all safe. With that being said, we're on the record, State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19020283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Your Honor, Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Decker, Assistant Llama County Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Masco, attorney on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro.
Your Honor, good morning. Andy Murray. All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right, with that being said, prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Judith Link.
Judith Link, I think is good. Yes, you guys, if you have snow on the top of your car, you need to brush it off. It's very dangerous, and people seem to forget that every year. And if it's been up there for a few days, guess what? It's a giant block of ice. Oh my God, people drive around, even here, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, are you trying to kill somebody? Because that's
Morning,
exactly
ma'am.
how that happened.
Just watch your step as you're coming up to this chair there. If you don't mind, could you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, once you're comfortable and seated. I have a chair, sorry. If you could state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Judith Link, L-I-N-K.
Nailed it.
Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ma'am.
Right.
Hey, could you tell us where you work?
I work for the New Jersey State Police in the Office of Forensic Sciences, and that is located in the Central Regional Laboratory in Hamilton, New Jersey.
Good call.
Approximately how long have you worked for the Office of Forensic Science?
22 years.
And specifically, what is your current title or role?
My title right now is a Forensic Scientist 3, and I work in the Quality Assurance Unit. And there I am the Health and Safety Officer for 5 laboratories. I conduct audits for all the laboratories. I review manuals and policies and procedures, and I peer review some of the trace evidence units paperwork.
Now, have you always worked in the Quality Assurance Unit at the State Police?
Yeah.
Okay. What was your role prior to that assignment?
For 16 years, I was in the trace evidence unit.
And what does the Trace Evidence Unit do within the State Police?
The trace evidence unit analyzes trace evidence, which is very small evidence, typically hairs and fibers, footwear impressions, low explosives, glass, and gunshot residues.
You said that currently you're a Forensic Scientist 3. Can you explain what that represents and kind of how you got there?
I could start, when I started, I was a Forensic Scientist 1, and that gave me the responsibilities to analyze evidence. A Forensic Scientist 2, did I say 2? A Forensic Scientist 1 is when I started. The 2 gave me the opportunity to train others in the field that I was trained in. And now that I'm a Forensic Scientist 3, I can supervise others.
Okay. maybe not currently, but at all times as a forensic scientist, both 1 and let's say 2, were you involved in the testing of small items of evidence and trace evidence?
Yes, I was.
Just before I ask you about your educational background, I just want to approach and show you what's been marked as S424 for identification. Can I ask you to take a look at that and let me know if you recognize it?
I wonder if we're going to talk about that footprint today. Forgot about that.
Yes, that is my CV or resume.
And does that document, your educational background?
Yes, it does.
Does it also document your training and experience at the state police and otherwise?
Yes.
Does it document trainings that you've underwent, and presentations potentially that you've done?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you give us the benefit of your educational background?
I earned a BS, Bachelor of Science in Biology from Trenton State College in 1988. And I earned a Master's of Administration from Fairleigh Dickinson University in 2008.
Okay. So going back to your Bachelor of Science in Biology, that was, what year did you complete that at Trenton State?
1988.
Okay. Now, was there a point in time thereafter that you began to work at the state police?
Yes.
Okay, and that was what year?
To the end of 2003.
Okay, did you utilize your BS in biology prior to joining the state police?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you do and where?
If I may
Sure.
reference, it's been a long time. Let's see where not everything is on here, but I worked for Johnson & Johnson, and we called it the Robert Wood Johnson Pharmaceutical Research Institute. That's what it was called back then, from 1993 to 96. And I left there and I went to Georgia and worked at Solvay Pharmaceuticals.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention back to, if you said late 2003, that's when you began at the state police lab?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your initial assignment there, what was that?
I was assigned to work in the trace evidence unit, and my initial training was in glass analysis and gunshot residue analysis, and then I moved on to low explosive analysis and footwear and tire impression analysis.
Okay, now, I think it's fair to say you're here today to talk about gunshot residue analysis, correct?
Okay.
Okay.
Didn't
Can you
know
tell
why
us
she was
about
here.
the training that you received with respect to gunshot residue analysis?
Which is starting to not be
training
accepted in a lot of
Took about a
states.
year, and I was under direct supervision by my supervisor. When I was comfortable with the work in the laboratory, I had
that's
to
the
complete
hard one.
10 cases on my own, and I had required readings to complete. And after that, I took 2 written tests and passed them both, and I passed 2 laboratory tests. I passed a moot court, and then I was deemed an expert in gunshot residue analysis.
And that was by your office, specifically New Jersey State Police Office of Forensic Scientists? Okay. Now, once you had that kind of qualification in-house, did you begin to perform gunshot residue analysis testing and other types of trace evidence testing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if you could potentially approximate how many cases you've worked on with respect to gunshot residue analysis, could you do that?
About 180 cases.
Now, have you ever during the course of your career gone to additional trainings, both inside the state police and outside the state police Office of Forensic Science?
Yes, I took a week-long course given to me by the FBI. Forget what year. And that was it for the training, the FBI training and the state police training.
Now, as part of your work in the State Police Office of Forensic Science, specifically Trace Evidence Unit, did you have to undergo any proficiency tests during the course of your career?
Oh, absolutely. Every year
That's funny.
all scientists take a proficiency test in their discipline.
Now, during your time within Trace Evidence Unit, I think you testified that you did approximately 180 cases involving gunshot residue analysis. Did you ever have an opportunity to have to like review the work of others within the unit?
Yes, we call that peer review.
Okay. Now, is any case or every case within the trace evidence unit, is it actually peer reviewed by another qualified scientist?
Every case is peer reviewed and also administrative reviewed, yes.
Now, have you ever been involved, I think I mentioned it, but have you ever been involved in giving or assisting in presentations with respect to gunshot residue analysis?
Yes. I had given 2 presentations on gunshot residue analysis. Every year we have symposiums for police officers and we invite them in. So I gave 2 presentations and then I also was involved in the FBI road school class. We call it the GSR road school. And they came to our facility to teach the ballistics unit, the officers in the state police, a little bit about what the scientists do in the laboratory and how they analyze gunshot residues.
Now, to that point, I think you said that at times you've been involved in instruction of officers in the ballistics unit, correct?
Correct.
Now, have you, during the course of your time as someone who analyzes items for gunshot residue, have you gotten or received information about how the ballistics unit operates?
Yes, we work closely together.
Now, generally speaking, are you familiar with the manner in which gunshot residue can actually get onto an item?
Yes.
Okay. And just generally speaking, could you explain your understanding of how that works?
Sure. The little that I know, as the firearm is fired, the trigger is pulled, I forgot the term.
Oh boy.
The primer is struck, the primer cap in the cartridge, and it starts to burn. And that in turn will start the gunpowder inside the cartridge to burn. And that will build up a lot of pressure in there and pushes out the bullet, and out of the muzzle will also come gunshot residues, which include gunpowder, burned gunpowder, unburned gunpowder, some lead from bullet or copper also comes out of there. And it comes out kind of like a cone shape. So the closer the target is to the weapon, the tighter the pattern is on the target.
So you generally become familiar with materials that would be expelled from a firearm during the course of discharge?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the course of your career, have you had the opportunity to testify in Superior Court in the state of New Jersey?
I have.
And during the course of those testimonies, have you ever been offered as an expert in the field of gunshot residue analysis?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many times?
About 18 times.
Okay. And has that been in one county or more than one county in the state of New Jersey?
Multiple counties in the state.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Judith Link as an expert in the field of gunshot residue analysis.
Anybody here?
No, I don't think so, Judge. Thank you.
Oh, we got
Okay.
Andy again today.
Ladies and gentlemen,
It's the cone. Did you see the
We
little
haven't done
mini
this in a
cone
while.
yesterday?
I'm going to give you this charge again just to remind you. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in this case. You're not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert's opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in the case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, not true, or true in part only. And in light of the finding, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert's opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent on your finding as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses, as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony to determine whether the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the charged crime. So with that being said, I will accept this witness as an expert in gunshot residue analysis. Prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
Ms. Lynn, can you tell us how evidence is accepted into the offices of forensic scientists at the state police?
Sure. The evidence comes into the evidence receiving department, and the case is given a unique laboratory number, and each piece of evidence is given its own number and barcode. So the barcodes are then placed on all the packaging of the different pieces of evidence, and then the evidence is scanned into our laboratory information management system, fancy way for saying computer system, and then it's stored in the vault, waiting for the scientist to pick it up.
Now, when you talk about the scientists picking up, was there an occasion with respect to this case where you went and obtained evidence from that vault?
Can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. Let me just first show you what they marked as S425 for identification. Show counsel. I'm just going to show you. It's been marked as S425 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is an evidence receipt that is created when the evidence comes into the evidence receiving department, and the case is created with its unique laboratory number, and information on this evidence receipt tells me what evidence to pick up when I go to the vault to pick it up.
Does it also help you or guide you in what like analysis to perform?
Yes.
Okay. Now, S425, does that have a date on it?
It has a received date, yes.
Okay. And what was that date?
November 30th, 2018.
Okay. And does it indicate a specific item?
Yes.
And what item is that?
It is item number 27, which is a brown paper bag containing a black hooded jacket.
Okay. Now, based upon your work in this case, was item 27 the item that you actually reviewed and analyzed for purposes of gunshot residue?
Yes, it was.
Now, based upon work that you did in this case, did you ultimately draft a report?
Yes, I wrote a report.
Okay. Now, as part of your work in this case and in drafting that report, did you also keep notes?
I kept notes also, yes.
Is that customary with respect to your analysis?
It sure is, yes.
I'm just going to show you first what's been marked as S426. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is my laboratory report I wrote, and I recognize it because my signature is at the bottom and the laboratory number is at the top there.
Now, the laboratory number from S426, does it correspond, or is it the same as the one from S425?
Yes, it is C18-10138.
Okay. And the report marked S426, does it cover your analysis of item number 27, State Police item number 27?
Yes, it does.
Now, I'm also going to show you what's been marked as S432. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is it?
It is a copy of my case notes.
Okay, and how many pages are that, if you could tell us? Is that?
They're all here. 20 pages.
Okay, and could you just generally tell us what's included in your notes?
Sure. The laboratory case numbers at the top. And as I go through my analysis, I document everything I'm doing. And I also take photographs as I do my analysis, and they are included in here also. And I have some other, during my analysis, I make up transparencies, which is a clear plastic piece of paper that I put on top of some of the analyses that I do, and I document that in that way. And there's copies of that in my notes also.
Okay.
Oh, so it's not really that long. It's a lot of pictures.
Now, just show you what's been marked as S299. Now, do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize it?
Well, if I compare the pictures to my notes, I recognize the jacket, and my initials are on the packaging, the brown paper bag
This
that
is
it
what
came in.
Keith
Okay, and is there
was
also a
wearing.
yellow sticker
Oh.
on one of the bags within S299?
There is the barcode that
Oh.
goes with item number 27.
And is that a sticker that is a property of the New Jersey State Police?
Yes, that is put on the packaging when it comes into the evidence receiving department with a unique laboratory number and the item number 27.
And the unique laboratory number on the yellow sticker from S299, is it the same as those on S432 and S426?
Yes, it is.
As
C1810138,
Okay, it indicates number 27, correct?
number 27.
Okay.
I'm fascinated by their evidence presentation.
Oh, I know,
Now,
right?
once this
Amazing.
item, number
And that's
27,
right.
comes into your possession, can you tell us the first steps that you perform with that item?
Sure. Once I pick it up from the vault, I take it back to my workstation and I spread out a big piece of white butcher paper and I open the package and I do an inventory and make sure what's in the package is what's on my evidence receipt, and I document that, and then I do a visual examination on the item. And in that, I look for, well, first I document what's on the brand, what's on the tag, any size, any fiber content, and then I continue on with my visual examination, and I'm looking for any defects, any holes, anything unusual. And then I index holes that I find,
I don't know why we're doing.
which
Keith here this
means,
week.
number one, I
No.
give them all a letter, beginning with the letter A and so on. And then I index them, meaning I measure from the hole to a seam or to the bottom of the jacket. Just, it's kind of mapping out the holes so I can find them more easily later. And, excuse me, and then I take photographs.
So you talk about the visual examination includes just observations visually of item number 27?
Yes,
And it also includes, like you said, measurements of not the holes, the size of the hole, but where it is in relation to the item of clothing.
I do measure the holes also.
Okay, you do. Now, on page 1 of your notes, do you document that indexing of the holes?
Yes,
And do you have, do they reflect an assignment of, let's say, letter A to this hole and letter B to this hole?
yes, A to H.
A to H, so that's the number of holes we're talking about, correct? And Also, those measurements, are they depicted on page 1 of your notes?
They are.
Now, I think we'll get into it a little bit more in a minute, but does your visual inspection also include use of an infrared camera?
Yes, I used an infrared camera.
What's the purpose of the infrared camera?
We use the infrared camera on dark clothing because what the IR, the infrared, will do is visually lighten the fabric. So as I look through the camera, the jacket will look white instead of black. And that will help me find any residues that are on there, or any potential residues. And then if I find anything, I will take a picture of those residues.
So we talk about looking at it, measuring it, labeling the holes, taking photography, and also taking infrared photography.
Yes,
That's essentially all part of step 1.
the visual examination.
Okay. Now, is there also thereafter, and we'll talk specifically about it, but what's the second step after a visual examination?
The second step is the microscopic examination. I haven't done this in so long, sorry. The microscopic examination, where I will take the item and put it under a microscope, and I concentrate on the hole and the area around the hole, and I'm looking for singeing and burning of fibers, any metals that could come from a bullet. I am looking for gunpowder that could be partially burned or whole gunpowder pieces.
Okay.
Hi,
Now,
Dave.
the
Hope
last
you
step
arrived safely at your
is what?
destination.
The third
I missed
step
you.
in the process.
That's the chemical examination.
Okay. So generally, you've just described the 3 steps of your determination with respect to whether or not any gunshot residue exists on any item, but in this case specifically number 27?
Yes,
Now, you talked about taking photographs, correct?
yes.
Okay. And I'm going to refer you to your notes that are in front of you, if I could. If I could just, sorry. That'd be S432, correct? I'm going to direct you to page 4 of your notes. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
Page 4 is a picture of the front of the entire jacket.
Okay. And is there another overall photograph?
On page 5 is the same photo, but I added documentation of where the holes are.
Okay. And page 6 is what?
And that is the overall back of the jacket.
Okay. Page 7?
Page 7 is the overall back of the jacket with some of my notations about where holes are.
Okay. And page 7?
Page 8.
Sorry, page 8. Apologize.
Let's see, page 8 is the back of the hood, which is a close-up of hole A and hole B.
Okay. And are there additional photographs moving forward?
Yes.
And just before we get into the details, did the photographs that are depicted within S432, do you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And do they adequately and accurately reflect the photographs that you took of that item as part of your analysis?
Yes.
Okay, and the pictures that are in S432, they are of S299 here, correct?
Item number 27.
Yes, item number 27, sorry, yeah. So at this point, I'm just going to publish, for purposes of explanation, some of the photos. I'm going to go to our notes. I'm going to go to page 4 of the witness's notes. All right, okay. Just so we understand, I'm going to run you through a few of the pictures you took. Could you just explain what we're looking at here?
This is the overall front of the jacket, item number 27.
Okay. And page 5? What do we see here?
This is the same photograph, but I have added notations about where a few of the holes are and left shoulder seam. And these are the things that I would use for my indexing.
Okay. And slide, or page 5 of the notes? 6, sorry.
And this is the overall back of the jacket.
Notes page 7.
And this is the same photograph with some of my notations about where some of the holes are.
Okay. And page 8.
And this is a close-up of the back of the hood with showing hole A and B.
Wait till you hear about
Sorry, the
what
scans
Carrie
are
bought
not
me.
great.
It's okay.
The pictures honestly look much better.
Okay. And page 9. What do we see here?
And this is the right side of the hood showing a close-up of hole C.
Okay. And did you document observations you made of hole C in your notes, specifically on page 1?
Yes, and during the visual examination.
And we'll get into it a little bit more later, but was there something specific about the nature of that hole that you documented during the visual observation?
Hole C is a classic textbook stellate tear, or what we call a cruciform tear.
Well, I'll have you explain that in a bit.
If we just go over Keith's sweater,
Can I
I'm going to
have,
be very annoyed.
Page 10. What do we see here?
That's all
This
she
is the
did.
top of the
Yeah,
hood
like
Yeah.
showing hole D.
And notes page 11.
And this is the front of the hood showing hole E.
And notes page 12.
The front of the hood, a close-up of hole F.
Now, in that picture, there's some red. During the course of your visual observation, or at least note-taking regarding your visual observations, did you take note of any potential staining on the jacket or observations of same?
Looking at my notes, yes, I wrote my notes, possible blood throughout the front, back, and hood.
Now, just to be clear, though, your job here was not to test that to determine whether or not that actually was blood, correct?
No.
It was just an observation visually that you made. Okay. Can I have page 13? What do we see there?
And this is the front of the jacket showing hole H and G.
All right. Now, you talked about earlier how at some point you utilized an infrared camera, correct?
Correct.
Can I have page 14 of the notes? Can you explain what we see here?
Sure. It's not the greatest scan of my photograph, but this is a standard. It is something that we created. Actually, the ballistics unit created it for me. It's a piece of black fabric, and they shot it pretty close up, so there's a lot of residues on it. And I use it to test the camera, my IR camera. Before I use it, I look at this standard, we call it gunshot residue standard, using the IR camera to ensure that the camera is in fact working, and I see that the dark fabric has lightened and the gunshot residues are dark and visible.
So just to be clear, what's depicted in your notes, page 14, that is not evidence from this case, correct?
Correct, that is not evidence.
That, as you said, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that's a standard utilized just to make sure the camera's working properly.
That is correct.
Okay, and was it?
And it was, yes.
Can I have the next page, page 15 of the notes? What do we see here?
This is a scan of the photograph I took using the IR camera. And it's hole D. And I took this photograph because I saw possible bullet white, which was enhanced. And you could see that as a ring around the hole. You don't see the whole ring, but if you see the bottom of the ring, there's a black ring around the hole, which Could be bullet wipe, which means a passage of a bullet, and the bullet, whatever was on it, wiped off and just left that ring.
Okay, so when you took this photo because of something that you saw visually, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and how many observations, if you recall, or how many photos did you take with the IR camera as a result of your observations?
I believe there were 2.
Okay. Can I have notes page 16? And what do we see here?
And this is a photograph taken with the IR camera, and it shows hole G and H, but at H, I see a possible bullet wipe there also.
So
Based
on his
upon this and
arm?
this alone, do you make any determinations with respect to those holes that you just discussed?
This is just the beginning. I just use this just to help me find any residues. But I would not conclude anything with this.
Okay. Now, visually though, with the holes, you obviously labeled A through H of holes that were in item number 27 from the state police, correct?
Correct.
Now, just by seeing those holes and based upon your training and experience, did you draw any conclusions just like with respect to the nature of the holes?
With my experience, I could say that these were caused by the passage of a bullet.
Now, as far as like entrance versus exit, do you draw any conclusions like that?
No.
So she's saying that
Now,
he got grazed by a
Once
bullet
you've
then?
utilized, you've taken the photographs, you've taken the IR photographs, is there a point in time when you move on to a microscopic examination of the actual holes?
Yes, that would be my next step.
Okay, now, despite anything you might have seen visually in A through H, do you do that with each of those holes?
Yes, each hole will get a microscopic examination.
And that would be regardless of what you saw or you didn't see visually?
That is correct. Mhm.
And also with regard to what you saw or didn't see on an infrared camera?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you just explain for us, I know you did it a little bit briefly, but just how you go about utilizing the microscope to analyze the holes?
Sure. I put the item underneath the microscope and I focus on each hole one at a time and the area right around the hole. And the microscopic examination, I'm looking for any ripping and tearing. I look closely at the fibers at the hole. I'm looking for melted fibers from the heat of the bullet going through. Sometimes it melts the fibers. And I'm also looking for any metals that come out of the weapon or come off of the bullet. Sometimes a bullet will break and leave shards of metal. And I'm looking for bullet wipe, which is a ring around the hole, as you can probably see here. And sometimes it's visible, sometimes it's not. I refer to my notes to see if I'm missing anything. Oh, and gunpowder, of course. So I'm looking for particles of gunpowder. They don't always completely burn. So if the target is close enough to the weapon, it will land on the fabric. So I'm looking for gunpowder particles also.
Okay. Now, regarding the microscopic examination that you did with holes A through H, now, did you draw any, or did you observe anything significant with respect to any of those holes?
Referring to my notes, holes A, B, D through H, I did not find the things that I was looking for: singeing, burning, ripping, tearing. There's no bullet wipe that I saw under the microscope, and I did not see any gunpowder. Hole C, I noted that it was a cruciform tear, and I did not see any singeing and burning, no bullet wipe, no gunpowder was observed.
Now, did that mean to you at that point in time that A, B, and then D through H were not holes caused by bullets or something else?
No, The microscopic examination does not indicate that it was not caused by a bullet.
Now, the one letter you left out was whole C, correct?
Well, A, B, D through H, and then I mentioned C was the cruciform tear.
Okay. Now, so with respect to whole C, I think what you just said is that there is something of significance to you based upon what you've done thus far, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Now, that being said, the holes where you didn't see anything significant, did you just stop your analysis at that time?
No, there was more.
Now, the next step would be, as you said earlier, the chemical analysis, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you do that with respect to A through H, every hole?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a first step in that process or a first test in that process?
Yes, there are 3 tests.
Okay.
And the first test is called the Grice test or the grease test. And for that test, I'm looking for nitrites, like chemical nitrites that come out of the weapon. And you want me to explain how I do that test?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I take the item and I lay it down and I spray it with acetic acid. And then I take a piece of paper, which has been specially treated with a special chemical, and I iron that on top of it. And when I peel it back, if there was any nitrites on that item, I would see an orange coloring, orange speckling, or an orange cloud. And that would indicate nitrates were on that jacket from a weapon. And I did that for all the holes.
Okay. Now, with respect to that grease test, you said you did with all the holes. Did you note any of the holes that presented with that orange color that you were looking for?
Reading from my notes, hole A and B were negative, hole C was positive for nitrites, D through G were negative, and hole H was positive for nitrites.
Okay. So you have positive for nitrates for hole C and hole H, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we still have your notes, page 16, up on the screen in front of you, correct?
Page 16, yes.
Okay. And does that depict hole H in that infrared photo?
Yes.
Now,
Oh.
given the positives for
All
C and H on the grease test, did you continue with the second test still for all the items, all the holes?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what is that second chemical test that you utilize?
The second test is called the dithioxamide test. We call it DTO for short. And that is testing for copper. So typically, with a copper jacketed bullet, we would see copper on the cloth. Not all the time, but sometimes.
Okay, and how do you go about performing that DTO test?
So the DTO test, I take a piece of white paper again, we call it the white filter paper, and we spray it with ammonium hydroxide. And then that gets ironed onto the item of clothing. And then when it's peeled off, it's sprayed with HCl, hydrochloric acid, and then a solution of DTO. And what I'm looking for is any green color. So the green color would indicate copper was on the jacket. And hole A through H, it was negative, so I did not find any copper.
Okay, so none of the holes
Very
exhibited
confused at what
that,
she's saying, Liz.
that green color
Is
or
she
the
saying
presence
all
of
these
copper.
other holes
Correct.
weren't because of bullets?
Now,
Well,
Or is this why
with
GSR
respect
is
to
not
the
very?
third step in the chemical analysis.
C and H
Can you
had
describe what
nitrate,
that is?
which is
That's
in
called the
gunpowder.
sodium rhodizonate test. And that test is testing for lead. And to do that, I also take white filter paper. I spray it with acetic acid and I iron it onto the clothing. And when I peel it off, I spray it with a solution of sodium rhodizonate solution that I created. I spray that on. I'm looking for a purple color this time. And my results showed that hole A and B were negative, hole D through H were negative, hole D through G was negative. The only positive holes I got were hole C and hole H.
Now, with respect to the positive tests, you talked about the transparency, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just going back for a moment, I just want to show you page 17 of your note. Now, this was with respect to which of the three chemical tests?
This is a result of the Grice test for nitrites.
That's looking for the color orange, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you explain what this notes page 17 actually reflects, how this was created?
You've been missed, sir.
Sure. After I do the test, I am left with that chemically processed paper, and it has some orange on it. So you can see hole C where I wrote, it looks like an upside down cross. That's the cruciform tear. And the little cloud-like shapes are the nitrite residues, which showed up as orange, little orange clouds on that piece of paper. And then I just made some notes about where the hood seam was and the flap, just to identify exactly where the hole was. And again, it's on a clear piece of paper. And I made this is just a photocopy of it. So when I was at the photo machine, I put the scale in there and scanned it.
Okay. So that notes page 17 would be reflecting the positive test for the presence of nitrate residues?
Nitrites.
Nitrates, okay. Now, with respect to notes page 18, is that also from hole C?
This is also from hole C, but it's the results of the lead test, the sodium rhodizonate test.
Okay. And does that reflect the presence of lead in the area of hole C?
Yes.
Okay. So we have the presence of nitrites and lead for hole C, correct?
Correct.
Now, given your visual observations, as well as the microscopic, as well as the chemical tests that were performed, did you draw any conclusions in your report regarding hole C?
Yes.
And what were the conclusions you drew about hole C?
May I read it from the report?
Yes.
I'll paraphrase, and it says, hole C exhibits the physical characteristics of a bullet hole produced when the muzzle of a firearm is in contact or near contact with the garment when discharged.
Okay. Now, contact or close contact, does that have a meaning in the trace evidence gunshot residue world?
Yes. Typically, the distance determination is conducted by the ballistics unit in conjunction with my notes and the residues that I found. But a contact or near contact shot is typically, it's easy to determine, and the scientists are allowed to determine. That's the only distance that they're allowed to determine.
Okay. So if a pattern or presence of gunshot residues did not exhibit that type of pattern, and it exhibited something like more of a distance, could you do a distance determination in order to draw conclusions on other items? Potentially.
Let me see if I'm answering your question properly. If there are enough nitrite residues that I find, and it forms a pattern, then the ballistics unit will take that information and do some test shots with the weapon and the ammunition in question and compare the two. And they determine the distance, if it's any further away than a contact shot.
Okay, so you talked about hole H as well previously, correct?
Correct?
And you did have positive results on 2 of the chemical tests for hole H, correct?
Yes.
Was there some discussion of potentially doing a distance determination regarding that hole?
Yes, there was.
And ultimately, was it decided that the state police would be unable to conduct that distance determination?
Yes, there were residues on it, but not enough for the ballistics unit to determine a distance.
Okay. Now, with regard to hole C that we just discussed, was there a need for a distance determination to be done based upon your observations and your conclusions?
We did not need the ballistics unit to make that determination because we were able to make that determination ourselves.
Was that based upon the chemical testing?
It was based upon the cruciform tearing.
Okay. And did the chemical testing, did that do anything to corroborate or confirm your observations regarding that cruciform tearing?
I did not need to do a chemical examination to determine that distance. I did anyway.
I did it anyway.
That's just how I am. I just do everything.
I had to go to my scary.
So you're
patient
saying
like
is
a
that
big
based
girl.
upon your visual examination
I
of hole C, you could have drawn that conclusion?
Yes, I could have stopped there at the
Oh, wait.
visual,
But you didn't, correct?
but I didn't.
And then you did all the testing, both visually, microscopically, and chemically?
I did.
Okay. And ultimately, your conclusion with respect to hole C was that, can you say that again?
It exhibits the physical characteristics of a bullet hole produced when the muzzle of a firearm is in contact or near contact with the garment when discharged.
And when we talk about the garment, we're talking about New Jersey State Police item number 27, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the testimony you've given regarding your analysis, your observations and the like, do you give that testimony based upon your training and experience in the field of gunshot residue analysis?
Yes.
You guys.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good morning.
Morning.
Oh boy, it's
So
Andy.
it's the tearing itself that allows you to make the determination that it's a near contact or near contact shot? Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Does it matter what the garment is made of?
It does matter.
Good question, Andy.
I've seen multiple near contact shots, and depending on the fabric content, it may rip differently. Yes.
Okay. What's called, like, the garment's tearing because a metal object is going through it at a very high rate of speed, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously the bullet is spinning as it's traveling through
Yes.
the air. Is that, like, why is it that close up, you're saying you can observe tearing that's unique to the gun being fired from that distance versus, let's say, 10 inches away?
Yes.
Why would that be the case?
Contact or near contact shots are when the muzzle is so very close or touching the fabric. And it's the explosion and the force of that coming out of the weapon. It's such an explosive force that causes the ripping because it's so close.
Now, obviously, as the weapon gets closer, there's going to be a higher concentration, we would imagine, of these nitrites and residues on the garment.
Yes.
And is there there's a method for, it sounds like there's a method for confirming their presence on the garment. Is there a method for quantifying their presence?
We don't do that. There's so many moving parts per se. Sometimes we don't find residues. And that is because there could be an intervening object or the wind pushes the residues away. Movement of the gun, the type of ammunition, there's so many
You
different
are
things.
on it today.
With the contact shot, because it's so close to the target that typically we don't find residues because it's all blown right through. But if there's movement to the fabric, or the fabric softer, or it's just right off the garment, we sometimes see the residues like we did in this case.
Okay. So sometimes there's tearing that makes it appear to you that what you're looking at was a contact or near contact shot.
Correct.
Sometimes there's these residues,
Yeah.
nitrites present
Cabbage
on
for
what you
sending
believe
me
is a contact shot.
about cruciform tearing. Thank you.
Yes. Sometimes
Very
they're not. So it's not the existence of the residues then that necessarily confirm the contact shot.
Not necessarily.
It's actually what you're interpreting in terms of a pattern of riffing of the material.
Typically, yes. Mhm.
Now, I think you mentioned that various things can impact the amount of residues that are left on a garment, but in terms of the actual firing of the gun, is the length of the barrel relevant?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Is the diameter of the barrel relevant?
Oh,
Yes.
boy.
Is the caliber of the weapon relevant?
Yes, it is.
There was also there was talk, it sounds like, that there was going to be a potential endeavor to conduct a distance determination on, I believe it was hole H of the garment, right?
Yes.
And the item was resubmitted to the laboratory for that purpose.
Knew it.
Along with the item, the jacket, there were 2 Sig Sauer pistols submitted.
You did. I would have you any other way, Dave.
Yeah.
And Savage. Both of
Good
you.
question. Oh, were there?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I can't recall.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to approach with D-123.
123?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a theory about
Just
you,
showing you this.
Mhm.
You recognize that?
by the way.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you know what it is.
Yes.
What is it?
This is an evidence receipt with the same laboratory number on it, C1810138, with item number 27.
I just think humor where we
Could
can.
you just referring to this page though, could you just look at this synopsis section for me? Just read that to yourself.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just gonna take that back. So, in this evidence receipt, for the resubmission of the jacket, we see it mentions several other pieces of evidence, correct?
Correct.
That are to be considered along with the submission of the jacket. Is that right?
That's right.
And that included not one, but 2 6-hour pistols. Is that right?
Okay, that's what that says, yes.
And also a .38 caliber silencer. Right?
That's what that says, yes.
Okay. Question is, do you know why, or maybe you requested this, maybe you didn't, but do you know why there were 2 6-hour pistols requested? You don't know?
No, I'm not involved in that portion of the examination.
Okay. Is it your understanding that two weapons
Okay.
manufactured
Look at
by the same manufacturer,
the bailiff's face.
same make, model, firing the same caliber,
He's like,
would produce
Looking around like,
similar patterns of residue?
I would have no idea.
his eyebrow.
The testing of the weapons by, the ballistics department would handle that in conjunction with the scientists. But I have no I have no understanding of those weapons.
Okay.
not ballistics. She just looks for the gunpowder.
And so if we can't make a distance determination regarding any of the other, the holes you mentioned, A, B, or D through H, that we don't really know, we can't really make any statements about how far away the weapon was when it caused those perforations in the jacket.
No, cannot.
And so that could be a foot away, or it could be 20 feet away. See if there's a little arrow down here.
I see the arrow.
Everything you examined on this jacket was in the hood or upper shoulder portion, is that correct?
No.
Let me refer to my notes. I'll look at the. Yes, that is what I'm seeing.
Okay. Are there, in your field, just so I understand, are there laboratories that would try to quantify the amount of residues on a garment for purposes like distance determination, or purposes like, determining the orientation of the shooter, things like that?
I would believe so. I know there's studies now on quantifying, but I don't have the knowledge of the labs that do that.
Okay.
It's like, sir,
So it's not
whatever,
state
everything
police.
We
that
don't
I
do
know how
that.
to do.
And the state police also has, I think, in your TV, you mentioned that you began as a glass examiner.
Yes.
But you were also trained in footwear and tire impressions?
That's correct.
Okay. And so footwear would be determining if maybe a print matched a particular shoe?
Yes.
And then tire impressions would be if the scene is found and there's different kinds of tire impressions, maybe you could look at photos of those to determine what vehicle might have made them?
Yes.
Mhm.
Is that something that the lab still engages in, the state police?
We still do that, yes.
Okay, thanks. I have no further questions.
They didn't ask her to do the
You
footprint.
drive?
When we talk about footwear impression and we talk about tire impressions, it's fair to say you need a pattern, an identifiable pattern in order to compare one tire to a tire track or one shoe to another shoe.
Yes.
You want to guess who
Can
didn't
I just
collect
have
shoes?
slide, notes page 9?
They didn't.
Well,
They didn't collect any shoes from Paul's house. None. I don't even think the ones that he was wearing. I don't know
Now,
though.
you recognize that, right? You talked about that earlier?
Correct.
Now, that, the area of white in that photograph, is that the area where you discussed the cruciform tearing?
Yes.
Okay. And again, did you describe that whole C as exhibiting signs of cruciform tearing that you called a textbook example?
I think that Emmy is going to be out.
Yes, in my testimony, in my notes, I called it a stellate tear. So it could be called a stellate tear, meaning a star, or cruciform, meaning a cross or an X.
And you said that, as depicted in notes page 9, would be a textbook example of cruciform or stellate tear.
Yes, it is.
And that would be indicative of contact or close contact between a muzzle of a firearm and the object, number 27, correct?
Yes, correct.
Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Murray?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you a quick break right now before we start our next witness. Give you a chance to stretch. We've been doing this for an hour, and then we'll come right back out. All right? Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Sharon. Oh, we can actually zoom past a little bit. Are they even back yet? No, they're not back yet. I think that I would probably bring on the ME right after this lady, because I think that's what they're trying to show, is that there were some very close contact shots to Paul. So probably bring the ME back from there. But I don't know why we needed that lady, though.
because she's the
Well-
one that did the test on the hoodie that told about the close contact tear.
I just thought about that the hoodie could have made it so the what are they called, stippling
Right.
wouldn't have been on the skin, most likely, then, right? Is that
It may
Probably.
not show up on there because of that hoodie.
it seemed like a pretty thick hoodie.
Yeah, and it wasn't like it hit him in the face because it came from behind.
Mm-hmm. That would be my guess, because otherwise I don't even know why that lady was here
Well,
besides
she-
that. So
What is H? That's how many holes? I can't do that. 5 is
A, B,
F,
C,
G, H.
D,
8
E,
holes.
F, G, H. Yeah.
Okay, so only 2 had any significance. Not that the others couldn't have been gunshot or something.
Mhm.
She just didn't have any residue on them.
So not
C and-
close range, most likely.
Yeah, C and H were the ones that mattered. C's the one that was the cross or the cruciform. Is that what she called it?
Which we
Yeah.
saw that there was a lot of shell casings over by that garage door electrical box. There was how many? 4 or 5 or something there. So no residue on the A-hole. Speaking of, I told you guys
Yeah.
I'd have something to show you.
Oh yeah, show us the present. I want to see this.
So Terry got me this. Now it's a cute little fuzzy cow. All right. Apparently you put it in the microwave for 90 minutes and it's like a heating pad, right? You just put it like on your belly or whatever, which is so cute. Except when I got the box out of the bag, the brand is called Cuckle. I don't know if Terry even knows what that means. But I was like, I just opened it like this. I couldn't really tell what it was.
Look at the cat on that box. Look how it's sitting. You see it?
Yes. It's like has its leg up in the air.
That's how I would like to have that one. If that one is one of those toys, I would like that one.
And I was like, surely, what are you doing, right? And yep, it says for ages 3 and up, I think. Okay. And then there's an adoption certificate. So we got to pick out a name for my cow.
You just let them know we just need
It is a Highland cow.
5 more minutes and then we'll be out.
But I was
Elbow
like,
feet can help you with that.
Harry, you thought I was adult enough to handle this gift? What? We're gonna name it that and just go about our business like normal? Like what? I'm so glad the Amazon guy didn't know what was in there. He would have been very confused. Good morning, Lynn. Good morning. Just in time for presents. Hello, Sam and Amos. No, it's really nice though, because it's so soft. I think it's like, like those lavender pads or whatever. Anyway, I love it. I don't have a name for them, so we'll have to chat. You're going to have to come up with a very inappropriate name for my cow. But yeah, so she sent me that for Valentine's Day. And Elbow Feet was like, should we just put a chair in the corner of our room so you can sit the cow there? Oh boy. Oh boy. Never disappointment. And you know what, Savage and Dave, I immediately thought of you. I was like, oh shit.
How could you not, right?
They're going to have a field day. So if you want your own cuckle, do you think they'll sponsor me? Oh, I should write them a letter and be like, are you interested in sponsoring our stream so I can say cuckle all of the time? Maybe. I don't know. But I was like, oh, I can't wait to tell everybody about it.
Terry's going to run to Mr. Google and say, what does this mean?
That explains why she didn't laugh so much when I told her about it yesterday. I was like, I don't know. You always leave an impression. You guys always do. Heifer? Oh, I don't know. I like how its hairs cover up its eyes and everything. Anyway, very cute and useful. So check for a barrel. Oh, goodness. Well, I mean, that's true. Also, it smells good. I think it does have like a scent.
Is it supposed to be a calming thing?
I don't know. I thought it was just a heating pad. I didn't even know.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Maybe it
wow.
may, when you heat it up, it may.
Probably. I think maybe lavender. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't recognize the smell. It's not like a chemical smell or something like that, like it's a good smell, but I just don't know what it is.
I think lavender is supposed to be a calming smell.
Probably. What was your suggestion? I didn't see one. Oh, sorry. You didn't see that one. Oh, well, I mean, looks Italian, right? It's fine. Maybe we're just all getting delirious from this trial. Oh, so my Andy theory. So I think that Andy was just brought in last minute. I don't think he's looked at anything in any of the case files and he's just winging it. Like, he's a man who I think has no anxiety. He doesn't even know what that means.
I don't think he does either.
He's just
like, what?
I mean, I feel like, especially today when he got up there to ask questions, because I wasn't really like following it super well. I felt like that would have been me up there asking questions like, so oh, I don't even know what to ask because I don't even know what you just said to me, which is not what you want for your defense attorney.
Well, the thing is, there's no sense in them trying to deny that he was shot.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's
Mhm.
not going to help his case at all. So really all he can do is just try to ask questions about, try to hurt her credibility a little bit, like where he was talking about it could be a foot away or it could be 20 feet away, just to
Mhm.
make them doubt her previous stuff. But it's not going to change the fact that he was shot because,
Right.
you know,
Like,
more
yeah,
than once.
more
Even.
than once even, right? Wouldn't it blow your mind, you guys, if when it becomes the defense's case in chief, it's like the best lawyering you've ever seen in your life?
We'll be like going,
We'll be
where are
like,
these
this whole
people's
time?
names? Yeah.
You knew what you were doing this whole time? What?
Yeah, really. Color me fooled. Yeah.
Right? Because I've been thinking, like, what are they even gonna do? You know? But I mean, they don't have to do anything, and they may not. They may not call anybody to the stand. I don't think that would
Do
be
you
the case.
think Paul will get up there?
I don't know. Because see, I was thinking about it. Somebody asked that yesterday. I forget who it was. Sorry. I think it was Stan. Stan asked if I thought he was going to take the stand, and I said no. But I think it's going to depend on Corey and how Corey does on the stand, whether or not Paul will take the stand. So I think it just depends. I think if Corey doesn't do a good job on the stand, meaning like he doesn't seem very convincing, then I, as the defense, would be like, you need to just sit in your chair, okay? Because he kind of
Yeah,
blew
right.
it, you
Yeah, he
know?
blew it. You don't need to say anything. You're only going to make it bad for yourself if you try to say
Mhm.
anything. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't seem to have that ego like Alec Murdaugh or Brendan had, or
I don't know because the man's not writing anything down. All right, which I
right.
find to be very surprising. Like you're always seeing somebody write stuff down. This guy,
Even if they're just doodling.
even if they're just doing no, and like, which is fine, but like, you're not gonna like write anything down to ask your team questions or just to keep track of stuff as if you were gonna take the stand. Maybe he's just not doing it because he doesn't need to. I don't know. I think it's strange because clearly, he's a intelligent guy, you know. So why aren't you taking note? Why aren't you participating in that sense? But, maybe he has a real excellent memory. I don't know. I don't.
Right. He might
The
be
jury
like
probably
that
doesn't.
jury foreman from Karen Reed who didn't take one note and came out. He
That's
knows
true.
everything that happened. He didn't miss anything. I don't know. I
That's
can't
true.
do that.
No, me either.
And I have a pretty good memory, but I can't do that.
Mm-mm. Not for something this long, but
No.
I don't know. Maybe he is just like that juror from that trial, or maybe he's like, if I seem too involved, maybe that's not a good look.
Or
I don't
maybe
know.
he's like, if he's going to testify, it doesn't matter what anybody else said because I know what I'm going to say. You know what I mean?
True.
And he'll let his lawyers just ask him whatever questions they're going to ask him.
If these were my lawyers, you guys, I would be shitting my pants. Okay.
Mm.
Like I would just be like looking at Andy like,
Well, it may not be the lawyers as much as the case
mm,
or both. I don't know.
mm. There's just oof. Oof.
There's
And the
just,
state is barely better. The state is barely better. I mean, they've been
and
better in the last few days, but
I do like her. I can't remember her name on the state better than him.
Nicole.
Yeah, I think she's better than he is, but
Yeah.
not a lot, just a little bit.
Chris. That's his name, prosecutor.
Chris, that's right.
Chris and Nicole. I don't know, because I do see Chris sometimes in the background.
I know.
And his face just like, the lawyers are objectively bad. Yeah. I mean, the judge, oh my gosh, I'd be losing my shit if I was a judge. Like, yo, I know how you should be doing your job. And what is happening here?
I had high hopes after the openings because they were both really decent.
Yes.
They were both pretty good, and I was like, man, what
Mhm.
happened? They went away. Those people left.
I think they practiced real hard on those, and then that was about it. Oh my gosh, what if Andy does closings? Oh my God, could you imagine? Andy. Banfield's lawyer is a mess. I did catch the end of Banfield testifying yesterday after we got off. And his lawyer at the end, I forget what they were talking about, but I swear his lawyer said, "Did I do that?" I was like,
Oh no,
what is
like
happening?
Urkel. He did the Urkel. Did I do that?
Yes. Yes. By the way, the lovely Amos stepped in last night for After Dark for me, so I could have another night of resting my throat, which I do believe sounds a lot better. I don't know about you guys, but it feels a lot better to me. But anyway, so Amos went ahead and did After Dark. I'd like to give her lots of love because it's her first time kind of doing something like that. So, if you want to hear more of Amos, just let us know. Okay, well, I guess we're not back. Psych. People are leaving the courtroom. Oh, no, the jury's just walking in. I don't even know what the dude that's sitting beside Andy is even doing there. I never see him doing anything either.
Is he the one? Is he pulling up the slides and stuff?
Oh, maybe. I'm pretty sure he's the candy wrapper culprit. I'm pretty sure it's him.
Well, they're back today. I was going to accuse you.
No, they were back yesterday too.
Oh gosh.
Just unwrap them ahead
You
of
guys
time.
can stand up for me, and I
Exactly.
sat.
Lay
You
him out
guys
the
did
line.
kind of wrong. Okay, thank you. All right.
Aw.
Next time, I got you. Prosecutor, you want to go ahead and say this, please?
Judge, the state calls Lieutenant Petrozello.
Oh, Lieutenant Petrozello. We've heard a lot about him.
Oh, we have.
I think he is like the super lead or something.
Sir, if you could just put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, once you're comfortable and seated, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Patrick Petrozello, Petruzziello.
All right, prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning,
Is his
Lieutenant.
first name
Good
Pat?
morning, ma'am.
Yes.
Where are you employed?
The Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office,
In what capacity?
currently a lieutenant of the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay, and how long have you been with the prosecutor's office?
Prosecutor's Office since 2014.
Can you take us through your history with the prosecutor's office in terms of different units and assignments you've had?
Weird to
So
put him
I
after
was
that
hired
lady,
in
but okay.
December of 2014. I was assigned to the Major Crimes Bureau in Freehold. About a year and a half later, I was assigned to the Asbury Park Satellite Office of the Major Crimes Bureau, where I remained until 2022 when I was promoted to sergeant. I remained in the Asbury Park Satellite Office as a
Well,
sergeant.
that's not even the right.
I was then transferred for about 10 months to the Special Victims Bureau, and then promoted in 2025 to lieutenant of major crimes.
Now, what, if any, prior law enforcement experience have you had prior to the prosecutor's office?
Prior to the prosecutor's office, I started my career as a Class II officer in Point Pleasant Beach in 1996. I remained in that capacity until 2000 when I was hired as a patrolman. From there, in 2003, I was reassigned to the Detective Bureau in Point Pleasant Beach, where I remained until 2014, coming to the prosecutor's office.
Back on November 20th of 2018, what unit were you assigned to?
The Major Crimes Bureau, Asbury Park Satellite Office.
Now, on that particular date, November 20th of 2018, at about 12:45 p.m., what, if any, direction did you receive?
I was directed to respond to the 15 Willowbrook address.
And can you tell us about any observations that you made when you arrived?
When I arrived, there was numerous fire personnel on scene. It was an active fire scene. There was also officers or detectives from the Major Crimes Bureau and also the Prosecutor's Office responding. They were there. Additionally, Colts Neck Police Department was present as well.
What time did you arrive on scene?
About 1 hour late, 13:45 or 1:45.
Okay, now when you arrived on scene, were you essentially assigned as something?
I was assigned, upon arrival, I was assigned by my then Sergeant Ed Henley as the lead detective for this investigation.
Okay, and what does it mean to be the lead detective in terms of from the Major Crimes Unit?
So the lead detective is essentially responsible for working alongside of the local detectives, as well as typically conducting more of the primary interviews. They also maintain communication with the victim's family, maintain the case file, coordinate efforts, resources, and then ultimately work alongside prosecutors for court judicial hearings.
Now, when you arrived on scene and Detective, I believe you said Zerillo was there, did you have the opportunity to speak with him?
I did.
Okay, and did he brief you on what had transpired prior to your arrival?
He did.
Did you learn of any victims on scene?
I did. I learned upon my arrival, Keith Caneiro was still off to the northwest of the driveway, still on scene. And then Sophia, the body of Sophia was moved at that point to the driveway.
Was anyone else located inside of the home?
I was aware that there was 2 additional bodies, Jesse and Jennifer, inside the residence.
How long were you on scene for that day?
I remained on scene till I believe it was approximately 7 p.m.
And what kinds of things were you doing on scene during that time?
At that point, obviously, the fire suppression activity was still ongoing. The Forensics Bureau for the Major Crimes Bureau for the Prosecutor's Office was still or actively starting to process the scene, collect evidence. At that point, I made observations of what was going on, continue with ultimately the bodies being removed, medical examiner's arrival.
Now, is it fair to say there were numerous other law enforcement officers on scene?
Absolutely, yes.
And were they doing different things?
Yes, during this time, different detectives were beginning to get assigned to do different things such as collect video, surveillance, canvassing, that kind of thing.
Now, did you and Detective Zerillo essentially work this investigation cooperatively? In other words, together?
Yes, we did.
And did that occur for the next several weeks?
I think even further, yes.
Were there some things that you and he did together?
Yes.
And then were there other things that you did by yourself without necessarily Detective Zerillo present?
Yes.
We've already heard from Detective Zerillo, so I want to talk about the things that you did when Detective Zerillo wasn't necessarily with you, okay? Did you have an opportunity to review any Wise brand cameras during the course of your investigation of this case?
I did.
Specifically, did you have the opportunity to review Wise camera footage from the garage north wall shelf?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how many times did you review that footage?
At this point, I've watched it many times, paused, sped up, rewound. I've watched it many times.
Okay.
Okay, and the particular time frame or timestamps of the footage that you watched, do you recall what that was?
I watched from 2:35 a.m. until 2:51 a.m.
Oh. Oh. Is
Showing
this the
counsel
video they keep talking about that they
S391?
haven't shown us yet? Probably.
Judge, may I approach?
You can.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S391. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the disc of the Wise Cams garage
I wonder if
north
we get any
shelf.
interviews with Paul.
Judge, this time the statement's your permission to publish.
Ms. Messelin?
No objections.
Okay, go ahead.
We can just make sure, the court's volume is all the way up. Thank you. Now, Detective, due to the length of this, I'm going to play it in full, but we may have to pause it a few times to ask you questions, or I may ask you questions while we're playing it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, before I hit play, can you just tell us what timestamp is up here?
02:34:58 or 2:34 in the morning.
Okay, and just generally, what is this that we're looking at?
This is a view of the
Love that.
from the camera on the garage north wall shelf, pointing at the garage door that was to the on the west side of the residence.
Now, what we're going to watch at 2:34:58, is that about a 16 or so minute clip?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this portion of the video, is this what you had indicated you watched previously multiple times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you determine whether the timestamp on here was accurate?
I did.
How did you do that?
It was compared to known phone calls. There's other cameras that all went offline at the same time, approximately 2:51. Again, compared to known phone calls.
Okay. I'm going to ask if we can now play the video.
This is at 2:50. No. 2:35 a.m. Oh, this is gonna be creepy.
I know, that's what I was thinking.
It's like watching that fire from Chandler Halderson, where you know he's doing something very, very, very
I
bad.
knew he was doing something, yep.
Can we pause it?
Oh,
I'm going to pause it it's about 2:35:47. Lieutenant, can you tell us what just happened?
A light illuminated above the garage door.
Now, because I don't want to pause this more than we need to, can you tell us, does that light illuminate or illumination occur several times during the course of this approximate 16-minute clip?
Yes, it does, several times.
Okay, we could continue. Can you pause it? Detective, did you just see a silhouette appear?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to us how that happens or what we're looking at?
you trying to break it?
It's paused now, it's grainy, but in the middle pane, you can follow at some point, if you play it, you can see an arm and then follow down from light to where it becomes dark.
Okay, so if we can just go back, I'll play it again to just before the silhouette comes on. Okay, so we're playing in at 2:35:39. I'm going to ask if we could pause at 2:35:57. Lieutenant, did the silhouette appear to come from the right side of the screen to the middle of the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And does the silhouette appear to leap upwards?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could continue. Pause it, please. And just for now, we're paused at 2:36:03. You could continue. You just go, I'm sorry, pause it for 1 minute. And if you could go back to 2:36:02. There, okay. I want to direct your attention to the area of that middle vertical frame of the garage door. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Can you identify what you're seeing regarding any areas of light and dark coloring?
Again, starting from the middle of that center pane off to the right, the upper portion is light, and then if you follow it down to the, all the way down to the area where it becomes dark, more or less in the center.
And did you hear any noises during the portion that we just played?
I did.
What was that?
It was a banging noise.
Okay. You continue.
Interesting.
You paused it. We're paused at 2:36:30. Did that silhouette appear to leave the camera frame?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Specifically, did you note anything about that?
Off to the right side of the screen as we're looking at it, or the north side of the residence.
Okay. Before we resume, I want to ask you about the orientation of what's depicted in this video. Can you describe what's outside of that particular garage door?
Yeah, so this is the back side of the garage. In the front, there's it's three bay garage, and this most northern side has a garage door that opens up essentially on the back side of the house, so you can go all the way through. On the back side of this, or the west side of the house, is it opens up to a small paver patio. When you walk out of the garage, immediately to the right side is where the electrical panel is affixed to the house. If you go to the left side of the screen or the south side, it is the paver walkway leads to where the house has a large whole house generator.
Showing council what's been marked as S407. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S407. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is a picture from the opposite side or the outside of the house. So in the orientation.
Just before you do that, I'm going to ask to publish, if we could.
The objection?
I'm going to put it on the screen. I'm sorry. Okay, now can you orient us to what we're looking at?
So looking at it from the opposite side, in this particular case, the electrical panel is on the left side. And if you go to the right behind the row of shrubs or bushes, that's where the generator is located.
Thank you. If we can resume.
What happened?
What'd I do?
It's okay. Sorry about it. It's okay.
What'd I do?
You're awfully noisy. What's weird is the black handle of whatever that is right there on the right. There's these light orbs that kind of keep moving up and down the black. See that? It's weird.
Could be a shadow. I don't know. Oh.
2:43, by the way. I realized I was covering up the time.
Those lights in the garage over on the left look like alien eyes. Cat eyes or something staring in the dark.
Yes. Interesting that so much time has passed. Let's see if they were on camera.
It's what time did you say?
2:45.
What's 10 minutes?
Mhm. And they haven't even cut the power yet.
No.
No.
Lieutenant, what did we just see? What appeared?
The silhouette of the subject walks from the right side of the screen over to the left side of the screen.
Continue, please.
Grab our person's back.
What time did you say Keith was texting Paul about his power going out?
Well, at 3:18, I want to say, is when he said he was going outside.
Okay.
So it's 2:47 right now. But it was like 3:15 or 3:18 or something, because then the dentist who calls 911 about gunshots, it fit with the timeline of when he thought he heard him to letting some time pass and then calling
Okay.
911. So I don't remember when he first started texting Paul, though.
I hadn't heard about that before.
While the video is still playing, can you tell us what we just saw?
That silhouette walks from the left side to the right side.
How big do you think each of those panel windows are? 2 feet? Kind of looks like it.
It says I think that's probably a standard garage door. It looks like it. It's a little higher, but it's like 7 to 8 feet tall, probably.
Hmm.
So that would make the panels what? 2.5 feet or something like that. Or maybe 3 feet. I don't know. 2.5, 3 feet. Probably 8 or 9 foot. Maybe they're like 3 feet each. I don't know. It'd be nice if somebody measured it, we would know.
That's what I was going to say.
I mean, come on now.
Maybe that's why this is important.
Yeah.
Well, what were they going to do if, say, Keith didn't wake up?
Maybe he was just going to go inside and take care of him in the house. I mean, he still wouldn't have been called for help. It would have been a lot messier that way, though.
Hmm.
I think there was some forethought to this plan, but I don't think it was thought out. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I think so as well. And I mean, there was just so many other variables. If it's just one person, I mean,
Yeah. Well, I mean, they didn't have a dog, so he didn't have that problem. I don't think they had a dog, did they?
no. Paul had dogs. They haven't said anything about
Yeah.
Keith and them.
Did that video end at 2:59?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, did your investigation reveal anything about the loss of power to 15 Willowbrook Road?
It did.
What was that?
As I mentioned before, those cameras, the Wise cams went offline at the same time as 251. Additionally, there was a Verizon reported that the loss of power at 252. There was also 2 additional cameras inside the residence that went offline at the same time, 252.
And during the course of your investigation, did you request anything from Verizon?
I did.
And what was that?
I requested any information they had referenced the optical network terminal for the Verizon
thing
connection to the
that
house.
was in the
And
basement,
did you
right?
receive anything back?
I did.
What was that?
It was a printout that indicated, the initial response that I got indicated that the loss of optical, the ONT went offline at 3:42 a.m.
Now, after that, did you follow up and request any additional information?
I did. Based on that response, I made contact with Verizon to indicate how they deducted that the ONT went offline at 3:42. They said based off that, they provided additional alerts at the residence, which indicated that the loss of power at 252.
The second time when you followed up, did you receive any paperwork or anything back?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 375. It's pages 1 and 2. I'm going to ask you to look at page 2. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the response that they provided the first time I made the inquiry, which shows it's the loss of optical network terminal connection at 3:42 a.m.
Can you just explain what an optical network terminal is?
Essentially, it's the Verizon connection to the house for communications.
And if you could look at the first page of that, I'm going to ask you if you recognize that first page.
I do.
Okay, and is that the additional information you received after you made contact with somebody from Verizon?
It is.
And what does that indicate?
It indicates 6 different alerts. The first one being on 11/20/2018 at 2:52, loss of external power to the ONT. And then it ends with loss of external power to the ONT at 3:43 a.m.
And when you say ONT, do you mean optical network terminal?
Optical network terminal.
That's the one inside.
Now, during the course of your investigation, were you made aware of any type of cameras that were hardwired to the house on 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, was that a DVR system with hardwired cameras?
Yes,
Were efforts made to get into that DVR?
they were.
Okay, and what came of those efforts?
The DVR was sent to the Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory for examination, and the results were that they weren't able to pull any information off of it.
Were you aware of whether the house had any Nest cameras?
I was.
What is Nest?
Nest is just a company, a manufacturer that produces cameras.
Where specifically were those Nest cameras located?
There's one on the side door. There was one that was determined to be the playroom, and one that was determined or identified as the basement.
So when you say the side door, is that like the mudroom door?
Yes,
Okay, and then the other two, are those the interior of the home?
correct.
Okay, what if any efforts were made to obtain, let me ask you this, were efforts made through legal process to obtain data from those 3 cameras?
They were.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you receive?
The response was, I believe it was 12 clips from the interior of the residence that were reviewed and didn't show anything of evidential value. And that was it. There was nothing from the outside camera.
And I should back up and ask you, when you request legal process on a company, is there a time frame that you have to give?
There is.
And what was the time frame in this case that you gave?
In this case, we did from November 19th through November 21st, 2018.
Okay, you just said this, but was anything obtained from that doorbell or the camera on the side door
No,
for
ma'am.
that time frame?
No, ma'am.
Now, were efforts made to obtain any information from the defendant's Porsche Macan, specifically the loaner Porsche Macan?
They were.
Can you tell us about those efforts?
We attempted to extract data in 2 different ways, one being the infotainment system.
Oh, boy.
And then the second was through the cellular connection. Both of those were negative results for anything with evidential value.
What?
There was no data to be obtained.
No data.
How was
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you become familiar with 867 Route 34 in Colts Neck?
Yes, ma'am.
If I showed you a map of that area, would you be able to identify it?
Yes.
Was there no information?
I'm going to show you what's been
No, for
marked
the
as
McCann.
D317. I'll just
What,
ask you, do you recognize that general area?
They say
Yes.
Paul drove.
Okay, and do you see that residence on this map?
It's cut off, but it would be at the top portion behind these 2 structures.
And do you see 15 Willowbrook Road on there?
Yes, center of the page.
Judge, permission to publish.
Can we put it on the,
Oh, sorry, that's right.
Mr. Murray, you can help her.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Detective, Do you see 867 Route 34 in this photo?
In this orientation, it would be the bottom below this. These are two barn structures. So the actual residence of 867 is off this page below it.
Okay, so it would be, can you circle for us on the screen the barn structures? And the house specifically, if you could just denote, where would that be, 867?
Down here, right at the bottom of the page.
Okay, and can you just indicate where you see 15 Willowbrook Road? Okay, now where is Willowbrook Road?
Be this.
Okay, and the driveway to Willowbrook Road? Now, when you get, if you're looking at the screen all the way to the left, is there a road that sort of runs into that house, 867?
Yes, this is the access, one of the driveways. There's a secondary driveway that's on Route 34, which is off screen to the left, but this is a driveway access to that property.
Were any efforts made to make contact with the owners of, or the residents of 867?
They were.
Okay, and was any video surveillance footage obtained from there?
There was.
Did you review that video surveillance footage?
I did.
Okay, and can you tell us if you could see on here, what angle did that footage depict?
In that direction, essentially up the driveway.
Okay, and is there a gate somewhere in there, if you know?
It's barely.
Okay, did you know when you watched and you reviewed that footage, what time frame was that for?
Collected from 1:38 or 1:30 in the morning to approximately 4:30 in the morning.
And what, if anything, did you see on there?
Nothing other than a couple of animals walking through the screen.
Now, on this particular photo, is there a way, if you know, to access the property of 15 Willowbrook Road from the wood line?
It wasn't a defined driveway or anything, but there is a break in the brush or tree line to the, that would be the west side of the property.
And how were you aware of that?
I observed it, but also it was utilized by first responders to access the property.
Thank you.
All right, for the record purposes, 317.1, but when you, Lieutenant, when you're describing the camera angle, you made an arrow, is that correct?
I tried, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm not going to say it was good arrow. I'm just going to say it was an arrow. All right, and I'm describing this for the record, but so you put a circle around that gate that you talked about?
Yes, sir.
That was, and your arrow goes a little bit past that, is that correct?
I was defining the view.
Okay.
In that direction.
In that direction.
So it would be kind of a northwest direction of the view.
Did you see beyond the gate or you did not?
The gate is focused in. You could see past the gate, but I couldn't tell you how far.
Okay. And you said that the house is located off screen a little bit. Can you just put an X there so at least the record is a little bit more clear as to that photo?
It's not letting me necessarily draw down that far below.
Can you just make that an H then so at least we can kind of see it? Okay. All right. And then at the top where you circled, top left portion of the screen, you circled, and that was what again?
It was just a break in the tree line along the Willowbrook Road.
Okay. All right. All right. So now I think with us putting that on the record and talking about what the circles are, that we'll now print this and capture it's D317.1.
Judge, I think it's 0.4.
Is it 0.4? Okay, I'm sorry.
Andy's the way.
Kevin, I do have just one more question. Is there any other way to access the property of 837 through any other roads?
867?
I'm sorry, yes.
There is a driveway. It's not on this picture, but there is a driveway on Route 34, which is Route 34 runs, it would run kind of parallel to the driveway. It's off this picture, but to the left is Route 34.
Thank you.
Lieutenant, can you just hit the undo button?
Bottom right.
Sure.
Surely that's not like the last question for this guy. I hope not. Ooh.
What was the last question she asked?
If where 34, what, like the house
That
that's
driveway thing?
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So they have an entrance off of 34 and then on Willowbrook as well, goes to the same house with the two barns. But apparently there is a gate on the long driveway, which is more like a utility road than anything.
Well, you could still drive up and go in through those trees.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You
Well,
know,
he's
yeah.
saying too, the camera, he doesn't even know how far it picks
Right.
up anything. And like, I don't know if the person would necessarily park on Willowbrook Road. Why wouldn't you go over to the more hidden drive, if you will?
Right.
But I mean, who knows? He's also, if it's him, he's also driving a white car that's very noticeable at night. So that's not very smart. Whoever's in that garage, security cam wearing a light sweater or something.
Well, like we
Weird.
said, there was some forethought to this,
Ladies and gentlemen,
whoever it was, but there wasn't a lot of
I'd like to
thought to
listen
it.
to some phone calls. And before I do that, it's marked 392.
Oh.
Before that, I want to give you an instruction as how to accept this evidence, okay? You're about to hear several phone calls that were recorded during the time frame of November 2018 to February 2019, which indicate that as of those dates, the defendant Paul Caneiro was arrested and incarcerated. The fact that the defendant was arrested and incarcerated for any period of time should not enter into your discussions or deliberations in any manner at any time. Arrest, indictment, and incarceration are not evidence of guilt, but rather a part of the pretrial procedure that occurs prior to the matter coming before you to decide whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the charged offenses. The defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden of proving each element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt rests upon the state, and that burden never shifts to the defendant. Only you, members of the jury, will decide whether the state has met its burden. Can everyone follow that instruction?
Yes, sir.
The second part of that is that you're going to hear, or you'll learn that there are redactions to these recordings. Just because something is redacted, that's a legal decision. That's not something that I want you to have any speculation or conjecture as to why something that may have been redacted for a particular reason. It is your function to determine whether or not the statement was actually made by the defendant, and if made, whether the statement or any portion of it is credible. In doing so, you may consider all the circumstances surrounding the statements that you're going to hear now in making the determination with the following caution. I instruct you that in this case, certain portions of the recorded statement have not been provided to you. You may only consider those portions of the statement which have been admitted in evidence and must not speculate as to the contents of the omissions or the reason or reasons for the omissions. Can everyone follow that charge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. With that being said, prosecutor, go ahead.
Thank you, Jeff. Now, during the course of your investigation, did you make efforts to obtain any recorded phone calls pertaining to the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive those phone calls? Did you have the opportunity to review them?
I did.
Were transcripts prepared?
They were.
Did you have the opportunity to review the transcripts?
I did.
And were the transcripts fair and accurate to the phone calls?
Yes.
Now, in the phone calls, who was the speaker?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and how did you identify that?
Established PIN number, and then there's also a voice recognition where you have to say your name before you're allowed to make the phone call.
Does he also identify himself in the phone calls?
Yes.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked as S392 and S393. I'm going to first show you S392. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's a disc of video phone calls.
Okay. And I'm going to show you now what's been marked as S393. Do you recognize that?
This is a transcript from a December 5th, 2018 phone call or number 2 phone call.
Okay. And this is a transcript, one of them that you reviewed. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, the state seeks permission to pass out the transcripts as well as play that phone call.
Okay. Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right.
This is for you. May I approach?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Perfect. I have two. I don't know that we have enough.
There might be some extras too in there.
I'm back just in time. Hi, Liz.
This call will be monitored and recorded. To make a current call, dial. Please enter your phone number at the tone. Please clearly state your first and last name after the tone.
Paul Caneiro.
Please enter your phone. Thank you for using Global Kill Link. Your call is being processed.
Good afternoon, Square One.
This is a Global Kill Link prepaid call from
Paul Caneiro.
an inmate at the Monmouth County Correctional Facility. This call will be monitored and recorded. If you wish to block any future calls of this nature, dial 7 now. To hear the cost of this call, press 9 now. To accept this call, press 0 now. To decline this call, hang up.
Hello?
Paul?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Noel. How are you?
I'm okay, Noel.
You want to talk to Tiff? Yeah, hold on one sec. Hey.
Hey. All right. I know things have been crazy.
Yeah.
Quick update. Do we still have this line?
No.
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 All right.
That just happened as of yesterday.
What happened?
They decided not to continue. You know, Corey's actually going to be here later today. He didn't tell me exactly when. Corey?
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with business.
He's already,
What is he doing?
he's trying to keep everything going.
All right, and I guess just keep, let's see what's going on. All right, a couple of things from the business. Star, I need Lewis to come back. Will she come back?
I talked to her and she can't. She feels horrible about it, and she was trying to figure out a way to do it, but she can't.
All right, what is it? Money or facility?
Both. And also she's scared. You know, not anything with you. She, you know, to us, there's somebody out there, you know?
Personally, I'm trying not to worry about that. Just see if she'll do it. Tell her she can have 20% of the company and 75K a year. When you go start, I just need her to
Got it.
get this going. If she accepts,
I need to get rid of the other two.
Got it.
All right. I need Block day-to-day in charge of Square One.
He is.
All right. When are they?
12/31/18.
All right. I need you to speak to. I don't even know who to talk to. We got to remind them that they have a contract and that they can't hire aware people for a period of 1 year after the contract ends, so on and so forth.
You're talking about the non-compete?
Yes, Duke Institute contract.
And you don't want that to happen, where they would hire our people?
Right, unless they're going to pay us money to do so. And we have to negotiate a payment.
So Cass will need to address non-compete.
All right, I need you to go on the T-Mobile account. I need you to cancel all the unused lines. Then there's my iPad and my iWatch. You can cancel those. I want you to, to make my account the most basic, like my line, the most basic line going.
Most basic, got it.
And then there's lines on there for Keith and his kids and things like that we're not going to use. So you need to get rid of those too. And the tablet, they should all be listed.
So you mean your names are tied to it?
Yeah, but just call and you'll know if it's a company number or not. Melissa's got a number there. Don't get rid of her number. You need to call Susan and figure that out.
All right.
The other thing was, I need you to get me another SIM card for that phone and put it into that Android phone that's on my desk. And
they took it.
People call. They took the Android phone?
They took that phone, yeah.
All right. Then don't do anything with it.
Okay. They didn't take much, but that was one that they took.
Okay. Call Amex on my personal card, the Mercedes-Benz card, and cancel all the cards on the Mercedes-Benz Platinum card, and have them transfer the balance to my Platinum Amex.
Okay, so Kim, go ahead.
Me, Susan, Katie, Martha, all that account.
So call Amex, your personal card, cancel all Mercedes.
Platinum cards, and I want to consolidate that all onto the other Amex.
Okay, so just cancel all those Mercedes cards, keep the other accounts open.
Yeah, but because the Mercedes card's going away, just tell them I want to bring it all into one, and then tell them that, my situation and I'm working on it.
All right, I'm gonna work on it. A lot of the things we're currently having problems with is that nobody will talk to us because we can't pass verification. For example, the Evernote. Yeah.
My Evernote?
The Evernote, we're working on something called DNS, stuff like Dynex, yeah, I think that's what it's called.
There's something I can get to let me do those first. You got to transfer over to Block, Dynex, Bandwidth, and my GoDaddy account. He's got to choose those three, plus the Evernote.
Yeah, we're already working on two of those, the Dynet and the Evernote.
Okay, cancel the FiOS line at Keith's house, the one to Square One.
Cancel FiOS. So that Verizon bill that hits the account every now and again, $219 change?
Yeah.
That's the only one I know of.
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Make sure, that it's for the, do we know if any of the servers at Keith's house are intact?
Nobody's telling us anything. I don't know if they've had conversations with Rob yet, but they didn't give a status on anything that was over at Keith's house.
All right, listen, Susan's and Katie's phones are in AT&T line. I don't know how that gets paid, but I'm gonna need to.
Okay. Court.
I don't know, or we're gonna have to turn, cancel the other line on there, Jennifer, to make it our own accounts. Talk to see what you can do about that. Talk to Susan about that.
Okay, so AT&T, okay.
You just talk to Weinstein. See if there's, I got taxes due from last year, 20K. Is there any way the company can pay it?
No, not currently, especially with losing due. We're trying to figure out how to keep the payroll for the employees so they can finish up the contract for December. There's a lot of money on the credit cards already. I don't know what the limits are. That's something I already had on my plate to look into.
Talk to Weinstein, you can work on something with the IRS for me.
And that was, you said, from last year's return?
Yeah, hell no.
Okay.
I need to figure out for Susan how I can get, I'm trying to call her on her cell phone and I can't get through. Maybe she's gonna call AT&T and unblock certain types of calls and tell her to turn off the no robo. Tell her to turn off no robo, NOROMBO.
Turn it off.
Tell her to call AT&T, just sort of the 611, and ask her why she can't accept collect calls on that line.
Okay, so maybe she's got to change her setup. Okay, got it.
The other thing is find out, call the court, or call the courthouse and find, it's not the courthouse, the jail, and find out if there's a way to put money on the account for me so that I
I've done that.
can pay
Oh.
debit calls.
Yeah, that, I don't know what happened, because when I got the first phone call, I accepted it, and I tried to add the credit card to fund it, and it hung up. Ultimately, I was able to get it to work, which is why I'm assuming you were able to call in. They only allow $50 at a time, but I set it up also so that when the card reaches $3, it automatically refunds itself, and that will protect that account for 90 days.
Okay.
So that should be good.
Right. Just make sure that it's for all my accounts, like all phone calls. I think there's a whole thing to do that.
Yeah, the company that it's tied to says that it's for an advanced call thing, so.
We got a call, let Susan know that I need to have a deposit, the checks, my disability checks. And she's got to start paying bills. She needs to get into my account.
They've been working on that.
I'll say the name of the bank. I'll give you the info. It's the account number. The account name is AEGINA 99.
Okay.
Password is going to be either the old lowercase SQUARE, the number 1705, all numbers, all lowercase. If that doesn't work, try capital S at the beginning, and if that doesn't work, try exclamation capital S. Everything else the same, lowercase, and then there's four numbers.
Okay. And the username AGEINA99, all your spaces. AEG. Okay, got it. AEGINA99. Okay. As you were just saying, they are trying to work on accounts. I knew about that from yesterday. I don't know what they were doing, but they mentioned it. Huh? Corey, he mentioned that he was trying to help Susan with that.
I don't want him in my account or anything.
Doesn't want Corey in
Okay.
it.
As far as keep those, hold on, start getting all that stuff going.
It's already in process.
All right, because we can use some of that money from the trust earmarked for the business, just for this purpose. You better call that lawyer. I don't remember her name.
Kimberly Patton?
Yeah.
She's already,
Copy of the trust. Do you have a copy?
no, I've never touched any of that, so, yeah.
Ask her if she can send it to my attorney, a copy. Yeah,
So I'm assuming she has it, okay.
she has it, she's drafted it. Trying to think if there's anything else.
Yeah, I am as well,
I think that the signalers will do it, just tell her, like, I'm really desperate and tell them that's that.
no, and believe me, cause she was crying about it when I had spoken to her about it, because
I never knew her any more than I knew her now.
I know, and it really, the stability was not really the main thing. It was, the fear.
Don't worry about it. They got what they wanted. I'm here.
All right, I'll talk to her again about it. I talk to her all the time.
So if she needs help.
Okay. All right, I'll give, yeah.
I gotta go. I gotta go correct myself.
Okay, take care.
All right, bye.
Bye.
This afternoon, integrity of the phone call from 12/5/18.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find and collect the transcripts?
I'm gonna have to have her explain to me why that was a big deal, because I don't understand. Okay, good. Glad we're taking a quick little sidebar there.
I think he was trying to conduct business
Yeah, but
for the
that's not,
company.
I don't think that's a bit, I mean,
He's
the only owner left. People are like livelihoods depend on.
Oh, I don't
that.
disagree. I don't disagree, but I just think it may be doing like a cold-hearted state of mind. His concerns not with his brother. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll see
that
how she
doesn't
wraps
do it
that
for
up.
me.
Time flies.
I'm curious.
Yeah.
Want to take a break?
Except that he wanted
Yes
the SIM
and no.
card changed in his
Couple
phone.
yeses, couple
That was
nos.
interesting.
All right, the yeses are going to win for now.
Sure.
So we're going to take a break.
Why
If
would
you
you
can go
need
and
that
take our
done?
15-minute break, because I didn't give you that. Technically, I didn't give you the 15-minute break, so why don't you take that now? We'll come back out at 11:18 and start right back up. Thank you. Don't
And
discuss escape.
The non-compete clause.
Oh yeah.
Because he mentioned without negotiating a payment. In other words, he would let them hire somebody within that year as long as he got paid for it,
Mm-hmm.
which is pretty standard actually for the non-compete clause part. I mean,
Well, and we know that Duke was their biggest, Square One's
exactly.
biggest client. And they weren't renewing. That was going to be a big problem.
And I don't know that
keep Corey out of stuff. I mean, but even that, I don't know if it was very weird because Corey had literally nothing to do with the company.
Right. I wouldn't want him in my business either. I mean, I wouldn't want my sister in my business. No, I get that. That doesn't bother me as far as his personal stuff. But he might want some help with the business stuff since he's, you know what I'm saying, not able. It might be nice to have the other brother help with the business stuff if he can. But yeah, the personal, I don't have a problem with him saying, keep Corey out of my personal accounts. There's nothing wrong with that.
The only thing he brought up at the end that was the trust. I wasn't really understanding what he was asking her to.
I think he wanted her to get the lawyer for the trust or something to contact his attorney.
Oh, okay.
Because obviously Keith can't do anything.
Right. That does make sense.
But his attorney, I don't know if he can do a power of attorney for a power of attorney. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how that works with where a trust is concerned.
Yeah. Interesting. I guess we'll see what the state points out so far. Just hearing it didn't really seem very problematic to me. Only because, listen, it's a business. All right.
Yeah.
People are depending on
Mhm.
money to come in. Keith, the big breadwinner, I mean, they don't even know if the servers are okay that
Right.
Keith had in his house. Like, I don't know. I don't think that's too terribly, because this happened with December. This was not like the day after the murders, like a week had went by or
These
something
were
like
the 218 to 219 is when these phone calls that we're going to listen to were recorded.
from February.
Well, I wrote down 218 to 219. He was
Mm.
incarcerated.
I feel like
Maybe it was, well,
it was
no.
December. I don't
That's
know when
what I
they were.
wrote down. I
But
don't
they
know what
weren't
that-
the next day. I do know that.
Mm-mm. Well,
So
this would be 3 months later, right? When was he arrested?
shortly after, I want to say on the 27th of November. I don't remember
Okay.
off the top of my head. It was not like super right away, but pretty right away.
Like a week or something
Like,
like that.
yeah, like after the holidays. I know that after Thanksgiving, but I want to say it was the end of November.
Yeah, I agree with this. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, there isn't.
But they only had like 2 employees there anyway. And I think that woman from Duke said they'd already investigated the marketplace and I think found they were overpaying.
Mhm.
But there was probably more people they could use by this time because that contract they'd had that contract for how long? 5 or 6 years or something maybe? Or longer
yeah.
than that. So there may have been more people they could choose from, and maybe that's why she could get a better rate. She may not have wanted to take any of those employees, but she might have wanted to.
Yeah.
I don't know. They were already familiar with their procedures and their programs and, the people she was giving the money to, her nonprofits or whatever. So they were already familiar with all that. But support's like accounting. It's the same. You just have to learn a few little particulars, but
And
the
apparently he
basic of
was
it.
instructing her to like cancel a bunch of accounts, which
Yeah.
again, why spend money that the company's
Well,
already bleeding money? No,
right. He wanted all
unintended
those
for the case, but like that makes
cards consolidated. That makes sense.
Mhm.
So you have one payment to worry about, and the phones. Sounds kind of cold to cancel Keith's phones and his kids' phones, but
Thank you.
why
Pamela.
not?
She says
See,
it was
that's
December 5th. I feel
okay.
like this sounds more
I'm
accurate.
not saying I didn't write it down wrong at all.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't find it to be a big deal, but then again, I mean, we'll see if the state points something out about it. Again, people are literally, their livelihoods depend on Paul
Mhm.
and all of this. So I think
Mhm.
considering the totality of the circumstances of what's because the people running the office, Keith is dead, Paul's in jail. They're probably having to answer a bunch of questions that like they don't have answers to.
They're probably looking for jobs.
And that too.
I would be. Yeah, because something. Even if Paul was eventually, even if they dropped the charges on him in a month or two,
Mhm.
that business
Doesn't
is
matter.
gone. That reputation is shot
Mhm.
for that
Yes.
company. Because Keith is gone, and it sounds to me like Keith wasn't only the majority stockholder, at least in the Square One or
Mhm.
One Square, whatever it is, but he was the face of it.
Yes, that's what I got. He had 90% ownership of Square.
Right.
Paul only had 10, which he offered somebody 20% of the company and like $75,000 or something. I don't know who it was. He was telling that lady to offer, but no, it did seem Keith was the
He was the
sales.
reputation of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But Keith already knew that business was going under. He already
he
knew
was making plans for it
Mhm.
to move out into get a job working for somebody else. He probably would have made a lot of money working for somebody else too. Probably less headache than his own business.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, that's one. Apparently there's a few phone calls we're going to listen to today. I don't know. And some people too, after this is what a week and a half goes by about, right? If it's on the 5th, that would be happen on the 20th, 11. So 15 days. I think that's a good time to start thinking about business and finances,
Two
especially when
weeks.
you're
Yeah.
locked up in jail with no bail. By the way, he has been locked up since 2018. He has not been allowed bail or anything.
There's no, he's got payroll that's probably been hit at least once while he's been incarcerated.
Good
So I'm
point,
sure business was on his mind.
I didn't understand the whole SIM card thing.
He
What
told
he was
her
meaning by
to.
that.
He told her to get a new SIM card and replace the one in the Android that was on his desk, and she said, "Well, they already took that."
Which is weird.
And then I know, why does he need a SIM card replaced in a phone that's sitting on his desk? Obviously, he hasn't used it recently, or you know what I'm saying? But
As
he
we
got
know,
used at some point. And then he
there's
said,
no
"Well,
official evidence, so I don't even know why he wanted to cover it up."
I don't know either. That's just what that conversation was. Why would you want to change out the SIM card from that Android on his desk? It probably wasn't one he carried with him often. Nope.
Oh.
Oops.
Well, an interesting morning for us with jail calls. I'm certainly curious what they're going to try to point out with this one, but are there any good reasons why you'd want to switch out a SIM card, Savage? Are there any non-nefarious reasons for wanting to do that? I don't know. I think the only time I've ever switched out my SIM cards when I got a new phone or fell in the toilet. The court is calling Lady in Gray. Yes. Well, ma'am, actually, that's right. They have us on speed dial. Just kidding. It's Nicole being like, it's fine. Just wait. Just wait for the questions. Here, I'll take her down for right now. That way she has a little bit of privacy, whatever. So guys, tomorrow there's no court, but I am going to be live, I think probably around 10 a.m., probably maybe 10:30. I don't know, but I'm going to continue reading the Laura Owens investigation report that we read on Monday. We're hoping to finish it up, and a certain someone's supposed to join me, and that certain someone is Buffy. So we're going to be trying to finish up that doc. So if you haven't yet watched our part 1 reading of Laura Owens on Monday, definitely go watch it, because there's just so much stuff. You're going to be like, what? And by the way, I do get very riled up and say a lot of cursey words and cry at the end. Sorry. I didn't mean to cry and make it about myself, but it was very infuriating and very sad. But I do recommend watching that, because we're going to be talking about Laura Owens a lot in the upcoming months. As a matter of fact, we're having a meeting about it tonight. So you might as well get caught up on things, because it is not one of those where you can be like, so what have I missed? And me be able to catch you up. Like, it's not like that. I don't even know how to explain it. I've been telling everyone, like, we've only touched the tip of the iceberg. And even with the first 4.5 hour reading, there's a whole bunch of crazy stuff in there. But still, it's literally just the tip of the iceberg. If you're like, Llama, how could it get crazier? It does. It does. So we'll be doing that tomorrow with you guys, since there's no court for Caneiro. And what else do we have? Oh, tomorrow night we have TMI for our members at 9 p.m. Eastern, Friday night. That'll be fun. And then Saturday, for my besties in higher, we are doing Llama Learns About. I don't remember what our topics are, but I'll be doing that Saturday. Voice permitting, which I think sounds much better today. So hopefully I don't wreck it. but I think it was from like the cold air, and we had to bust out our space heaters, which we don't use very often, but it's been cold. So I think Elbow likes to sleep with their arm, which drives me crazy. So I blame him for it. Are you leaving, Dave? Well, I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. Pilula says, watch for the storm Sunday into Monday. They're saying we are getting another possible foot of snow. Oh my goodness. Will it make up its mind? Oh, are we getting snow? I'm like, maybe I should check the weather because I haven't, because I've just been like, welp, there's snow and ice everywhere. So I don't even know. No way to check things. I guess I should see. Is today the 30th? No, tomorrow. Maybe some snow. Okay, they're not calling for any snow for us until maybe the end of next week, but at least it's going to start warming up for us. I mean, it's still below freezing for us here in Ohio for the next week, but there's a significant difference between 25 degrees and 3 degrees. So I will happily take that. It'll feel like a heat wave for us. Oh my goodness. As long as you stay away from the a-holes. A-holes, and don't forget your cuckle. Well, I hope you guys don't get another foot of snow, but I guess, yeah, we may not have court Monday if that's the case as well. We'll see. What time did they tell them to be back? I forget. I feel like 11:15 or something. Maybe not. Maybe it was 11:30. It is so cold in the single numbers. I know. My little llama hasn't been to school all week. They've had to cancel because of how, like, the first 2 days was because the roads were bad. Like, we were just on a level 3 and 2, like, for the first half of the week. But now it's not only are, like, the sidewalks and stuff not taken care of for the kiddos to stand there or walk to school, the temperature is just too cold because it doesn't get warm until like 11. It's in the negatives until then. So I don't know if he'll have school today. This is usually, oh wait, they usually call me around 1:30. So I don't even know the last time he had a week with like no school because of weather. I don't even know if he has, to be honest. So we'll see. We'll see. Some people are just like, well, I used to stand outside in the cold. Well, you know what? People made a lot of bad decisions when some of y'all were little, okay? There's lead in everything. They didn't care about the children as much. So, no, Ohio did used to be colder and snowier. Like when I was growing up, oh man, we had snowmobiles. It doesn't snow enough anymore in Ohio to have snowmobiles, which is crazy. Because every year growing up, we would take the snowmobiles out. I freaking love a snowmobile. Oh my gosh, love them. And then, yeah, I'd say about, I don't know, the 2000s, definitely never enough snow to go. I don't think I ever rode a snowmobile after I was old enough to drive, because you can't really get them, out unless you have so much snow, for us anyway, because we have a lot of fields, so you don't want to mess it up running over stalks or whatever. But does anybody here have a snowmobile? Snowmobiles are fun. Maybe, Amos, if you're listening, maybe we'll come up and visit you and we can go ride snowmobiles. Do you guys have snowmobiles? I know that they do snowmobile races up there. One year, my aunt and uncle took my brother and I up there for those, which was interesting. I didn't love it because it was very cold. I was not a fan. But anywho, a what? A snowmobile. It's what you drive in the snow. It's like a motorcycle with skis, basically. Think of it like that you drive on the snow. They're very cool. It's like a jet ski. There we go. That's a better one, Llama, except that it does have skis. But it's like a jet ski with skis that you drive very fast. They go way faster than they should. Like, way fast. And they are a lot of fun. It sounds made up. I mean, let me see. Snowmobiles. I'm sad we don't get to use those anymore. Stroke. Oh, a snowmobile rental is $249. My goodness. A snowmobile is $15,000? Oh my gosh. Sorry. Here. We can look at snowmobiles. Oh, but you guys don't see that. There you go. So these are snowmobiles, which are very expensive. Let's click on that one. There you go. $15,000? That's crazy. They did not cost that much when I was little, maybe like a couple of grand, if that. But yeah, so you just drive those on the snow. That's what you do. A lot of people up north where like they get real snow have those, because if you get snowed in, you can at least drive your snowmobile places. When they had a big blizzard in, I don't remember, 78 or 79. I don't know. Anyone that was alive in Ohio in the 70s love to tell you about it. They had to rescue people out of their homes with snowmobiles. They had to dig them out and then rescue them. Some people were like snowed inside for like a whole week. And like snowed inside, I mean like literally could not get out of their front doors. That's how much snow there was. So they're very fun. They are so much fun. So there you go. Today's Llama learns about snowmobiles. That's about all I know about snowmobiles. So I'm sure they have them up in like Canada and Wisconsin and Minnesota. Up there. Personally, I like snowmobiles more than I like motorcycles. I've also never driven a motorcycle, so I've been on them. Which they are fun, but not a super big fan of them. What if I should braid my cow's hair? We'll call him Fella. I love it. He's so cute. Anyhow, what else do we have to talk about? What else do you guys want to talk about while we're waiting? Do you guys think this is going to last to May 20th? Or March 20th? I don't think so. Excuse me. I mean, because what? Almost February. That's how many more weeks? Let's count the calendars. I don't know how to bring up the side calendar on Elbow Feet's computer. Okay, fine. We'll use my Google Calendar. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me just start over again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About 7 more weeks of this trial. I don't think we're going to need that. I don't think so. Who all could they have to call? I think it'll be over with before the end of February. That's what I think. Unless they call, I don't know, 18 blood expert people and DNA people and oh, scared me. That was the court. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but I did. It was loud. We'll get him there. Can you imagine? Hi, Daria. Good morning. Can you imagine 7 more weeks of Andy? No. No. Oh, man. Could you imagine? Like, he's still going to be out there doing trials and stuff. I feel like, I don't know what's going on with Auntie. I don't know. Oh, good morning. Hope you're doing well, Daria. I don't know how long you've been watching, but we're in the middle of listening to jail phone calls of Paul's. Nothing to write home about, in my opinion. Just trying to take care of some business stuff. But we'll see, because the state's about to talk about what we heard.
Session.
Thank you. We'll continue with direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Lieutenant, just one question from that phone call. Who is Tiffany?
Tiffany's the office manager for Square One and EcoStar.
Now, did you listen to the phone call from December 14th of 2018? Was there a transcript for that phone call?
There was.
Specifically number 29? And did that transcript accurately and fairly portray that phone call?
Yeah.
I'm showing you what's been marked as S397. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the transcript from December 14, 2018, call 29.
And what's the date?
December 14, 2018.
Judge, permission to pass out the transcripts now first.
Sure.
I'm not shorty.
Need the back screen.
Oh, if we could.
This call will be monitored and recorded. Please enter your phone number at the tone. Please clearly state your first and last name after the tone.
Paul Caneiro.
Please enter your 4-digit. Thank you for using Global Tone Link. Your call is being processed. This is a Global Tone Link prepaid call from
Paul Caneiro.
an inmate at the Monmouth County Correctional Facility. This call will be monitored and recorded. If you wish to block any future calls of this nature, dial 7 now. To hear the cost of this call, press 9 now. To accept this call, press 0 now. To decline this call, hang up.
Hello?
Ed.
Hey, mind speaker.
What's up?
I wanted to thank you for coming.
Okay. Good to see you.
It's a great change, guys.
Okay.
1 second. I said it was great seeing you guys.
Okay.
It's hard.
kind of scary.
I know. Sorry. It shouldn't be this hard for you guys. What I asked you, I want you to do.
No.
I know I don't have the right to ask. I want us to be together. When I get out of here.
I don't know.
Did you speak to the lawyers today?
No.
No.
I just got out of the room now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Thank you. You had a visit with us today? Oh, you got them?
Yeah,
You
thank
got the glasses? And you put one of them in the console.
you. Thank you.
You can have the 100 in there.
Okay. She relaxed me for a while. How's the girls? Are they okay after you left?
Yes. Okay.
They were upset.
I'm not kind of upset.
It's the last place I want to be. It's the last place I belong. Did that combo work for you?
I don't know, I'm gonna go back.
Okay.
Go back.
No problem.
Go back, even though we'll go out. So, I'll try going back tomorrow, maybe.
Okay. But everything else is good?
Yeah. So what kind of car is it?
What?
What kind of car?
I didn't hear you.
What kind of car?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
The one you're paying for.
I'm really following right now. I'm sorry.
You're not following?
No.
I asked you, is that a payment?
Oh. An Audi. Small one.
That one?
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Sometimes.
Maybe it's Tiffany.
Sometimes? It's on the other side.
Yeah, I just put it that way.
Do you know what that meant?
Sorry?
I paid it. I paid it 4 days ago.
Did you?
Yes,
Why?
because your account was negative. Because your account was negative.
I told
And I
you.
couldn't see it yet.
All the
I couldn't see it yet. I couldn't see it yet. And then the mortgage was outstanding, so I transferred the money over.
I'm sorry. I told you that day on the phone to cancel all the auto payments.
She couldn't. We can't get into your bill payments.
She was
Even with power of attorney. No, even with power of attorney, I can't get in. I don't get there. Whatever. She couldn't get into your bill payments. She couldn't understand your account.
She was in there originally because she was able to see them all.
She could see them. You can't do anything.
She's going to go bank and have them cancel all the auto payments.
I did.
All right. And the auto bills, right?
I did. The only problem is I need to contact these companies. I don't have account numbers.
They'll send them now because if it's not auto payments, just go back to
the paper bill?
yeah, go back to the bank and just tell them that you make sure that it's not e-bills. Turn off all the e-bills too.
I don't know if they can do that.
They can.
Nobody can unlock. No, I was in the bank for 4 hours this week. But they cannot. I was on the phone with them yesterday for over almost 2 hours. And your bill pay profile is blocked. And the lady was talking to me, she's talking to corporate, she's like, this is ridiculous. This woman has power of attorney. she's supposed to be able to act on his behalf. And I can't see your bill payments. I can't see what those you have set up. They were able to disable all of the automatic bills. But that's all they could do to help me, so I have to finish get up the work. Yeah.
Everything else fine? We'll be trying to shower now.
Yeah. And we have to shower during the 3 hours.
Yeah. Everything coming, yeah.
I think that was his wife. I don't know. I didn't understand most of it. Maybe one of the local news stations will release those over the weekend if they
Clean
have
them up or something.
Yeah, because I have no idea what that phone call
Did
is.
you have an opportunity to listen to a phone call, a recorded call from January 27th of 2019?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S400, showing to council. You recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a transcript of the call from January 27, 2019, call number 121.
Okay, and did you review that transcript against the phone call?
I did.
Did it fairly and accurately depict the phone call?
Yes.
121.
Judge on the state would seek permission to pass out the transcripts and approach.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
A lot of phone calls in 2 months. Those are usually not cheap.
If he calls collect, that doesn't go against his money in his account, right?
I don't even know if you can really do that anymore.
I don't know either. I don't know how that works.
You can't hear. No, I don't think so.
Okay, go ahead.
This call will be monitored and recorded.
I think it was Susan.
Press 1 for to deploy call. Please enter your phone number at the tone. Please clearly state your first and last name after the tone. Please enter your 4-digit private. Thank you for using Global Link. Your call is being processed. Hello? This is Global Link. Complete call from
Paul Caneiro.
an inmate at the Monmouth County Correctional Facility. This call will be monitored and recorded. If you wish to block any future calls of this nature, dial 7 now. To hear the cost of this call, press 9 now. To accept this call, press 0 now. To decline this call. Hello?
Hey.
Hey, what?
Not much. I saw you at the phone again.
Well, doesn't come every day, huh?
Riveting.
Hello?
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
So, what do you want to?
I'm just moving my lunches for a week. I'm working on.
Oh, yeah? How's the concert yesterday?
I was so fun. Really good.
What was it?
I thought it was really fun. It was, Golden Osborne.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, country man.
Yeah.
Got down to stay a little longer.
Oh, yeah? I know that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really good. It was really fun.
Where's that?
New City?
Oh, yeah.
No five? I don't know.
Doesn't matter. Great area. Where's that go?
She's right here. Nothing's so nice.
How's your haircut?
Good. I'm blonde again.
Yeah? Katie's got dark hair. No, the world's upside down.
How are you?
All right. I'm in a new area now. Kind of.
Yeah, I'm saying that.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm trying.
I think this is his daughter.
All right, sweetie. I love you.
Alright, good night.
Thanks. Joe?
Hello?
Hi. Can you ask Tiffany to send me some more science fiction, just science fiction?
Science fiction?
Yeah. Or fiction, I don't care. I just don't want anything heavy. I can't concentrate.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my last 2 books.
Okay. Is she on the list?
Yeah, she was giving some drugs.
Okay.
Tell her to pick science fiction. Tell her somebody, 2 right away and then 2 in a couple of days.
Okay.
And then, 2 in another couple of days. If I don't, if you don't hear from me.
Okay.
I think that was his wife in the call before. That sounded like the same person.
How are you? What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay, what's like 3 days we can talk. Oh, I'm sorry, Jonathan.
Friday.
They must see. This is the redacted parts. That's why there's silence in case anyone was wondering.
And I gave him a book to get back to you. And I'm taking those papers now.
Okay.
Well, yeah, he can tell you why he held out to him.
Okay.
Yeah, just ask him, he'll tell you. It's nothing crazy.
Well, I'm feeling good today.
Me too. I'm over something. I got that heartburn today, especially at the meeting with them. This whole thing is just so much. I just can't believe I'm here. One way is it. Let's talk about something else. How's Katie?
She's good.
Yeah?
She's doing a photo shoot right now.
Where?
In her class. She's looking at that tomorrow. So. Just for the weekend.
Yeah, how is she? I wrote up the recipe. I sent it to Keith, the stuff, so.
Okay.
Okay, you make a copy of it, she has it. How is Jeff?
She's good.
Yeah?
She's good.
She's supposed to
Gonna live with her boyfriend.
Oh, yeah? Nice.
Yeah. I'm sure it's gonna be no problem. So.
So, what have you been up to?
Not much. Went to the gym yesterday.
Yeah? What did you do Friday after you left?
I have the video.
Yeah?
Shouldn't have played them. So, yeah, I hope everyone.
What did you do last night?
Had a friend for the beach.
Did, I just totally forgot what I was going to ask you. What day are they coming to the house? Or you didn't set that up yet?
I didn't set that up yet. And then Sherry, the name is, she's supposed to call me.
Right.
And set something up. So I'm sure we'll have that.
Alright.
So. Hopefully in the next 2 weeks. We'll have to see if everyone's going to get more insurance.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Who's working on it.
Yeah, I'm sure he took care of it.
Yeah, I haven't done anything, so. Not done yet.
Have you heard from my dad?
No.
No? What about Corey?
Well, just a call about it.
Yeah. What do you have to say?
No. I went to the bank again.
Okay.
And they couldn't help me again. I have to go back again tomorrow, Monday.
Why couldn't we help you?
I have the power of attorney kind of came through for the businesses.
Right.
And, and for whatever reason, they're not working on my phone or mine. So she was going to help me put them on the online access to get things like administrative, finance, and whatnot.
Right.
And I went there on Saturday to do it, but only 2 of the accounts came through. The other 2 didn't show up, so we had to call online banking. And online banking had a only 30-minute wait time. So she had to come back on Monday. Crazy about that.
Find out also if you, how they give you power of attorney to the trust account. For me.
The trust account at TD Bank?
Yeah.
The trust account then?
Yeah, it's, typically.
Your name?
No, it's, it's linked to my account, so you can see it. I'm the trustee, but I want to give you access to my account. Just find out. She can look it up by my social security number.
I'm pretty sure I can't get that.
Well, just find out. It might be, we might.
I'm pretty sure there's a link somewhere that I can't get anything on that.
All right, well, just ask.
I'll ask again.
Yeah.
I'll ask again, but I'm pretty sure that that's the one account that I can't get because it's a trust, it's not a bank account.
Right.
So, and I think power of attorney does everything for it.
Well, also, why not? If you're going to opt in my set, if I'm physically able to,
No.
because I'm just, you know.
I asked, but I remember talking about this account because when you first went over,
They don't look at the, right, they also told you you couldn't have access to a business account, so.
no, that's not true, because I needed a separate power of attorney to get business account.
All right, well, let's see, because I
The
got
trust
to
is different. The total trust is different, so.
well, let's see what they say.
I'll ask again.
You know, just, it's not like I'm going to be able to write checks or do anything without.
Does Tiffany have that bank account number?
Yeah, but they can, like I said, they can just look it up. It's the only trust account linked to my account.
Okay.
You just look it up, you know, well, I'm sure they can look up just any one of the company accounts will link back to my account. And you can see all the accounts from there. Because, I mean, at some point, Corey's got to figure out, or you got to figure out what's going on with Keith's accounts too.
Yep.
And that's what the trust is going to let you do, because the trust account is going to give us access to everything. It allows, you know, basically unlocks all the other stuff. You know, getting everything back, you know, sorted out. So.
Okay. You have 60 seconds remaining. I'll ask again, but that was, you know, totally, also totally from the beginning, so I have a feeling it's something.
Well, this guy is just a movie guy. Yeah. You want me to put it right back?
Sure.
All right, bye.
I'm going to need Susan not to hold the phone so close to her face. She's making out with the phone or something. Oh my God. Are you picking up anything that they're saying, Lig? Because I am not.
He was asking her to do something with his trust, and with the trust, and she said, "I'm pretty sure I can't do that." So I'm not sure what he was wanting her to act on his behalf or something. He said, "I'll give you my social security number."
That's it.
So
That's all we're going to talk to this guy about is the jail code?
Sure.
The lead detective. That's all we're going to talk to this guy.
well, they may be breaking it up too.
Oh, fair point. That's true.
You know, I mean, sometimes they do that. I'm not saying that's what they're doing here, but sometimes they'll. So they
Very
don't
fair
do
point.
a cross for 2 whole days or something. They may. I don't know. He may come back. We'll see.
He may come back. I don't know. But no, that's a fair point. That is usually how it goes down with lead detectives. especially in a case this big. I guess that makes sense. But also, we don't know.
But we don't know.
I could also see them being like, okay, we're done with him now. And then just like, oh, okay. So that's
So how
interesting.
many weeks this is day what, 11?
Yes.
So this is 3 weeks
6 more
in.
weeks to go. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I did the math while you were on your phone call. Or 7 more weeks to go. I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Phew. Oh, that was my
So that's true. I guess
upstairs neighbor's mother calling me. I had texted her like a week ago. She said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I just saw your text." And I'm like, "Oh." But it was fine. Everything was fine. But
yeah, I didn't really understand much of those last 2 phone calls. The first one was just about, business and
mhm.
accounts, which made sense to me. I didn't
Yeah.
really pick up anything with the one. I'm pretty sure the second one was with his wife because they also talked about mortgage payments. She sounded kind of pissed that they didn't have money for the mortgage payment.
Well,
I think.
He has probably paid for everything and told her, "Don't worry, I got it." And now she's finding out that he didn't have it. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Or the true state of things, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. And then this last one, I have no idea why we were even listening to that. I don't know. Listen, I've had family in jail before. You shouldn't talk about anything that has to do with, the case or
Right.
what your lawyer said or any of
Right.
that.
Right.
And so, like, I don't know. I don't think there's anything weird about what I've heard.
Well, I think it's
say.
kind of like with the wife. It was like she didn't know the state of what he was spending money on. She didn't know, I guess, that he consolidated the cards. Sounded like she tried to use something that she didn't have access to it anymore because it had been closed. And then this last one, was that with his daughter?
I think his daughter. No, I think that was his wife, but I think his daughter answered
Oh, okay.
the phone.
But I don't know who this last one was that he was trying to get her to do something with the trust.
Oh, I thought that was his wife again. I thought Katie answered and then gave it to
Okay, maybe it
Mom,
was, but
I
she
think.
said, "I don't think I can do that. I don't think I have access to that." I don't think they would let her do that anyway, even with his social security number.
Mm.
Like I said, it goes back to like where he said to give the trust information to his lawyer, or the trust lawyer give the information to his lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be more. I don't know what he's trying to do. Surely he's not trying to take money out, but for his own personal things, because he can't do that. But I mean, maybe he's trying to pay payroll for the company. I don't know, which probably wouldn't be appropriate, but
Well,
still.
that the life
At least
insurance as well.
Yeah, it could be. We didn't have to pay the insurance anymore.
No, but I meant collecting the life
Oh,
insurance
yeah,
would go right into the trust. So maybe
it could be that. It could be that. That I just heard that about the trust, and she said, "I don't think I can do that," or "I don't think I have access to that," or something like that. So it may be just kind of like building. We have this little bit of information from this call, and this little bit of information from this call, and this little bit of information from this call. I don't know. Or maybe after these calls, there's going to be more calls. We don't know.
we don't know. It's a fair point. Fair point. But it's really not that weird when somebody's locked up knowing they ain't getting bail.
Yeah.
Start talking finances and accounts,
Yep.
signing over your power of attorney so people can take care of things. So it's not
Yep.
like accruing more. Like I've had to do that. So
Oh yeah,
I've
it's
been
not
that
like
person for the bank,
Yeah.
so
it's not like he's really doing anything individually. The phone calls aren't bad. Maybe they're trying to do a pattern of, or just showing how his wife obviously didn't know about their finances or didn't know everything about them. She didn't know why she didn't have money for the mortgage.
yeah.
Well, he's not working, and he hasn't been working for several months. Is probably why. I mean, that would make sense to me. Did she work?
No,
I don't know.
I don't think so. No, because his salary for Square One, which was like $225,000 a year, the checks would go to his wife air quotes, because of his disability.
Okay, that makes sense.
So
It would be her salary. Because he probably not, yeah, because he would definitely lose the government if he made that much money.
Yeah.
He'd make like $1,600, I think is what it is. He made more than that. So that probably stopped. I don't know about his disability. I think he probably would still get his government disability, but the other ones might end if he's not working.
Yeah,
Weren't they tied to his job somehow?
It was a private one. I don't know how those work, but I would think that his government one, though, wouldn't stop until you're, sentenced. Like, I don't know if they can legally do that because you're in it,
Yeah, I don't think that would be affected now, but it's probably not that. I mean, it wasn't a huge amount, but it was something. But he doesn't need it right now. I guess you could buy him honey buns and stuff with
it. All right, Monica, what you got for us?
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
So I want to take a step back and just talk a little bit about your responsibilities in this case. So you are the lead detective from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office on this case, correct?
For the Colts Neck incident, yes.
And there's kind of like multiple lead detectives, right?
Yes.
And specifically, we have Detective Brady was the lead detective from the Ocean County Police Department.
Ocean Township.
Ocean Township Police Department. And then we have Detective Zerillo, who was the lead detective from the Colts Neck Police Department.
Correct.
And you are one of the lead detectives from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said for the Colts Neck incident, is there another lead detective for the...
Now Captain Brian Weisbrot, then Detective Weisbrot, was the lead for the Ocean Township.
Okay, so you and Detective Weisbrot were both lead detectives in this case.
Correct.
And when we're referencing the Ocean Township case, we're talking about like the arson.
Correct.
Right? But you were the lead detective. When you say Colts Neck, you're talking about, the homicides that occurred and the arson that occurred at 15 Willowbrook, right?
Yes.
At Keith's house.
Yes, ma'am.
And in addition to you and Detective Brady and Detective Zerillo and Detective Weisbrot, there were a variety of other detectives in this case that had significant responsibilities. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so Detective Cordoma, for example, was assigned to do the origin and cause of the fire, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Bassender was assigned to do the financial aspect of the case.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Miglorisi was assigned to do sort of like digital evidence, things of that nature. And then there's also Detective Hess, Detective Mahoney. They did some neighborhood canvassing and some surveillance and things like that.
Along with others, but yes.
Also Detective Wayne Rayner, he was involved.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Condon and Detective Tazi, Detective Sostian, Detective Muller, all of those detectives were involved.
Yes, ma'am.
As well as Detective Robert Flanagan, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just to be clear, because we heard testimony from a fire marshal, Craig Flanagan, earlier in the case, but when we're referencing Detective Robert Flanagan, that's a different person.
Yes, ma'am.
Just same last name, but different person.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and Detective Robert Flanagan is from your office, the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
Retired, but yes.
There's also Detective Scott Valenti and Sean Murphy, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
We talked about Weisbrot, but there was a Deputy Chief Wilbert, he was involved.
Retired, but yes.
And Detective Nareth.
Yeah, the Nareth, yes.
Detective David Sidorikis.
David Sidorakis.
Sidorakis? Okay, he was involved.
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Kristen DeVito, William Anton, Richard Shin, and Detective Jose Cruz. Are those names familiar as being involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And finally, I have a Richard, I'm not sure how to say that last name.
Broccoliri?
Yes, that's the one.
Yes.
And Detective Scott Samus. They were also involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And, but despite all of them being involved, you were the lead detective, so that meant you were kind of in charge of the investigation, right?
I wouldn't say I was in charge. There's still a hierarchy and an order of chain of command, but
So is there someone who's in charge of you, who's calling the shots? Or when it came to this case, did you essentially decide what types of investigations to pursue and what roles people should take and what tasks people should be assigned?
well, there's definitely supervisors that assigned people certain tasks. It was, as far as who was in charge, I think there was a lot of collaboration going on as far as this investigation, because there was, like you just mentioned, there's so many people. So it was, a joint effort, but.
Okay. So who was supervising you?
So back then, my immediate chain of command was Sergeant Ed Henley
Henley.
and Scott Samus.
Okay. All right. So when you were conducting the investigation in this case and coordinating and collaborating with others, you would report back to them as well?
Yeah, that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And as the lead detective, you were responsible for reviewing a lot of the material in this case, right?
I did, yes.
So that you knew what was going on, right?
Yes.
And so you reviewed things like police reports
I
and
did,
reports from other detectives, right, that were involved?
yes.
And you reviewed, we saw some surveillance video that you reviewed, correct?
Yes.
You were familiar with some additional surveillance video from Colts Neck. Did you review all of the surveillance video in this case?
When you say all of it, I reviewed at least portions of all the video that was collected.
Tell me if I'm wrong. I think what you're saying is other detectives, for example, if they pulled video from, let's say, a location at 27 Tilton, right, like near that area, and they reviewed maybe hours worth of videos, but they directed you to the most relevant portions for your review. Is that what you're saying?
Both directed, and I also watched myself for relevant times.
Okay. So you watched the relevant times. You didn't necessarily watch times that weren't relevant to your investigation.
Correct.
And but you did watch surveillance videos, for example, from the area of 27 Tilton, Paul's house.
I did.
Okay. And also, did you review some of the body worn camera footage and the motor vehicle reporting footage from Ocean Township and Colts Neck?
Portions of both, yes.
Yeah.
What about, you took a lot of witness statements in this case, right?
Me personally, or?
You were personally involved with the taking of numerous witness statements, and you were present.
Yes.
Okay. And you also, did you review the witness statements that you were not present for?
I would say at least most of them.
Okay. And by the way, the witness statements in this case, we're a little bit familiar with them. They're the typed statements, correct?
Yes.
They're not video recorded, right?
No.
And they're not audio recorded.
No.
And it's in like a question answer type format, right?
Yes.
And did you also reviewed the cell phone extractions in this case?
Yes.
There were numerous cell phone extractions conducted in this case, right?
Yes.
So let's start with Susan, Marissa, and Katie. Their cell phones were extracted. Did you review their extractions?
Obviously, they're very lengthy, so at the very least, I looked at portions of them.
Portions, like maybe, like you said, more relevant portions, timeframes.
Correct.
For example, the 19th and the 20th would probably be a relevant timeframe in this case.
Yeah.
Of November 2018.
Yes.
And there were also cell phone extractions done for Tiffany Rivera, is that right?
Yes.
Elisa Caneiro or Bertacci. There were cell phone extractions done for Mr. Paul Caneiro and his brother Keith Caneiro.
Yes.
And
Who's Eliza?
Also, there was a variety of Google Cloud data that was received from Keith's Google Cloud, correct?
Yes.
That was, I guess, subpoenaed from Google. Is that right?
CDW, or Communications Data.
It was requested by law enforcement through a legal application.
Yes, ma'am.
And there were also there's a lot of financial records in this case, right? There's like thousands of pages of financial records. You're aware of that?
I am.
Now, did you personally review those financial records, or did you just rely on Detective Bassender to kind of synthesize them and point you in the direction of what she felt was relevant?
The financial component, I relied on Detective Bassender.
Okay. And what about the physical evidence in this case? Did you like personally observe some of the, we had the opportunity to see a lot of the physical evidence in this case, whether it was a gas can or gloves or clothes, things of that nature. Did you review that evidence?
Same thing. I relied obviously on the forensic detectives to do that. Some I did witness firsthand, some, during the course of preparation or something, but every single piece, no.
So and when you say you relied on, are you referencing Detective Vogt and Detective Catalona?
Primarily, yes.
They were the, forensic crime scene detectives, right? And Vogt was the lead crime scene detective from Colts Neck, and Catalona was the lead crime scene detective from Ocean, right?
Correct.
And so they might have brought some things to your attention, but they also took a lot of photographs, correct?
They did.
So did you review a lot of the photographs in this case?
A lot.
Now, we talked about how there's a lot of detectives involved in this case from your office, right? But there's also a lot of other agencies that were involved in this case, right?
There were.
And so those include, we talked about Colts Neck Township, and we talked about Ocean Township, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But there was also, at some point, the Asbury Park Police were involved with respect to the business location when there was a search of that location, correct?
They were.
And there's also the Burlington County Prosecutor's Office was involved for a little while with respect to a phone extraction.
Correct.
Of Paul's phone, right? Also, the Monmouth County Sheriff's Department was involved to an extent.
Yes, ma'am.
And the New Jersey State Police were involved.
Yes, ma'am.
The FBI was involved at some point.
Yes, ma'am.
And the ATF, which is the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, another federal agency, was involved.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there were like many, many fire departments, right?
Many, yes.
So throughout this case and throughout, I think even in your report, there's reference to the investigative team in this case. Is that like all encompassing essentially all of the people I just mentioned, or maybe a focus on some of the detectives at the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office? Who's the investigative team?
I would agree that would be the investigative team. Anybody that had any involvement would be part of the team.
And you said it was collaborative, right? So there was a lot of meetings with each other, conferring and updating each other and talking about various aspects of what's been investigated?
Yes, at least in the very beginning, there was briefings that we would hold to meet either before or after the day to go over what was done, what needs to be done, that type of thing.
Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that stand out in this case that I'm going to ask you about what investigation was done.
Okay.
So, for example, we heard that about, and you interviewed, or you're aware that Jonathan Harrington and Heather Kapp were interviewed very early on in this case, correct?
I am aware that they were interviewed, yes.
We're going to talk about the two
And
men.
so what, if any, investigation was done to look into the two men with the baseball caps at 4:30 in the morning?
What went into it? No,
What-
that's overruled. Go ahead.
What investigation was done to look into that?
What specifically to them, I wasn't part of the investigation really at all in Ocean Township. That was then Detective Weisbrot. So as far as the specific goes, you know, I know that they interviewed neighbors, other neighbors, the firefighters conducted their interviews, pulled the surveillance, that type of thing.
Okay, so when we talk about the surveillance, and you indicated that you reviewed the surveillance.
Portions of it, yes.
Yeah, that is definitely what she's doing. Leg. What about the two men? Because I really don't think that Heather and Mr. Harrington made that up.
That one or yours?
Oh, this one, sorry.
I don't either.
So, I'm going to show you what's already been published. It's D1-101. And this is, do you recognize this is a map of the area of 27 Tilton?
I do.
Okay, so 27 Tilton would be here in like the middle of the photograph, and it's denoted as 27 Tilton, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you ever go to the area? You were there at some point?
I was there at some point, yes.
Okay, and you see how 27 Tilton is a U shape, right?
Yes,
Okay, and it intersects with Green Grove Road, correct?
yes.
So the video that you saw, right, tell me if I'm wrong, was of a vehicle in the area of 27 Tilton, or originating from the driveway of 27 Tilton, driving this way and then making a right onto Green Grove Road, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But just to be clear, there were no surveillance videos ever obtained from this side of 27 Tilton, correct?
Welcome back, Kelly. And yes.
I don't know, there was none that I saw, and I don't know if there was any available at that time either.
Right. Well, so we have in this area at least two or three different surveillance videos from houses just on this side of the street, just on this like one road, correct?
The two that I reviewed were from there, yes.
Okay. And so as the lead detective in this case, and I know you're saying Detective Weisbrot was the lead detective of the arson out of 27 Tilton, right? But in the bigger picture of investigating the quadruple homicide and the double arson, at any point did you say to anyone, since it's very collaborative, hey, why don't we check for surveillance video over here? Let's go door to door. Let's document it, and let's see what, if any, surveillance video we can find to see if anyone went this way from 27 Tilton at 4:30 in the morning and drove away this way at this intersection.
So I also know that there is another surveillance camera I neglected to say that I did look at, was the 19 Oxford from behind. But I also do know that there was a surveillance canvas done, as we always do, in all directions. I don't know off the top of my head to articulate which houses were checked, whether they had cameras, whether the cameras didn't show anything. And I'm not that familiar with the Ocean Township canvas as far as the surveillance. I do know that a surveillance canvas was done.
Okay. A surveillance canvas was done, and you mentioned 19 Oxford. That's right here behind 27 Tilton, correct?
Correct. I don't know specifically which house it is, but it's behind it.
It's on this side of the road, and you can see like the back of 27 Tilton, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you're telling us that you know a canvas was done,
Yes.
right? But there's no documentation of anywhere of anyone saying, any of the detectives, many police officers saying, okay, we went to this house and this house and this house and this house and this house. And Judge, this is what
Can I see everyone, please?
I mean, it bothers me that they only asked one day. And they're like, well, we didn't see any. But people hide them in all different sorts of places to not be so obvious they have cameras. And they did say, oh, we didn't go back after the 20th to talk or try to find anyone. They didn't pull anything from any of the roads that they're alleging Paul took to Keith's home, which should be plenty of those, considering the area, because Paul lived in town.
Right.
Keith was very rural, which, okay, fine. Rural is different. But I feel like they should have been able to capture more on camera, because the neighbor surveillance is not like a smoking gun that it was his car or that he was driving. Like, it didn't capture the license plate. It didn't capture who was in there. It was still very hard to see. But also, I mean, why wouldn't you go back into the neighborhood, a couple days later, a week later, and ask those people again if they had something that you just didn't see that they had up? I don't know. And what about those two guys? Where did they go? And remember, they were driving an older car, Heather said, which we don't know what that means to her.
No, that's subjective.
Right. Like older, I'm going to go with like a late 90s, early 2000s car or something. That's what I would call an older car, but who knows? It could be.
Yeah, to her, it might be 5 years old.
Right, yeah. I don't know what her definition of an older car is, but there's absolutely no reason why there should have been two men dressed in black with black ball caps over at Paul's house at 4:30 in the morning. Like, it's not like they could have even wandered up into that area.
Was there any video surveillance of them?
No.
Just her word?
Just her word, yeah.
I mean, I don't have any reason to doubt her. I'm just saying they don't. So far, we haven't seen anything that reinforces that. But we do have a witness that reinforces the hearing people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Harrington was like, yeah, I heard people too. I just didn't bother getting out of bed.
Which I would be like him. I would be like him.
But they also were neighbors right beside each other too. Right. So clearly there was something.
He may have known she was looking and he didn't look at
better in the dark where you can't see me. So it's better for the people in the back, they can't see me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to break you for lunch now. There's one legal issue I just wanted a few minutes to discuss with the attorneys. I'm also going to be extra generous today. I'm going to extend the lunch to 1:35. It's not by much. So, but I want to be able to talk to the attorneys afterwards. We'll do 1:40. We'll come back, and then we're going to continue on until we're done with it today. Okay. So don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. And I hope you have a nice lunch. Thank you all.
Poor guy lost his windshield today. He's having a day. Ugh. I don't know if they're going to talk legal stuff before the lunch or after. Oh, I like her outfit. Whoever she is back there. Do you think they carry all this stuff with them to and fro every day? Or they just in the courtroom and lock it?
They may I think they have a place to lock it up, but they may take home what they're going to be talking about the next day, so they can review it or something. But I don't know that I'd like all that stuff every day. Maybe they do. I don't know. But surely there's a secure place they can lock it up.
I would think so. You can't just leave all that stuff laying out all willy-nilly. But I don't know, those two women that are with the state. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they can lift a lot. I don't know. All right. Well, Asbury Park Press said, nope, never mind. I guess they're just going to. Oh, no.
Okay, I'll ask for the attorneys to confer, and I'll see everybody at 1:30 so that we can get started and go over this last issue. Thank you.
Okay, so he says 1:30. Whether or not that means we're going to see it is a completely different thing. So he'll probably just call them up to their desk and argue or something. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do. But what was the other thing that I've been stuck on too? There's the two guys. The glove that doesn't mean anything. I'm so glad we're past that. Let's talk about Paul's digital evidence. What's interesting is, remember, they can and will use everything against you in the court of law, right? If he says one bad thing about Keith, guess what they're going to do? Boom, here you are. You are mad at your brother, right? None of that, which I find interesting, even between him and his wife a little bit. Though that could be protected. I don't know the legality.
We just may not have heard it yet.
Spouses. Well, no, because they asked the one digital guy if they found any other relevant evidence regarding phones and searches and stuff, and they said no. So I thought that was quite interesting.
From Paul's phone or Keith's phone?
From Paul.
Okay.
Yeah, I forget what that person's name was, but I remember that, and I was like, oh, no Google searches for nothing suspicious, no Google searches, which isn't just, phone, but nothing, because I was like, so that's one question. The other one is the electric meter being taken off. I still don't understand why that needed to happen. If you've already cut the power and turned the generator off, do you
So
need
he
to
couldn't turn it back on, I guess, but I don't understand that part either. I mean, if I'm thinking like someone who's trying to do something, I want to make sure that they can't turn it back on, and maybe that's the only thing I can think of. Well, I'm just going to make sure the meter's not on, which you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I don't know. It's kind of weird. And then,
but that would be weird for whoever did it, not just if it's Paul.
Yeah. And I would think you'd kind of have to be knowledgeable.
Well, you wouldn't have to be an electrician. You would just have to know how to do it. It would be dangerous. But if you're going there to, in theory, take out 4 people, what's the difference? You got to do something. You're going to set the house on fire anyway, apparently. Right. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of little things like that you're saying that really don't make sense. But that's like when I said it looks like there was forethought to this crime, but there wasn't a lot of thought about this crime.
Yeah.
There's too many, not inconsistencies, but just human nature makes things difficult anyway. You don't know what a person's going to do. Like Jesse in the kitchen.
Yeah. Oh.
I didn't realize the proximity that the mother and the daughter were. I mean, they were like on different levels, but they're still in the same place, basically on the same area of the house. I didn't realize that until I saw it.
Well, and then risking Jennifer not calling 911 or something on the cell phones or the kids. That's a risky little game to play.
Right. But that's why he took out Verizon.
Would their cell phones still not work?
They should still call 911.
I think so. Yeah, I think
they still should call 911. I think even if you're but even if you have it tied to your house internet so you don't use your time on your phone, you would still should be able to make an emergency call. But where was her phone? It wasn't near her, was it?
I don't know. I feel like they said there was a phone in the kitchen. No.
Maybe that's where Jesse was headed.
Maybe.
That's why I wonder. That's why I'm not sure that even though they think that the little girl, what's her name again?
Sophia.
Was the last to die. We're
Mhm.
going to find that out. I don't know that she was the last one attacked.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
might have been because she was the highest up. But I just wonder if the son was it, because, well, no, there was a case in there. He may have went before the mother did.
I don't know.
Whoever came in through the mud room and through the kitchen. See, that's where I got John List vibes, was when I heard that that bullet round was in the kitchen. I was like, oh.
Mm-hmm. But
Okay.
I don't know. Hearing the ME, I think, is going to put a lot of things possibly into perspective. Maybe not, though. They can only determine so much. Like, we know that Sophia was the last because of the concentration of smoke and stuff in her blood. So that we know. But, oh, gosh.
But we still haven't had the forensics on the genes yet, right?
Correct.
So
yes. Technically, we don't know that that's Sophia's blood on the pants.
We just know it had something on it, but we don't know what it is yet.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, they haven't had any of those forensic people.
I don't know how you're going to justify that or how you're going to fight that, but I'm sure there'll be a way. They'll say it's the testing and method and all that, which is, especially if it's a new way of testing, it's valid to question it.
Oh, that's right. We are going to have a new.
And then a new method of
DNA
identifying the concentration or something.
Or like separating out if there's multiple samples or something. That's right. I forgot we were going to have something new.
Well, that's one thing that's in the care where you can separate if there's 2 or 3. If you get more than that, it's usually like a mess.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have I guess you don't have enough of each one to differentiate. But see, the thing is, the kids are going to have the same mitochondrial DNA as Paul.
What?
Because no, they won't, because it comes through the mother.
Would,
so they won't. No, they won't, because it comes through the mother. Paul and Keith would have the same, but the children are going to have Jennifer's.
I thought they used the mitochondrial for John O'Keefe's.
They did for John O'Keefe, which could have meant it would have been John's or Paul's or the kids or or his mother. It could have been any one of those 5 in John O'Keefe.
I forget the method of DNA that they're using in this, but I do know that they argued a lot about it, and it's kind of controversial. There's another case that's using it too that we were talking about. We're like, oh, isn't that the same way? And I forget. Sorry.
I forget what that. I have to leave here in a few minutes to go to work. And
I know. I'm so sorry. It's my first one of the day. Well, we'll see how this afternoon goes. This guy will probably be on for a little bit longer. I don't know if he's going to be called back. I feel like Monica is going ahead and getting a bunch of questions out of the way that he didn't really testify to on direct, so I don't.
Yeah, she did. She hasn't so far really asked anything about the phone calls that he presented. I guess there's really nothing to ask about those. They are what they are. But all you can ask about those is you don't know the context of the phone calls. I don't.
Yeah. They were nothing burgers to me, really. I don't know. They might be to somebody else, but like if you've had a loved one and they're very
I think you can say, just like you did, the first one, he's worried about the business, makes sense. The second one, his wife's worried about the mortgage payment, makes sense. He's been incarcerated for how long? And then the third one was where he was talking about the trust fund, and she said, well, I can't do that. I mean, that could be still business related, so you can kind of all say, well, that's normal course of thinking for him, because he's thinking about this business, thinking about the people that work for him, thinking about his family. So I just don't think the trust thing, to me, that's the biggest question mark in those phone calls.
Well, would Keith and his families, like all of that, go into the trust? Because we know the life insurance is supposed to go to the trust, but like the other
Well, see, the
state
the
things.
insurance on the house, there's going to be two different things on that house policy, probably. One is for the mortgage. That's going to get paid off. The other, there's probably incidents for the family members, because there always is, you know, and it may not be very much, because usually that's covers an accident.
Okay.
You know, if somebody gets hurt at your house or something, there's so much an individual and an incident. It may not cover this, but it might. And in that case, that wouldn't go to the mortgage. That would go to the estate.
Okay.
Now, the estate and trust are two different things.
Well, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah. I mean, will the estate roll into the trust, or will the trust roll into the estate?
That's what I was wondering. I don't know. I don't
That
understand.
matters.
Because if it all goes into the trust, then I could see also why Paul is a little like, I'm the only, you know, everything is in there and he's in jail. So
I would think it all would go into the estate, but I don't know estate planning and trust planning and all that stuff, especially in New Jersey laws, whatever their laws are.
yeah, I don't
But at some point, they're going to come together. One's going to go into the other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wasn't that impressed with those jail calls. Which, I mean, again, don't be stupid. Don't say stuff in jail calls about your case. Like,
well, and in these phone calls, he didn't.
No.
And you know, at least he didn't do that, because so
or at
many
least that
others
we
were like-
heard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In these calls, what we heard, he didn't, which is like it's amazing to me how many people do that. It's like, are you kidding me?
Oh.
You know it's being recorded. It tells you it's being recorded.
Right. And if you're in jail for murder, they're listening to your jail calls, okay? Not right when they happen, but they will pull them each week if you're in there for murder.
Yeah, don't think they're not going to listen to them, because they will. And then we'll check your mail. So remember that.
Don't make threats against who's ever prosecuting you or the judge, or you're going to make everything a whole lot worse. Just don't talk about it.
Don't talk about it to anybody but your lawyer when you're in the secluded room.
Don't even tell other people what your lawyer said. Don't do that. People do it all the time.
Don't talk to your cellmate. My gosh. Because you know they're looking for a way out.
Oh, and that third phone call too, Paul was asking for some science fiction books. I thought that was funny.
Guys got to read something. Got to read something. And usually they're pretty big.
Right, they are. That's true. And he's in county. So counties don't usually, they might have like a cart of books, unlike prison where there's like a library.
Right. Yeah.
So like you are very limited on what you
The
can
jail
do.
is pretty much going to be what people have donated.
Even then they've cracked down a lot that like if you order a book for somebody, you have to have it ordered from like Amazon. Like it has to come in the mail.
Right.
Because somehow they've managed to put drugs on paper, which I don't understand. And so people would
So it would have to come straight from Amazon, like wrapped or whatever.
Yes, it does. Or
that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, or else they're not allowed to have it, which I was like, oh, that's interesting. But yeah, so I don't even know like if they even have like if people leave their books, or I would think so, but I don't know. I just know getting them in, it has to be that way.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it makes sense, because the ones that want their drugs, they'll go to great lengths to get their drugs.
Yes. Yes, they will. They do all sorts of crazy things. Drugs on paper, kind of like acid, but not quite. But yeah, basically the whole sheet of paper is a drug or something. I don't know.
Would you have to eat the paper?
Yeah, I think so.
Or it be absorbed like, fentanyl is or something.
You
wouldn't want to do that, because you don't know who you would set off, and that would get you in a lot of trouble.
Like, I don't know if like the paper is like laced or coated with, I don't know. But it's a thing. It is a very real thing.
Oh, I don't doubt it. It sounds
I
like it
just
would be a thing.
don't know what and how, but they're very clever in there. That's for sure. Oh boy.
Right.
What is Savage sending me? Well, Lady in Gray, thank you so much for
Oh,
joining me this morning.
well,
Interesting-ish morning.
yeah, it was kind of. I mean, it wasn't a whole lot, I don't think, but the video was nice to see that how they got that picture and kind of get from some perspective, although it didn't 16 minutes of light coming on and off.
Which wouldn't like Paul knew about that light.
Well,
You know? And he'd had to know where all the cameras were because if I remember right, didn't Paul help Keith?
Well, I'm
set
sure
them
he
up?
knew where the cameras were, which is why there was a hood. He had a, I mean, you know what I'm saying? You can dress for that if you know how to do it. And you know, those, we talked about those filters, the mask you
Yeah.
can get on for your face too.
The infrareds, yes.
Yeah, the infrared stuff. So I guess, I don't know.
Oh, and mtDNA, mitochondrial DNA is from the mom only.
Yeah, that's not what this is going to be. Well, it might. No, I wouldn't think so. That's not that new, and it's not that controversial.
Yeah. Whatever they're doing.
By itself, unless they match it with something else. I don't know.
They could.
But the thing is, if it's mitochondrial, that means it's going to be Jennifer's, Jesse's, or Sophia's. So that doesn't help.
Oh, that's true. No,
You know,
they know it's.
Yeah.
They at least got Sophia out of it.
Yeah.
I think it's something where they're mixed together and they can
separate them now. They're better at separating them.
No, the problem is that it's the math, if I remember right. It's the odds that it's from this person, which sounds like how they normally do DNA, but apparently this is not the same as when they're like, oh, this is 1 in 7 octillion bazillion.
So it's the calculation that's different.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be interesting because I haven't seen one like that. So cool.
I feel like it has something to do with the math. And I was like, because I was like, how is that different? But apparently it is. I don't know. So definitely be around for the math stuff, Lick, because I'm going to be like, huh?
I'll try.
I don't do that.
That'll probably be one of those days I have to go in at 5 and I come home at 9 and I'm like, I gotta have it.
Like, I know you're sleep deprived, but come tell me how math works.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for being on with us. I know you gotta get ready for work.
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready for work. But y'all have fun this afternoon, and
we will.
I don't know when I'm gonna catch up on this trial. Maybe this weekend. Stuff to do tonight.
That's true. That's true. Well, thanks for being on. You guys don't go anywhere. I'm gonna put up the word game for all of you guys, hopefully.
Good luck, everybody. Word game.
All right. I'll see you later.
I will
tonight,
see you later.
All right. Bye, babes.
Bye.
Now, hopefully I can get to work. I did get signed in and everything. There you go. Where is it where I'm a little itty bitty person? There we go. Okay. There it is. Hold on. Now, I logged in. It should be ready to go. But whether or not it works, I don't know. Let's see. Shall we? And he said, what, 1:40? Okay, good. That's what it says there. I'm going to come back at 1:30, though. Actually, let me change that to 1:30. Just in case we do get to hear the lawyer arguments. So if we don't hear them, then I'll play word game with you guys for a little bit. But I am going to go take a break because I have a few things I need to take care of and be an adult about, apparently. So I'm going to do that. But let's see if this works before I step away. All right. All right, it works. There you go, kiddos. My first word. I love that. All right, let me put up the banner here so everybody knows. I will, thong, tonight, and tight are the first 3 words, guess you guys. All right, I'll be back in a little bit, friends. Enjoy.
you
Hello, friends. I'm back. I see you guys have been quite busy with the word game. Elbow feet kept my chair really nice and warm. They're not out here. Oh, shh. Sorry. You guys are so competitive. Oh, the eye is fake. Oh, good job, Tracy. Good job. By the way, Court has not come back. Oh, hold on. I'm going to go over and press the button. There we go. I want tacos. I think the L is fake. It's, damn, Amy, you beat me to it. Oh, it didn't take that word. It's not gonna work. Look at that, you guys. Good job. Perfect score. Oh my goodness. Now remember, if Court comes back, we got to switch it over. So they're not back yet, though. Oh, L. L is the hidden letter. Good job, Amos. Oh, N is the fake letter. Okay. And I go and use N. Of course I do. Oh. Oh. Oh, look at those last minute words coming in. Good job. Oh, wow. All right. I don't know why court's not back yet. It's weird. Hmm. Why is it not taking any of our words? Dumbbell. All right. So, are we just overloading it maybe? That doesn't make sense. I think we broke it, guys. I think we broke it. Oh, because there's no 4 letters slot. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, court's back. It's all right. They're not saying anything yet. Game over anyway. Good job, guys. Let me see who. Good job, Amos. You won. All right, back to court we go. Good job, everyone, on game time. Get back to this one.
Okay, Ms. Messalone, when you're ready.
So, I'm sorry, Lieutenant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We left off with, we were looking at a map of the area of 27 Tilden, and we were discussing surveillance video, and I'm gonna get back to that in a moment. But I wanted to first take a step back. You mentioned, and you explained that this was a very collaborative approach, right? There's a lot of different investigators handling different aspects of the case, and all of the detectives you guys were having meetings and you're in contact and you're discussing the various moving parts of this case, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that comes with that method is information is coming in, in let's say piecemeal, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the circumstances. Sometimes you get it right away. Sometimes it might come later at a briefing,
Let me ask a better question. That wasn't phrased very well. So what I'm asking is this. It's not like you start the investigation on November 20th and on November 21st, you have all of the information, all of the evidence today, right?
No, so
There's there's ballistics, and there's arson, and there's DNA, and there's canvassing, looking for surveillance videos, there's financial aspect to the case. And so as time moves forward, more and more information is learned, correct?
yes. Sometimes information is relayed right away. Sometimes I'm present for it. Sometimes, somebody would call. Sometimes it takes a while for lab stuff. So yeah, throughout the entirety of the investigation, you continuously learn more information.
Right, and for example, if you subpoena something or you get a warrant for something, records, documents, information of some sort, maybe sometimes they respond in a day, but probably usually it takes a few weeks or it takes a few months or something along those lines, right?
Fair to say, yes.
And in this particular case, we're talking about November 2018, right?
Yes,
The investigation didn't stop in November of 2018, it continued, correct?
absolutely.
And it continued for several months, right?
Yes,
And even several years.
yes,
Additional information was learned in 2019, 2020, 2021 even, right?
yeah, the investigation really never stops.
It never stops, right? So more information is learned. And in this case, we know that, so when you learn information, you meaning universal you of law enforcement, the detectives, the investigation team, you're obviously relaying that information to the prosecutors, right?
Most of the time.
Who are handling the case.
Yeah.
And then you know that they then relay the information to the defense, right?
That's the way I understand it works, yes.
It's the process of discovery, right?
Yes.
I mean, you're not calling me directly saying, hey, this is what we learned today, right? You're talking to them because you worked in the same office, correct?
Correct.
And then it's not your job to tell me what's happening. You know that the state tells the defense, right?
Object to relevance.
I'll allow it, but not for long. Go ahead.
My only point, sir, is simply that as information is learned, you're learning it, they're learning it, and then we learn it, right?
I'm aware of the discovery process. You're correct. I don't discuss any facts or circumstances with you or information. Everything is done through the prosecutor, so yes.
Okay. And now, going back to 27 Tilton, if I could have the front table again. So we've seen this map, right? The only question I have left for you is, can you reviewed the reports in this case, you've collaborated, right? Can you point us to any report that talks about anyone canvassing these specific houses, house by house, and what the results were, whether contact was made, whether that house had any surveillance cameras or anything along those lines?
As I sit here, I cannot point to any specific thing other than saying that I know a canvass was done of the entire area. I can't point to any particular report as I sit here now, but I know a canvass was done of the area.
When you say you know a canvass was done, are you talking about like, you know that it was done generally? You don't know the specifics of what houses were went to and what the results were, correct?
I don't know the details of every single house that was gone to, whether they had cameras, whether the cameras showed anything or not. I don't have that information.
You don't have that information, but you also can't point us to anywhere where it would tell us, right?
As I sit here, no, I cannot.
Now,
Sorry, we haven't forgotten, Monica. We know.
you said you did review the surveillance video, the relevant surveillance videos in this case, correct?
Portions of them, yes.
Okay. And so you've seen the surveillance videos of the Porsche Macan, right? Leaving the driveway, right?
Yes.
And turning, as we said, right onto Green Grove Road, right?
Yes.
And then you've seen the surveillance videos where there's a car, you can't really tell exactly what kind of car it is. It's a car 20 minutes later arriving in the area of 15 Boulevard,
I'm going to object
correct?
to the testimonial nature of that question. You can't tell what kind of car it was. It's facts that are in evidence that are being asserted.
I'll rephrase that.
Yeah,
The video is not as clear, perhaps, as the 27 Tilton video, or the videos that were taken from the area of 27 Tilton, but there's a vehicle that arrives in the area of 15 Boulevard 20 minutes later, correct?
There is a vehicle that arrived. That video is not as clear, but as I detailed in my report, the taillights are consistent with that of a Porsche Macan.
Okay. And so we're talking about a 20-minute difference, right? Timeline-wise?
20 minutes being from surveillance on Green Grove to surveillance on Willowbrook.
Right, because we know from the surveillance video that the vehicle is leaving the area of 27 Tilton at approximately 2:07 a.m., right?
Correct.
And then we know that there's a vehicle arriving in the area of 15 Willowbrook or 44 Willowbrook is where we're getting surveillance for the video from at approximately 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, but what we don't have is any surveillance videos that would follow the car from point A to point B, correct?
The only other video that we have is that 85 Willowbrook down the street, but between that, we do not have video.
When you say 85 Willowbrook, you're talking it's right down the street from 15 Willowbrook, right?
Down the street, yes.
But we don't have any video in between. So we don't know, for example, the exact route that the car traveled, right?
The exact route, no.
We don't know if the car stopped anywhere, correct?
When I did the presumed route, or possible route, I should say, it was 20 minutes. Basically, it was 20 minutes between point A and point B in Tilton and Willowbrook. And that's the time from 2:07 to 2:27. So timing-wise, it's consistent. with
You
the vehicle
personally
not
drove the
stopping.
route, is that what you're saying?
I did not personally drive the route.
Oh, okay, so what are you referencing when you say it's approximately 20 minutes?
As I detailed in my report, I went on Google Maps and did a route from 27 Tilton to 15 Willowbrook.
Okay, we know from real life experience, sometimes it could be faster, sometimes it can be slower, correct?
Yeah, it's approximately 20 minutes.
Right, so what we don't know is whether the car, for example, was speeding, right? And maybe got there, maybe it only took 17 minutes, but it stopped for 3 minutes. That's my point, is we don't know what exactly happened from point A to point B, correct?
No, it's an approximation.
Right, and we don't know if the vehicle stopped and someone got in the car or anything like that, or out of the car. We don't have that information.
Sustained.
So with respect to surveillance video at the area of 15 Willowbrook. Oh, yeah, I think I can. Oh, yeah. I'm going to show what's been published as it's D1-317. Okay, so the video that we have of the vehicle arriving in the area of 15 Willowbrook, right? When the vehicle arrives at approximately 3:27 or so in the morning, it's driving from the,
227.
oh, I'm sorry, 227, yes. From 227, from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen, correct?
Arriving from the right side of the screen to the left, yes,
It's going from right to left.
correct.
And is that east to west, or is that west to east?
East to west.
It's going east to west, okay. And when what you don't see is the vehicle pulling into the driveway, correct?
No, ma'am.
And so the vehicle goes past the driveway, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the vehicle, we don't know where it goes after that, right?
There was no surveillance on the further west of the property. 44 Willowbrook is where the surveillance stopped.
Right. So like we don't know if the vehicle stopped on the side of the road here. We don't know if it pulled into this driveway. We don't know if it kept going. We just don't know.
Oh, based on the review of the 867, I didn't see any lights up towards the driveway. Again, the video doesn't get clear, but I also didn't see any lights up towards that way. So, I don't.
Which video are you referring to?
867 Route 34.
Okay, yeah, let's look at 867. You can just leave. So this is a still frame of the 867 view, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what are we looking at exactly? We're looking from the direction of the 867 structure toward Willowbrook, and that's the gate that you were referencing?
So that's the gate. So 15 Willowbrook would be more or less in the top. I'm looking at the screen, the top right, and that would be the driveway. I knew it start, but it would go more towards the northwest direction. So up and towards the left.
A bunch of trees.
Of the screen.
So I guess what I'm asking is, I'm just gonna hold this up. May I approach?
Of course.
Okay, so we're looking at this map here, right? And this is 867.
That's a barn that's on the property, but yes.
Where's 867? Is it
The actual
here?
residence is down.
down
further.
more? Okay. And this here is the long driveway that comes down from Willowbrook Road, correct?
Correct.
So the view that we're seeing,
Up the driveway, basically.
okay, but we can't see this long driveway on that video, correct?
No.
Okay, and the angle is facing this way is what you're saying?
Correct.
Up? Is the gate visible here or is it down further?
The gate would be right about there.
Here.
Correct.
Okay. And it doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't appear that we can see too far past that gate, right?
No, I wouldn't be able to tell how far past that gate you can see.
Okay. Did you get a daytime view by any chance?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you only have the nighttime view.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm gonna, we can put it back up here. Actually, put it back.
Interesting. Why wouldn't they have a daytime for comparison?
Before we unplug that, can we capture that?
This is not marked. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, we just put up the video.
That's fine. So, all right, so we're gonna mark this. Mr. Murray, what's your next exhibit? Do you know?
So this is gonna be a photo exhibit?
Yeah.
This is gonna be D1-421.
All right. And then- So just so that we're on the same page here, can you circle where the gate is? Okay. And do you know where specifically the camera was located on the property?
Can you bring that up a little bit? It's my understanding that it was,
Hold on, wait. Circle that gate again. And then let me see if I can zoom out.
it was on the barn to the left that you barely see at the top there.
Okay. Can you just put like an X where you think the camera is approximately? Okay. And so if a vehicle pulled into this little side, this like right here in the beginning of that driveway, we can't see that on the video that we just saw, correct?
I don't know if you would be able to see it. If a vehicle pulled straight down, I don't know without seeing a car do that, whether or not I could see it.
Okay. You don't know whether looking at that frame that we just saw, you'd be able to see a car like here at the entrance of this driveway?
No, without having anything to reference, I wouldn't be able to say you could or couldn't see it.
Okay. And you never got a daytime view to see what exactly you could see?
No, ma'am.
All right, so that is
It's
317.5.
I mean, we're dealing with a quadruple murder.
Lieutenant, do you mind just undoing that?
I would
Thank you, sir.
By
expect
the way,
him to do that.
if you keep going left, I think you testified about this on direct, but maybe like a little bit further down, there's, you could make a left onto 34.
Left or right, but yes.
Left or right.
Lights, but I don't
Okay.
know.
But if you made a left, you'd be going back toward Ocean Township.
I don't know if I would say that.
Didn't you get surveillance video from a BP gas station?
Yes.
Okay. And the purpose of getting the surveillance video from the BP gas station was to see if you could see the McCann, right? The Porsche McCann driving past it on, I think, Route 34 to see which route the McCann took, correct?
Well, we pull video to see if there's anything of relevance, first of all. But second of all, that would have been once we pulled it, that would have been one of the things we were looking to ascertain was if we could see the vehicle.
Okay. And you didn't see the McCann on the BP gas station video, correct?
The video was not of clarity that I would be able to tell any video, but I did not see anything that I felt was consistent with it, no.
Okay. There was nothing, in your opinion, of evidentiary value, correct?
On that camera, no.
But there were cars driving past the gas station during this relevant time frame, right?
There was.
Okay. And those cars were not of interest to you. Tell me if I'm wrong. Those cars were not of interest to you because they didn't appear to look like the McCann? Or is there some other reason why those cars were not of interest to you?
I did not see any car that resembled the Porsche Macan.
And like you said, in the videos we do have of 867, we don't suddenly see like headlights or anything like that, right?
I did not see anything on that video when I reviewed it.
When you reviewed it, right? So if you don't see headlights and the car's driving, would you agree that that would either mean you can't see it on the video or the car had to stop before them?
Objection, it's speculation.
It is. Because there's more ways than just those two.
Are there other ways what other ways are there?
Ways for what, ma'am?
I'm not sure.
Come on up. I'll tell you exactly what I meant.
I mean, here's the thing. When it comes to the barn and that property that's next to Keith's place, they know that a car did not enter the driveway based on 44 Willowbrook's cameras. All right. They know a car drove past And that means it either, if this is the murder car carrying the killer, it either stopped after it passed 44 and pulled over on Colts Neck towards the beginning of the property, that little entrance there, or it went down this dirt driveway. I don't understand why they then wouldn't have really dotted all their I's and T's when it came to that road running alongside and the possibility of somebody parking there. For some reason, everybody that it gets brought up to, they're like, didn't really think it mattered. But I mean, I don't know. It's a dirt road. I would think that it matters. Also, where else do you think they parked the car? I don't know. I'm not saying that that's something to like be like, whoa, Paul's not guilty. That's not what I'm saying. Just saying that, like, again, a quadruple murder, a horrific quadruple murder. And they didn't even go back and check to see what that barn camera can get during the day and like the distance on that. But when the state was talking about it, they just made it sound like, oh, nothing was caught there. So it couldn't, there's a camera there and it didn't catch anything. It's like, well, we don't even know how far it could capture anything. I'm just saying I've seen more done for less. So. That's just.
First of all, I apologize to juror number 5 because I know how much you hate that. I apologize. Number 2, the only thing that I ask, I realize it gets boring when we're at the sidebar, but everything's being picked up. So if you guys are too loud, then I don't know if they're picking up everything the way that they should be here. So I just ask if you don't mind. You can chat. I get it. Just if you guys can just keep it down for me a little bit, I really appreciate that. All right. With that being said, Ms. Mastalone, I'm going to allow you to rephrase your question.
Where they're allowed to chat.
Tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Your investigation, right? Pursuant to your investigation where there's video of this vehicle that you deem relevant, right? Because it arrives in the area at a specific time and you Google mapped it. The investigative belief is that the vehicle is somewhere in this area at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving on to 15 Willowbrook area. There was no 911 call ever placed that night from 15 Willowbrook, correct?
From 15 Willowbrook? No.
Right. Like, in other words, there was no 911 call that originated from Keith's phone, correct?
No.
No 911 call that ever originated from Jennifer's phone?
No.
And neither of the children either, correct?
No.
But you've been to 15 Willowbrook, correct?
I have.
And you're familiar with the layout, right? Of the area?
Of the area, yes.
And of like the general area of the house?
Yes.
And so we've seen photos, and perhaps you'd agree that the master bedroom has like a sliding glass door.
I don't remember the sliding glass door specifically, but I wouldn't argue with you.
Do you recall that there's like a balcony outside of the master bedroom on the second floor?
Actually, I don't without seeing a picture of it.
Do you recall whether the master bedroom is essentially right over the area of where Keith Caneiro's was found? can I?
Where Keith's body was found in the yard?
Yes.
No.
I'm showing what's been already published as D1-283. Lieutenant, do you recognize this area that I'm pointing to? It's the two, like the sliding glass door on the second floor as the master bedroom of the house?
I believe you are correct, yes.
Okay, and I misspoke, I meant, so there were shell casings found approximately in this area here?
No.
No.
The shell casings were found further up to you're essentially looking at the southwest corner of the house. The shell casings were found to the northwest.
Can you see in the photograph where the shell casings were found?
No.
You can't see it at all?
No.
Okay.
They're over by the garage, girl.
Either way, there were no 911 calls placed that night, correct?
From this residence? No.
Yeah, that's what I meant. And Jennifer Caneiro, her phone was never found, correct?
Correct.
And so obviously the information from it was never extracted.
Correct.
And we know that there was a lot of sifting through debris in this case. There was removal of debris and more sifting, extensive searches, and the phone was never located, correct?
It was not.
Now, obviously, if we had the phone, right, if we were able to do an extraction, there's a lot of information that could have been learned, right?
From the phone.
Objection, speculation.
I'll rephrase the question.
Yeah, let's, please.
We know generally a phone extraction contains a lot of information about the phone, correct? Just generally.
It generally contains information.
Right.
I don't know.
We heard testimony, it can contain text messages and calls and internet searches and applications and when it's in use and things of that nature, right?
Potentially, if it's able to be extracted, yes.
Right, if there's a successful extraction, there's categories of information that could be learned, right?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, and without the phone, you obviously can't do that, right?
No.
But what you can do is you can subpoena or get a warrant or something for phone records, correct?
We could, yes.
And phone records do not provide as much information as an extraction would, right?
Not even close.
Not even close, okay. But what it does tell us, right, is more basic information, like when calls are placed, when calls are received, when text messages are sent, and when text messages are received, correct?
It does, yes.
Like it doesn't give you, it might not give you the content, but it'll give you this basic timeline of information,
If
right?
they're if those messages are using self connection, yes, versus data connection.
Okay, and there's also applications that wouldn't register in a phone record, correct?
Correct.
For example, if you're using WhatsApp, right, that's not going to show up in your Verizon, T-Mobile, or AT&T phone records, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so my only point is that phone records contain records of when a text message, normal text messages are sent and received, as well as phone calls, correct?
Yes.
But also, you can obtain cell site information, correct?
That's a good one.
And what that means is that if the phone is being used or not necessarily actively used, but if it's receiving information, if there's data, like if a text message is received or a phone call is received, that can bounce off of a cell tower, correct?
If the phone is powered on and in proper working order, you can get cell tower information.
Okay.
I feel like she would have
That's agreeing that the phone would have to be on, right?
See.
And if the phone is on, phone records can be helpful because they can tell us the general vicinity of where the phone is, correct?
It gives you cell tower information.
It doesn't tell you the exact location of the phone, right? But if a phone, it can tell you whether a phone is perhaps in a totally different town or a few towns over, correct?
If it's hitting off, whatever tower it's hitting off, it would tell you where that tower is, yes.
Right, like generally speaking.
Yes.
It's like there's like a circle or a U around the area, right? Something to that effect.
Yeah, so
Okay. And so in this case though, phone records for Jennifer Caneiro's phone were never obtained, correct?
they were not.
So we don't know whether the phone was on or off, right?
As I sit here, no,
And we don't know whether the phone traveled anywhere, correct?
I don't know.
And we also know that Jennifer Caneiro's phone was not found at Mr. Paul Caneiro's house, right?
It was not.
And since we're on the topic of applications of text messaging type applications that aren't your traditional text message, you did have the opportunity to review Keith Caneiro's cell phone extraction, correct?
I did.
And so you know that Keith Caneiro had a variety of chat applications on his phone that were not traditional text messaging, correct?
Good question.
I know he had
We
WhatsApp,
should have.
Facebook Messenger. That's only two that off the top of my head I recall.
They could have
And I can show you this if it'll refresh your recollection, but I can try asking you and maybe you'll remember. If not, I'll show it to you. Do you recall that he also had Snapchat?
I don't recall seeing that.
Okay, I'm gonna show you. I'm going to show you what's being marked as D127.
I mean, she's definitely showing that they really honed on Paul, which, okay.
Do you recognize this as a Celebrate extraction report?
I do.
But they shouldn't rule it out that Jen was more of could have been a target.
I'm just going to have you flip through it.
They actually haven't learned anything about the victims too, which is kind of weird. Why is my monitors keep doing that? You know, because if somebody was after Jennifer, yeah, they'd still want to.
So does that help refresh your recollection that on Keith Caneiro's Google phone, because he didn't have an iPhone, right?
He did not.
He had like the Google-based phone.
He had a Google phone, yes.
On his phone, he had Snapchat, which is listed as number 2 on the front page.
Well, I don't actually see anything that indicates other than that it's a Google Android generic extraction report. I don't see anything specific to Keith Caneiro on this report.
So when you pull an extraction report, it doesn't always give you that information on the face page, does it? I could pull up the actual extraction.
I'm not saying it's enough.
Or do you want to accept that that's his phone?
If I was in that area, I'd have questions.
I've always seen that front page, and then there's other content that, you know, you can determine. I'm just telling you from what I see right here, there's nothing on here that specifically says this is Keith Caneiro's extraction report.
I understand it doesn't say that. I can pull up the actual extraction on my laptop for you to view, if that'll make you feel more comfortable. Or do you want to accept that this is from his phone?
I accept it. I'm just letting you know that I don't actually see anything.
Okay, but it does say Google Android phone at the top.
It does.
Generic, right? And we know that he was the individual in this case that had the Google phone, right?
Correct.
Okay, so
Remember, they didn't do.
he had
Corey's
Snapchat,
phone
right?
either.
That is an application, yes.
And he had Instagram, that's number 4.
Yes.
And he had, looks like, Google Hangouts, right?
Yes.
Google Plus.
Yes.
We flip to the next page. The following page. Here's Google Duo. That's
Yes.
it's number 11.
Yes.
Number 12 is, he has Signal,
Yes.
and number 13 is WhatsApp.
Yes.
And then it looks like number 14 is just like it's just called Messenger,
Yes.
and 16 is Google Hangouts.
Yes.
Okay. So can we agree, and obviously you had the opportunity to look at Keith Caneiro's phone, correct?
I did.
But these are examples of messaging applications that would be, at least some of these would be encrypted, correct?
Some of them, yes.
Like when you go on the extraction, you can't see the messages from WhatsApp, right?
No, I believe you can.
Is it crackly on your guys' end, or is it?
What about Signal? Can you see the messages from Signal?
I don't know, but I also don't remember seeing any messages on his phone with Signal either.
Massachusetts, no.
Okay.
Talk to your bestie.
So if Detective McReese testified that we don't have that information, is he wrong, or are you certain that this information is on Keith's phone?
That there's WhatsApp information?
Like the actual content of these messages?
There was chats that I believe I saw on WhatsApp.
Okay. Can we agree that there are messaging applications on his phone that we don't have the content of those messages?
I can say that I don't recall seeing any Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
Okay. So if those applications were in use, right? If Signal or WhatsApp or Snapchat, for example, were in use during the relevant time frame, we wouldn't know what was said.
I don't know that for sure.
You don't know whether we would know what was said?
Objection, yes, and answer.
Can we come on up, please?
I mean, she's making a very, very solid point. Why would you not? Again, we're talking about a quadruple freaking murder. All right. If you go and extract my phone, you're going to be like, this bitch doesn't talk to anybody. Oh, she must have been asleep because there's no phone calls or text messages. And that's because the majority of my conversations are on Discord. Like, if you didn't go into Discord on my phone and extract that, it will look like I wasn't talking to nobody. But all of my intimate conversations, not that kind of intimate, but you know what I mean, mostly done via Discord than through text messages. As a matter of fact, even my own mom knows you're better off getting a hold of me through Discord than texting me on my phone. Same with Terry. Terry will tell you. So why would they not go through all of these different apps just to be sure? Because while yes, Paul does have motive, there's lots of other kinds of motives. And it's interesting that, I mean, they didn't take Keith's phone, but Jennifer's is nowhere to be found. Though, what do you guys think if, let's say she was holding her phone and it fell into that basement stairwell where it was like real bad from the fire, would it have burned up the phone like completely? Like there'd be nothing left of it? Or how does that work? I don't really know. The certain burn temperatures for certain things. Because I mean, gosh, everything that was in that storage room was gone. But I don't know if there's like remnants of what phones are made of that require a hotter heat. I don't know. But why wouldn't you look into Jennifer's stuff as well? They didn't look into Corey's stuff. I mean, listen, they're not Massachusetts State Police bad, okay? But I would be asking them some questions like, so, I mean, this is what they did for, rich people quadruple murder. Think of what they do when the people aren't that important, if you will. I just think that's pretty crazy. I think it's pretty crazy they didn't do none of that. Because they also did, I think they did Paul's wife and his daughters as well. So, I don't know. Savage says there would have been something left of it. Whether they could pull off any info is another story if it was there. Right, that's what I mean. It probably would have been moot, but it's interesting that her phone is nowhere to be found. I mean, sure, it could have just went away and maybe got crushed up during, fire stuff. Totally possible, but who knows? Who knows? So, hold on a second. Sorry, guys. If she had a Nokia brick phone, it'd probably still work after the fire, probably. Oh, man. You remember those days? The walkie-talkie ones? Oh, those were so annoying. Those are still the same people who talk on speaker in public, I'm convinced. Those people never went away. Did Jennifer do anything for a living? I haven't heard. Again, it's kind of weird that they haven't really made Keith and Jennifer and Sophia and Jesse people yet. The state hasn't. I mean, yes, they keep dropping their names and stuff, and yes, it's, we are obviously realizing the horrific nature, but usually they'll start off with trying to make these people for the ones who've never met them, and then they'll bring somebody at the end to this, the emotional pull, if you will. And it's kind of weird that they haven't done that. You know what other case they didn't do that for? The Murdaugh trial. And I thought that was interesting as well. IG says, other thing too is Jennifer had direct contact with the flames. It is possible if she had a phone, it was completely destroyed. I was thinking, well, if the electricity's out, maybe she would use her phone as a flashlight. But then I thought, well, she probably heard all those gunshots. I wouldn't use my flashlight. I wouldn't want anybody to know where I am if I'm going to try to. But I would still have my phone for 911's sake, So, Stan says, I think the evidence only pointed them in one direction, and that was all towards Paul. And listen, it may have been Paul, but they didn't even bother going into some other avenues. And sometimes that can be problematic. You know, I mean, look, it's not looking good for Paul with his clothes in the basement. Okay.
I'll give you more.
But some of that stuff also didn't come till days later, you know? So I guess we'll see. I'll tell you what, though. Paul is freaking cool as a freaking cucumber under pressure. I mean, that man doesn't even look like he's going away for the rest of his life. Like, that's not even on his radar that that's a possibility. I mean, don't get me wrong. People like convince themselves, of course. What is this? What is this? Cool. It's not even their afternoon break time. What was I saying? Oh, you know, people all the time will be shocked when they're found guilty. Sure. But this guy just nothing out of him. He shows no emotion. He's not writing anything down. He does confer. Why do my monitors keep doing this? He does confer with Monica a little bit, but I just find them very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Do any of you locals know what Jennifer did? Like, I mean, not for a living is the right word, but I don't know. Maybe she's into like charity or something like that. I don't know. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Oh, a stay at home. Okay. I figured, I mean, listen, her children are pretty young. I mean, I know that they were 8 and 11, but, you know, elementary school, still pretty young. Yeah, see what you could find out about. Again, I think it's really strange that they didn't start off with some sort of to give them, you know, more personality. It's not like you need that, but it helps, you know. Right. A lot with the schools. Yeah. Elementary school is crazy. And I feel like they just expect way more out of parents in elementary school than like ever before. I was like, I don't have, who has the time? I don't have time to do all of that. So mine's out of elementary school now, but it's kind of crazy. You know what? I feel like maybe I think I'm confusing trials because I'm also covering, you know, the Banfield trial and After Dark. And Christine is the wife in that one. She was in the healthcare field. So I think I might be mixing up the facts between her and Jennifer. Yeah, I don't think I know anything about Jennifer. So, and why do they only have life insurance on Keith and not Jennifer? Because you can have like life insurance on anyone, right? You know, locals are, because obviously we're not really seeing anybody in the courtroom, which a little surprising, but also not considering the length of it and the weather. Though it does kind of make me sad to not see that courtroom full. But no judgment. It is being televised, so people don't have to, go. But what is it a lot of talk in your guys' local community about what's going on, or do people just not really paying attention to it all? Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Let's see. What? It's a huge story there. Okay, so people are buzzing about it. Interesting. Well, that's good. I mean, I can imagine it being pretty freaking horrific for the community overall. So, everyone's been following it. Well, that's good. Does Paul's family still live in the area, or do they still live on Tilton Drive? Did they move out of the area? I wonder. Hi, Lynn. Lynn says it's getting talked about now, but nothing like back when it happened. Oh, I'm sure. Oof. Goodness. I was going to say, because I know Jersey's what, the highest
Make sure I didn't forget.
population concentration of all the states.
We're ready to continue. Ms. Messalone, when you're ready.
Lieutenant, you do recall that cell phone extractions sometimes take a little while to load, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so while Keith's is loading, I'm gonna ask you about Katie Canairo's cell phone extraction. Okay? So Katie is Mr. Canairo's daughter, correct?
Yes.
And the morning of November 20th, 2018, right? You weren't at 27 Tilton, correct?
I was not.
But you were made aware who was there, right? As far as Mr. Paul Caneiro and his family.
Yes.
Okay. And in Katie's cell phone extraction, which you said you reviewed the relevant time frames of November 20th, right?
I reviewed a portion of her phone, yes.
Okay. So in her call log for the morning of November 20th, 2018, between the hours of 9:37 a.m. and 12:53 p.m., so we're talking about a little more than a 3-hour time frame, Katie Caneiro placed 21 phone calls to either Keith or Jennifer Caneiro, correct?
I don't know that for sure. I would have to look at the extraction to say for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna approach with what's been marked as D128. And do you recognize that document as an extraction report?
Yes.
Okay. And in this report, if you want to read through it, it has, you can see the context of who's being called and who's calling, correct?
To and from, yes.
Right, so for example, you can see calls to Aunt Jen, and you can see calls to Uncle Keith home, right? You can see those calls being placed.
You're not a traitor,
Yes.
I promise.
And would you accept my representation that there's 21 total calls? Or do you want to count them?
Again, there's no details because it just says outgoing or missed. It doesn't have the actual other side of it. So it says who it's going to. So once again, you're saying that this is Paul's daughter's phone, but
Right, so are you
There's nothing-
disagreeing that it's Paul's daughter's phone? how about this? Do you see an entry? It's number 8 on the first page.
Okay,
And it says the call is from Dad.
yes,
Okay. And the phone number is Paul Caneiro's phone number, right?
yes,
Okay. So if it says, if you did phone extractions for Paul's daughters, and in this extraction log, there's a call from Dad, and it's Paul Caneiro, does that help you recall that this is a phone extraction from one of his daughters?
yes,
Okay. The other alternative is I could pull up her phone extraction as well. So do you want to accept that this is Katie Caneiro's phone extraction?
I will trust that it is.
Okay. And will you also accept my representation that between 9:37 a.m. and 12:53 p.m., there was a total of 21 calls
She's beautiful.
placed to either Keith Caneiro or Jennifer Caneiro.
Without counting them, I would trust that what you're saying is accurate.
So that's 21 calls within a little more than a 3-hour time period, correct?
Yeah.
Now, we know that there were text messages sent from Keith's phone between 3:14 a.m. and 3:18 a.m., correct?
Yes,
And those messages were sent to Paul.
yes,
And those are regular text messages, so we have them, we know they exist, right?
yes,
And you've seen them.
yes,
And one of those text messages indicates that, it's in evidence, we've seen them, that Keith is telling Paul, my power is out, and I'm gonna go check the generator, correct?
yes,
Okay. And we also know that Keith is found outside on his lawn, right?
yes,
And we know that there were gunshots at approximately 3:30 in the morning, correct?
I believe in this report said they were around 3:26, but yes,
Okay, we'll get to that. Approximately 3:30 in the morning, maybe including 3:26. There's gunshots, right?
yes,
So the belief is that Mr. Keith Caneiro was shot at
Okay.
approximately that time, right?
The one that's
On the front lawn.
seen there behind
And-
Monica. Oh, you can't see my mouse.
So there's text messages coming from his phone at around between 3:14 and 3:18 a.m. And then we hear the gunshots at approximately 3:30-ish, right? And
Okay.
he's also
Thank
in
you
the
for bringing
clothes
it up.
that he's found in, he's fully dressed, correct?
yes,
Right, he's wearing like a windbreaker, right?
yes,
Jacket and a hoodie. Is a hood up,
yes,
and he had keys and a wallet,
yes,
and he's wearing pants,
yes,
sneakers. And we also know that Paul's phone was plugged in at his house during this time frame, correct?
yes,
And we know that not just because of the extraction that was performed by Detective McGarisi, but you were personally in contact with Detective Hauger from the FBI, correct?
yes,
And they confirmed that the phone was never left Paul Caneiro's house that night.
Special Agent Hager said that his phone was connected to a femtocell, basically a personal cell site, from 3:07 in the afternoon till 4:57 in the morning.
And what that means is sometimes when a person has bad cell phone service, the carrier provides them with like their own little self-service.
It's my understanding, yes.
Okay, that's what Detective Hauger explained. And one of the things that was found in this case in the backpack of the Cayenne, right, was what's called a FLIR, correct?
Yes.
You testified about it at the grand jury, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with it.
I know what it is. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm familiar with it, but
If you know what it is, you're familiar with what it is, right?
I've never used it, is my point.
Okay. But you know what it is. So you know that it is, the FLIR is, it's like an external application where you plug it into your phone and then you can see like thermal imaging, correct?
From what I understand, yes.
I'm just going to show what I believe is already been published as D1 329. Okay. You've seen this before, correct?
I don't believe I have, no.
Oh, okay. So you haven't seen all of the evidence in this case. You haven't seen the items that were seized from Mr. Caneiro's.
No, as I testified earlier, I've seen some of the evidence in this case, but not every individual piece. I'm aware that this was located, but I don't believe I ever physically saw it.
And you're aware that this piece that sticks out here is what plugs into the phone?
It would make sense to me, yes.
Okay. So can we agree you need a phone to use it?
I would agree, yeah.
I see what you did there, Monica.
But I also don't know if it would be any phone either.
Also a good
I don't know if
point.
you need to have cell service to it or anything along those lines.
You need a phone.
I would say a device, yes.
Well, what kind of phone does it work on? Does it work on
I don't know if it
iPhone,
connects to an
Android,
iPad, AirPod, any of those things, or an old phone or anything like that. I guess my point is I don't know if you actually need a working cellular phone in order to use that device.
Okay. You need something.
You need something.
It's not something that you attach to a gun, for example, is my point.
No.
Or that you can, it's not like goggles, it's not like you're wearing them on your head and you can see.
Look like you could do that.
You testified on direct about, the Nest cameras, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you subpoenaed, was it a subpoena or a warrant?
That was a search warrant.
A search warrant, okay. You got a warrant for the various Nest cameras at Keith Caneiro's house, correct?
Yes.
And you got a response from them.
Yes.
And they provided cameras for the inside of the house. They provided videos for the inside of the house, but not the one from outside.
They provided the response to our search warrant, and that's what they provided, was clips from inside the house. Yes.
Right, they did not provide any clips from outside the house.
They did not.
Okay. Did you ever follow up with them to ascertain if it was something that was missed or overlooked, or see if you could get the clips from outside the house?
Their response was that they sent us what they had pursuant to our search warrant.
Okay. That was their initial response, right?
As far as I know, that was the only response.
Okay, because there was no follow-up after that, right?
No, they sent us what they had.
Okay, and you accepted it?
Yes.
It did look like that red light thing. I forget what it was called. I'm going to start with an F. It looked like it went to an iPhone more than like a... Android. There was one name suggested by Buffy.
So I'm gonna publish. It's been marked as D1-422.
Yes.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
We're gonna call him Fella.
This is a notification from Nest to Keith Caneiro, kcaneiro@gmail.com, where it indicates that his side door camera is offline and it was disconnected at 2:52 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we do know that the camera was working, right?
Yes.
Now, in all of the surveillance video that you've reviewed outside of 27 Tilton itself, right? So you reviewed video from the area of 27 Tilton from a couple of neighbors' houses, right? I think it was 19 Oxford was one of them.
I looked at 19 Oxford, yes, and Green Grove. I believe there's one more.
And then there's video from 15 Willowbrook, from 44 Willowbrook.
44 and 85, yes.
44 and 85. And then there's also the Wise video that we saw today from Keith's house, correct?
Yes.
Now, in none of those videos can you actually see let's start with the area of 27 Tilton, right? We have videos of the car leaving the area, right?
Yes.
But you can't see who's driving the car. You can't see who's in the car, right?
No.
And you can't see people around Mr. Caneiro's house getting into the car or anyone getting into the car. You can't see it. It's too dark, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the videos that we have near the area of 15 Willowbrook, once again, quality's not great. You can't see who's driving that car, right?
No.
And we saw the video today. You can see it's a person, right? You can see it's a figure. But it's through the frosted garage door, right?
Correct.
We heard in the jail calls so the first call that we heard was from December 5th, correct?
I believe that was the date.
And that's approximately 1 week after Mr. Caneiro was charged in this case with the murders of his family and the arsons, correct?
Approximately, yes, 6 days.
Okay, so he's calling the office, right, in Asbury Park, and he's speaking to the office manager, Tiffany Rivera.
Yes.
And just one moment. We heard in, I believe it was that call, that Corey was he was like getting involved in the businesses, right?
He was helping run the business at that time, yes.
Okay. Corey wasn't an owner of the businesses, right?
As far as I know, no.
As far as you know, because you investigated the case, the businesses were owned by Paul and by Keith, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, from the call, we know that Corey is now at the business with Tiffany Rivera, and he's orchestrating things related to the business.
Yes.
And we also know that in one of these calls, he's speaking to his wife, Susan, right?
Yes.
And there's a point in the call where he says they're having a conversation and he says he only has an hour, right?
Yes.
During the course of the conversation, she says, you have to shower during your free hour. And Paul says, yeah, do everything on my free hour, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so these phone calls that he's making, it's during his hour, right?
At least that particular one.
Okay.
I'm assuming
And
he's segregated then.
Talking to his wife, right? And yes.
Yes.
And he's checking in Tiffany Rivera at the business, right?
Yes.
And he's trying to gauge what's happening, right, with the business.
Yes.
When it comes to Corey Caneiro, you were aware that Corey had knowledge of the trust, right?
Sorry, say that one more time.
With respect to Corey Caneiro, you're aware through your investigation that Corey Caneiro had knowledge of the trust.
I'm aware that Corey had knowledge of the trust at some point. I don't know when he learned of the trust.
At some point prior to November 20th.
I don't know what his knowledge of that trust was.
So I'm not asking you what his knowledge was. I'm just asking you, to confirm that you were aware through your investigation prior to November 20th that Corey Caneiro had knowledge of the trust, that he had just had knowledge of it.
I think that's safe to say, yes. He was on emails that were forwarded that referenced the trust, so I believe he had some knowledge of the trust.
Right. So in other words, what you're referencing, we've heard testimony about this. Keith Caneiro there's messages between Keith and Paul, and Keith forwards about the trust, and Keith forwards them to Corey, correct?
Yes.
You also saw the WISE videos in this case?
I did.
And you know, based on your review, that after Keith speaks to Paul that night, he then calls Corey and relays to him some substance of the conversation with respect to Paul and the trust, right?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to Corey, you never did an extraction of his cell phone, correct?
I did not.
And there was no search of his computers or electronic devices or anything like that?
There was not.
There was no review of his finances?
There was not.
However, you were aware during the course of your investigation that with respect to the trust, right, that Corey was a beneficiary, right?
At some point, I learned that both him and Paul were beneficiaries of the trust.
Well, when you say at some point, you testified about it at the grand jury, correct?
Yes,
And that was in February of 2019, correct?
yes,
A few months after this is happening. Within the first few months of your investigation,
yes.
you knew this information.
Certainly by February, I can't remember exactly when I learned of the trial.
My question wasn't exactly when, sir. My question was simply, at some point, let's say within the first few months of your investigation, because you testified about it under oath in February, you knew that Corey was a 50% beneficiary, correct?
Yes,
And we're talking by February of 2019, right?
yes,
Okay. And despite that, and when we say a beneficiary, we're talking about the life insurance policy worth $3 million, correct?
it's my understanding that's what it was, yes.
And despite that, there was no further investigation to follow that money, correct?
No, there was not.
Okay. And you also did have information in the course of your investigation that Corey was experiencing financial distress, correct?
I do not know what Corey's financial situation was before, and I don't know what it is now.
When you say you don't know, you are aware that there was a phone extraction done of Elisa Caneiro, correct?
Objection. This was asked and answered.
Come on up.
did you review Elisa Caneiro's phone extraction?
A portion of it.
Okay, when you say a portion of it, are you talking about a specific time frame? Are you talking about a specific application? And I don't want you to tell me what you read. I don't want, that's hearsay. I just want to know generally what you looked at. Was it an application when you say a portion? Was it a time frame?
Specifically, it was the day of the 19th and the 20th.
The 19th into the 20th. Okay. So when you say the 19th into the 20th, you're talking about you review text messages?
Typically, I would do the timeline, which there's a feature in Cellbrite that allows you to go to a specific timeline.
So everything.
It brings up everything in for that day. Basically, if you jump from a text message to a web search to a phone call, whatever, it's literally the timeline of what your phone's doing. That's usually what I do in a situation like this, and that's what I did here. I just went to the timeline and scrolled through the timeline to see what was occurring that day.
Okay, so let's back up. So we talked about how in a cell phone extraction, there's a lot of information that can be learned, right? Because there's text messages between that person who owns the phone and as many people as they're talking to for as long as they've had that, the data is kept in the phone, correct?
Yes.
I mean, cell phone extractions can be years worth of information, right?
Sure.
They can, 20, just as an example, if you extracted a phone in 2026, you might get information dating back to 2015, like 10 years ago.
Theoretically, yeah.
Right. So there's a lot of data in the phone. There's a lot of messages. There can be a lot of phone calls, right?
Yes.
And in a cell phone extraction, unlike cell phone records, you can view the content of the text messages, right? You can see what is said.
Yes.
And you also can see photographs, right?
You can.
You can see videos, right?
You can.
Sometimes people have, like, they have documents kept in their phone, correct?
Yes.
Some people do, right?
Sure. Yes.
And there's like a notes application, right? You can see a variety of applications in the person's phone that they may or may not be using.
Yes.
You can even see location data, for example, right?
You can.
There's a lot of information to be learned.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And you're telling us that in this case, the only 2 days that you looked at in the entirety of Elisa Caneiro's phone was on the 19th and the 20th of November of 2018, those 2 days only.
From my scrolling through her phone, that was what I focused on because that was the relevant portion to this investigation.
Okay. You decided that was the relevant portion to this investigation, correct?
I did.
And do you know let me just phrase it this way. Because you did not look past November 19th and 20th of 2018, you don't know what's in the rest of that phone.
I did not go through the phone in its entirety.
And you also, so in addition to not extracting Paul Caneiro's phone, not searching his devices or reviewing his finances, there was no search of his home, correct?
No, definitely not.
No search of his vehicles, correct?
No.
And there was no, we talked about this earlier, there's no recorded interview of Paul Caneiro as far as a video or audio or anything like that, right?
No, the initial interview that I did was in Bethlehem PD, and that was just an interview, not recorded. And then the second was memorialized, though, on a type statement.
And you never, obviously, I think you never obtained his DNA, correct?
No.
When you interviewed him, you never asked him any questions about the trust at all.
Not as far as anything other than forwarding me the emails. That was the only discussion of the trust.
Right. And
Again, at that point, I didn't even know about the trust.
okay. What you're telling us is Corey Caneiro forwarded you some emails
Now,
related to Keith and Paul and the trust, correct?
At my request, yes,
Okay, at your request.
yes.
And when you say at your request, but you learned of them, right? Before you requested them.
During the course of my interview with Corey in Bethlehem Police Department.
I don't want you to tell us what was said,
No,
because that's hearsay. The question is simply, obviously you can only request of something that you learn of, right?
that's what I was going to say. During the interview, I learned of these emails, requested, he forwarded them to me, and he did right away.
Okay. And you learned about them from Corey, obviously, because you're talking to him.
Yes.
Okay. And other than that, there were no additional, that was not a topic of conversation with Corey Caneiro. You didn't ask him anything else about the trust.
No, those emails and
It's just a yes or no. There was no other conversation about that, right?
I would object. He was asked a question, he's trying to explain.
Yeah. I think we should give the witness the opportunity to answer. I didn't think it was a yes or no, but if you frame the question with a yes or no at the end and he doesn't answer it that way, I agree with you, Ms. Massillon, in the future.
Sir, the question is simply, other than those emails, there was no other further questioning to Corey Caneiro about the trust, about his knowledge of the trust, or anything related to the trust.
at that point, no.
And you were at 15 Willowbrook earlier that day, correct?
Yes.
At Keith's house. And you got there at approximately, what, 1:30 you said?
145?
1:45. You never saw Corey there that day, right?
No.
And to your knowledge, he was not there.
To my knowledge, no.
So in this case, we know that there's two different weapons used, correct?
Yes,
There's a firearm and then there's a knife, right?
correct.
Obviously not the same. And we also know that there's there's information about two people outside of Mr. Paul Caneiro's house at 4:30 in the morning, correct?
So that information you're talking about from Ms. Cap,
And Jonathan Harrington.
I'm aware of that information.
Okay. And were you aware that did you look at the jeans in this case that were found in the basement?
I saw them initially, and then I saw them once again when they came back from the lab.
Okay. And were you aware, or was it ever your impression that there was actually two pairs of jeans?
oh, they stole jeans again.
And we also know that it's suspected that the McCann was used, right? That vehicle.
Yes,
I mean, we have the videos, right?
yes.
There's no blood in that car, right?
There was no blood found, but the canine did hit in the back of the car.
Well, you didn't visually observe any blood, right?
I did not.
And you didn't perform any confirmatory testing to see if there was any blood.
I wouldn't do that anyway, but no.
When you say you wouldn't do it,
That would be our forensics that would do that.
okay. But when you're collaborating and you're talking and you're coordinating with all of the different investigators in the investigation team, did it ever dawn on you that, perhaps that's something you'd want to know? Because can we agree that canines are often, right, but not 100% of the time?
Objection.
Yeah, it's sustained.
Okay,
Okay,
I'll
go ahead.
rephrase it.
Send him with a rental because it says it's in the shop.
canines are a locating tool, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so oftentimes you do confirmatory testing with a lab, right? You do DNA, trace evidence, things of that nature.
I don't do any of that, but forensics and the lab do test things, yes.
Okay, right. When I say you, I mean universal you. So law enforcement, investigators, generally, that's something that they would normally do, right?
Test evidence?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, did you ever at any point say to the forensic guys to vote, to Catalona, to your supervisors, to any of the investigators on the team, hey, we haven't observed blood in this car. We don't see anything. We tried with a light. We tried with the blue star. Can we test it for DNA?
Judge, objection, they said they did test it.
This was my recollection that they actually did test it, but it came back as nothing. But it's the jury's recollection that controls as it relates to that issue. If you know, Mr.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, Monica. I mean, I get why she's like, well, he's the lead detective. So why didn't you ask them to look further into certain areas? And again, particularly Corey. Corey also had 1.5 million reasons of motive, of possible motive as well. So kind of a little weird, but honestly, I don't want to speculate too much about Corey at this time because really they haven't said anything super suspicious about him. Though, I wonder, did Paul and Corey not get along? I know Corey is significantly younger than Paul and Keith because Paul and Keith are only a year apart and Corey is, I don't know how many years younger, but significantly-ish, maybe 4 or 6 years, I don't know. What did he do as a job? I guess we'll find out when he takes his stand, probably. But I feel like we know that Paul's vehicle was in the shop. His Porsche was in the shop, and then he got a loaner one. And I think that's the McCann.
Right.
Not the Cayenne.
I'm gonna clarify my question. The canine hit on the back of the car, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm talking about the inside of the car. That's what I meant. So the inside of the car, right? There was no blood.
Not that I'm aware of.
And when I say there's no blood, I mean it wasn't visually observed, right?
Correct.
It was processed with various forensic tools like blue star and light technology.
I don't know specifically what they did, but that would make sense.
And it was never tested. It was never like swabbed and tested for DNA or anything like that, right?
I don't know what they did as far as testing. I wouldn't be able to sit here and say specifically what they did or didn't do.
And the light and the back area, the license plate that was tested was negative.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So even though the canine hit, it was still negative.
The canine hit in the back part of the car. I wouldn't be able to testify what the canine hit on or didn't hit on. If it was residual odor, if it was something specific, I don't know.
Okay. My only
I
point
wasn't
is
there and I'm not the canine handler, so.
no, you're just the lead investigator. And my only point is there was no blood in the car, right?
As far as I know, no.
And
Which is wild to me, but he's just the lead detective. Just the lead detective, that's all.
When you say that you reviewed the evidence in this case, some of it, did you ever, you said you looked at the pants?
Yes,
The pair of pants that was sent to the lab and they,
the jeans.
right, that pair of jeans with the blood on them, right?
Yes,
And you're aware that they were able to determine the size of the pants?
I am.
Okay. And Judge, can we approach?
Sure.
The pants that they're talking about were a size 34, 32. And Paul was 5'11", 230 pounds. And when I looked that up, it said that his would be anywhere between 38 to 42 waist size. Obviously can fluctuate because it depends where you're carrying your weight, but definitely not a 34. And I don't know if you would want to squeeze into pants that tight when you're going on a murdering spree, but people have done crazier things. People have done crazier things. But we also know there is no way in hell that Paul could have cleaned that car well enough to pass a forensic inspection. There we go, Llama. That's the word. In that short amount of time between getting home and the fire starting. That would be like the best cleaning efficient job in the whole world. And now that we've seen, pictures of all the blood in the kitchen, I don't know how you wouldn't get blood on a car in some handle or anywhere. I don't know. Maybe he was busting his sack and then going on a murder spree. I mean, maybe. We don't know. I don't know his life, I guess. But then, how do you explain that the jeans are inside of his basement? That's a really big hurdle to get over. Is why were they in the basement then? Even if they had gotten on fire, we know that the fire allegedly started outside, according to fire investigators, which I found very surprising. Oh, that's right, and 2 pair of jeans. Yeah. I've never worn 2 pair of jeans at the same time. I've wore leggings and jeans at the same time because it's cold. Maybe it was cold. Though, when they held those jeans up earlier, do you guys remember that? I just didn't really see or understand what she was talking about. I'll say this. Monica's doing a fairly good job, though, being like, but you're like the lead detective guy. And you didn't seem to order much of anything or know much of what was being done or not done.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's just a piece of evidence that I want to look at before you get a chance to look at it. So let's do our mid-afternoon break right now. I apologize, we're running a little bit late on that. I'm hoping to keep you right on the tight window, but it'll be somewhere around 3:45, maybe a little bit before. Thank you all. Please don't discuss this case or do any research.
Well, no, Kelly. This happened in 2018, so maybe BK took notes from him, not the other way around. Whoever did it, right? Obviously, it's premeditated, but the scene does look a little chaotic. That I don't, it's not like he was like they were wearing some protective gear or something, but then I don't know. Who knows? Because the house was on fire. I don't know. I don't know how you don't get blood everywhere. because you know that they were fighting back. I mean, I hate to be morbid, but we do know that just from looking at the kitchen. We at least know that Jesse did his best there. So, but you know, what was interesting about when they searched Paul's house, right, is remember there was that footprint out by the shed that they talked about. How many freaking times did they point out there was the disappearing footprint and then there was the other footprint? We had the lady on who could have talked about the not footprint, I'm sorry, shoe print. Different there. Who probably could have, I don't know, size. We don't even know what size that shoe print is, which I don't know why we don't know that. Maybe somebody else is coming on to testify about it. Maybe. But they also didn't bother to measure the garage doors. So I don't know. But what we do know is that they didn't collect any of the shoes at Paul's house, which if you found a footprint, I'd probably do some shoe, take some of that. Also, if you think that person did, because they found one shoe, they said in the basement, but they didn't say anything else about it. Whether it was had a match or anything like that. I don't know. I'll say Monica's doing a fairly good job with saying that maybe the investigation could have been a lot better. However, I don't think it's definitely not the worst we've seen. Definitely not the worst we've seen. But questionable. And if Paul's motivation is money, why wouldn't Corey's motivation be money? Corey did know about it. Well, no, I'm sorry. I don't think they've confirmed whether or not Corey knew about being the beneficiary. Corey knew that Keith was pissed at Paul, though, because Keith filled him in on what was going on. So that he did know, but I don't know about the beneficiary there. Let's look up Corey. How do we spell Corey? With a Y, just C-O. Let's do E-Y. Caneiro. Let's see what he's about. Well, that's not helpful. Brother. Trying to see a picture of them, but I'm not. But you know what? Why don't we look at some pictures of the Caneiros, since they haven't really shown us anything about the family. That's Keith and Jennifer there. Oh, she's so pretty. She's so pretty. That was him graduating, I'm guessing, with his master's, because he just graduated that year with his master's, if I remember right. Oh, that's brother of alleged killer Paul Caneiro lays low in Porsche after being accused as a real murderer. Oh, what is with this family and Porsches? They're all like, do they, and is that where they put gas? Right there, you guys see? Oh, you probably can't see it because it's not very big. Looks like that's where the gas tank is. I don't know how Porsches work. But oh, there's another picture of Corey. Interesting. Oh, there's one of the whole family. Oh, look at Sophia. Her dress is so cute. And Jesse. He looks pretty tall for his age. Wow. See, this is what the prosecution should be doing, is reminding us all that they're very real people who matter. Oh, I can't read Spanish. I don't know Spanish. Who are you? That is not, you are not Corey. I don't know who you are, Eric. Oh, that's just because we were looking up Corey. Let's look up, oops, Keith Caneiro and see if we find more pictures of the fam. Wait, who's that? Is that supposed to be, is that Paul? I guess it was 8 years ago. So he's probably, he looks like he's thinned out a little bit. Oh, look how cute they are. Makes me sad. How long have they been married? They've been married for a long time, right? I think they got married in like 2001 or something, I thought. Not really seeing any other photos that we haven't seen, which is not surprising. Oh. Oh, that looks like they're on like a little hay ride. That's cute. Is that a picture of? Oh, funeral, their funeral. I'm assuming the woman with the dark hair in the gallery, I'm assuming that's Jennifer's mom. Yes. Is that blonde her sister that's also sitting there? So there's a guy, an older gentleman who completely bald. Is that Jennifer's father, Velasquez? Then is the brunette woman her mom? And then the other blonde, not the blonde with the glasses and scarf that somebody said was Jennifer's bestie. I'm assuming that's her sister? Or, oh wait, maybe this is a better picture of, oh. Murdered New Jersey family of 4 are laid to rest in a single urn. Oh. Oh, that's so sad. I am not going to make it through that medical examiner. Blood spatter people. I'm not going to make it. Oh, there's our favorite. That's our favorite of the trial is Dennis. Let's bring Dennis back to the stand. I enjoyed him. No, they just seem to stick with the same few pictures, which, you know, that's fine. Whatever. Okay. Well, anywho, we still got some few minutes. What else do you guys want to talk about? Sorry, I'm like, I don't have much to talk about. If you weren't here this morning, tomorrow there's no court, but I will be covering the rest of Laura Owen's investigative report. So I will be doing that, excuse me, tomorrow morning sometime. And rumor has it the lovely Buffy is going to be on with me. So, oh, that was Paul's daughter on the hayride with the, oh crap, I forget where I put that. That picture, hold on. So we'll be doing that tomorrow morning since there is no court for Paul Caneiro's trial tomorrow. Where did that, oh, this one. I'm assuming you mean this blonde here is one of his daughters. Do not envy being them at all. I didn't bother looking to see what the family looked like before, to see them if they've been in court or not. But one of you said that his daughters might have been in there. I heard one of those having a baby. So, oh, that's not over here. But yeah, so we'll be doing the rest of Laura Owen. Well, I'm going to say the rest. We might have to do a 3-parter. I don't know. We'll try to do what we can. How about that? With Laura Owen's investigative report tomorrow. And then we have TMI at 9 p.m. for our members. And Saturday, I have Llama Learns About at noon for our besties in higher. Let's see what we're learning about tomorrow. I know we're learning about WalkFi, which is something that's going to tell us how to make Wi-Fi with a fan or something. The Green Children of Woolpit and Mary Shelley is what we will be learning about on Llama Learns About on Saturday. So I don't know what the awesome is, but you're welcome. I'm just kidding. I don't know if it's for Laura or with Llama Learns About, but both are awesome. So I'll be covering Laura, a lot of Laura stuff. Like, oh my gosh, it's so much stuff. But it's so much more than just like a fake pregnancy scandal. So much worse than that. Okay. They were very, oh. And they're young adults. I mean, I know both of Paul's daughters were grown, but they were still pretty young. What, like 19 and 21 or something? That's still, you know, they're baby adults. Hi, 80s. Hello. Welcome. I hope you're having a good day. Staying warm, I hope. It's warm for now, but won't be in like an hour. So, oh, I did watch some of the weather for this weekend. I didn't know you guys were getting like a whole ass blizzard and stuff in the Carolinas and Jersey area, maybe the Jersey area. So I didn't realize it was like bad winds and everything. So I definitely am hoping the best for you guys, because again, the winds and ice are the two worst things in the wintertime, because both can take your power out. So I hope it stays out into the ocean. You know what else I heard too? Because I was watching Ryan Hall, y'all, who I love. And I saw that Florida. So up here, we have the Great Lakes, right? And so there's a thing called lake effect snow, and it is a nightmare. Okay, there can be no snowstorms, but because of the lakes and the moisture, you get lake effect snow, which is a buttload of snow, and it's wet and it's awful. And that's how like places in Pennsylvania and upper New York and Canada, they'll get like 1.5 feet of snow out of nowhere. And that's because of the Great Lakes. Well, I guess there's going to be Gulf effect snow. I didn't even know that was possible, but apparently even down in Tampa may see snow this weekend. Maybe not a lot, I don't know, but I was like, whoa, I didn't even know that. Have I been following the Aaron Spencer case? Yes, but not since they've gotten a new judge. So I haven't been caught up since they were supposed to go to trial, and then they asked they asked for a new judge, which they got. Thank goodness. I mean, that suspicious of that judge is all I'm saying. And you know how hard it is to take a judge off a case. Yikes. Yikes. The snow is putting Llama in the corner. Yes. Though I will say it does seem like the roads and I've seen more cars now today on like the main road outside my neighborhood. So that's a good sign because we weren't seeing like nobody the last several days. So I do think we'll be able to, I don't know, maybe go to the grocery store this weekend because I'm almost out of creamer and we all know. I think we'll probably do like a pickup or something. Can't be having that. But yeah, they were saying some snow in Tampa, maybe even as far as Orlando. So I guess watch for falling lizards down there. Oh my gosh. The fact that if it gets too cold down in the south, lizards just fall out of trees. Oh my gosh. It sounds like stuff of nightmares. You live by a highway? Oh yeah, I know, right? They were so bad down here in the 80s. They were bad. They would have like, we have city highways, which are generally like 3 to 4 lanes. And so like one over by my house, it would be 3 lanes. And they made sure to plow the middle lane, which is usually what they do. And they would plow part of the far right lane. And the problem is that they would plow the right lane, which wasn't great. All right. And there would be like an exit, right? And so normally that lane can just keep on going or they can take the exit. Well, after the exit, they didn't finish plowing. Like cars that were in the right lane had no idea the snow was coming. And then slapping their cars. Like all around the city. All right, in Delphi. Oh yeah.
Okay, we addressed that issue outside the presence of the jury. We are now have the jury back in the room. Ms. Bastalone, you can continue.
I think that's about Jennifer's phone.
Sir, I just want to go over the timeline with you.
Okay.
Okay? So if we can start, maybe just like half of them, maybe. At 2:07 a.m., that's when
Let me stop you for 1 second. Can you just turn off the portrait one? Yep, that one right there. You got it. That turns off that light. Go ahead.
So at 2:07 a.m., that's when we see the vehicle leaving 27 Tilton, correct? On surveillance video.
Yes.
I like the way you think, Kelly.
Okay. And at approximately 2:27, we see the vehicle arrive in the area of 15 Willowbrook, correct?
Yes.
All right. couldn't we have just made a slide for this? Okay. She has nice handwriting.
Okay.
Just the process setting
And
or whatever.
we saw the videos today of at approximately 2:35 a.m. is when we see the light appear outside of the garage, and we see like the silhouette of a person.
Correct.
Okay. And there's some back and forth, right? We see the figure go one way, and then the person goes the other way. We hear some noises, things of that nature, right?
Subject goes to the side of the electrical panel first, to the generator, back to the electrical panel,
In the direction of, right?
in the direction of.
And we know that the video stops, I think it's 59 milliseconds. So in other words, 2:51.
251.
And
I'd like to see what she's
that's when the
writing.
video ends, and it's not just the video we saw, it's when all of the cameras stop working, right?
Yes.
And between 2:35 and 2:51, like we mentioned, we see the person's just going, he's just in an area outside of the garage, right?
Going back and forth from either side, yes.
And at 2:52 a.m., Verizon alerts of that there's a loss of power to the ONT, correct?
Now, the first alert at 2:52 for Verizon was loss of power to the ONT, yes. And then
Now, that coincides with the 2:51, right? Essentially, power's lost.
yes,
Like the video stops working, and now there's a loss of power to the house, right?
following the subject going back and forth outside, yes.
I'm not disagreeing with you, sir. I'm just asking what happened at 2:52, okay?
Yes.
So we also know that between 3:14 and 3:18 a.m., that's when the text messages are sent from Keith's phone to Paul's phone, correct?
Correct.
Also, at 3:18 a.m. is when we know that Robert Block, who works at Square One, the business is alerted that the servers are down.
Correct.
We know that at approximately 3:30 a.m., whether it's, so we know that dispatch recorded the receiving the call at 3:33, correct?
Yes.
And we know that the dispatch reported that the gunshots were heard at 3:31, correct?
No, I would disagree with that. The time of the call was 3:31. The time of the dispatch was 3:33.
Okay.
There's,
Okay. We know that it was approximately 3:30 a.m., right?
that the call was made. Yes. Well, that's the call, but the gunshots, I would put, if you're building the timeline, I would do 3:26 for the time of the gunshots, because that's what time Mr. Kapoor estimated he heard the gunshots.
Estimated though.
So, Mr. Kapoor reported that he heard the gunshots 1 minute later, correct? That's actually what he reported. That he heard the gunshots and then called 1 minute later. That's what he said.
I believe in Detective Mahoney's report, he says that he heard him at 3:26.
Okay. He said he heard them at 3:26, right? And called 1 minute later at 3:27, correct?
Oh my gosh, you're so
No, I believe he told me when I talked to him that he laid down and kind of thought about it for a minute or two and then called.
I love your face.
Sorry, did you spoke to Dennis Kapoor personally?
Yes,
or are you relying on Detective Mahoney's notes?
No, both. And that was Mr. Kapoor during trial prep, which I did the report on.
Okay, that was recently, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can we agree that memories are better closer in time to the event than they are present day? And we're talking about a 7-year time period?
Yes, and I believe in Detective Mahoney's report that was taken that time, it was 3:26.
Yes. And he reports that he heard them at 3:26 and called a minute later at 3:27, correct? That's what he reported to Mahoney 7 years ago.
I don't know. I believe he said he heard them at 3:26, laid down for a couple of minutes, and then called. The time of the call was 3:31. The time of the dispatch was 3:33.
That's weird.
You indicated that you're in part relying on what was memorialized by Detective Mahoney, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna approach with what is marked as S-260. I'm just gonna show you this. If you want to read here and there.
3:26, heard shots, called 911, 3:27, a minute later.
Okay, you read it out loud.
Yes.
But basically, he says he heard them at 3:26 and he called a minute later at 3:27, right?
Yes.
Okay. So he reported a minute later. But dispatch received the call at 3:31, like you just testified to, correct?
Correct.
So if he's mistaken and a minute later is 3:31 and 3:33, then that is a plausible timeline, right? And I'm not saying that is the timeline, but that would make sense, right?
Objection.
What's your objection?
Speculative as to what would make sense, and he just testified to what he knows.
Yeah, he can only testify as to what he knows. I mean, I think it's clear to the jurors at this point in time that he's saying that he called at 3:26 and it was 1 minute later. Or that he heard the shots at 3:26 and the call was 1 minute later. Whether he's right or wrong, that's not for this detective to say, that's for the jurors to decide. So.
You do have familiarity with how dispatch works, correct?
I do.
And when a call is received by dispatch, they reported immediately, right?
No, that's not true. This was a 911 call. The dispatch actually has to call. There's always a delay. The dispatch has to call, receive the call, answer the call, get the information, and then they entered it into Spillman, which is the computer-aided dispatch. So time of the call is 3:31. Time they generate the call in Spillman, which is the CAD system, is 3:33.
Right.
Because somebody has to call, answer, talk to them, get the information, then enter the screen.
Okay, let me clarify. When I say immediately, I mean within a minute or two,
For
right?
sure, yes.
Okay. What I mean to say is dispatch isn't receiving the call at 3:20 and waiting 10 minutes to relay it, right?
Other people.
It's going to be, that's their job, right? To relay
not
the
a
information
number,
as
I think.
efficiently as possible because it could be an emergency and people are relying on them, right?
Of course.
Okay. So regardless of whether it was 3:26 or 3:27 or 3:31 or 3:33, can we agree it was approximately 3:30 a.m.? If it makes you feel better, I can write 3:27.
Don't get
as well,
sassy,
okay?
Monica. It's not going to look well for you if you do.
For the gunshots.
I would put 3:26, but okay.
No problem. Sometime between 3:26 and 3:31, there's gunshots.
Yes.
Okay? Now, at 3:42 is when the Verizon fiber optic line or the Verizon Fios optical network terminal goes out, correct?
3:43 is the last alert. 3:42, I believe, if you look at it closely, it's like 3:42 and 50-something seconds. It's hard to read, but yes.
That's what's in their basement, right? That was cut or whatever.
So when you testified at the grand jury and you said that there was a loss of AC power to the optical network terminal at 3:42, that the Verizon advised that the Fios optical network terminal went out at about 3:42 a.m. When you testified to that, are you disagreeing with that or is that
It's
correct?
about 3:43.
Okay.
Sure where she's going with all of this, but okay.
Now, when at 3:42, about 3:42 a.m., what that means is that the fiber optic line appeared to have been cut, correct?
The fiber optic line was cut, but I wouldn't be able to say that that's the exact time. I don't know if there's a delay in the notification to Verizon as far as, how their system works specifically. So I wouldn't necessarily be able to sit here and say that that's the exact time that the line was cut.
But at about 3:42 a.m. is when the fiber optic line was cut, correct?
That's the time that Verizon made a note or they got an alert that the fiber optic went offline.
And that's also what you testified to under oath, correct?
Yes.
At the grand jury?
Yes.
You testified, and at about 3:42 a.m. is when that fiber optic line appeared to have been cut. Is that correct? And you say correct. So you testified under oath that at about 3:42 a.m. is when it appeared that the line was cut. Do you disagree with your testimony?
No, about 3:42, but I don't know if it's exactly at 3:42 was the moment that it was cut, but about, yes.
You better have some sort of banger, miss. Because you're getting a little worked up. You better have a freaking moment over this timeline hole or something. I don't know.
And you said it was like 3:52 and closer to 3:53 or something. Did you testify to that?
No.
So at 3:48, is when the vehicle leaves the area of Willowbrook, correct?
Approximately, yes.
I mean, that's enough time to do what happened in the house, I think. Whether or not all could go that quickly, sure. Fire run out in 6 minutes.
When you reviewed the Wise video footage, did you tell us earlier what time frame you reviewed?
I don't believe I did.
Do you recall?
For that specific clip I did, but you're talking in general?
In general, what did you review starting at like 2 a.m., that relevant time frame?
I did.
Do you recall hearing at 2:15 a.m. that there was a car alarm going off?
On the garage cam?
Yes.
I do not recall hearing that.
Interesting. I don't know if all their vehicles were in the garage or not, but I feel like they were. But there might have been one.
It's actually from the sun porch view. Did you review video from the sun porch view?
I did, but I don't recall specifically the times that I did.
Can I just have this table? Volume all the way up.
At 2:16 a.m. The car alarm.
Just make sure my sound's working.
It's difficult to hear, but let's see if we can hear it.
I'll play it first and then if we can hear it, I'll hit the timestamp.
I'm going to boost it for you guys.
So I started the video at approximately 2:16 a.m. Did you hear the beeping in the background?
Could you play it one more time?
Sure. Here's what I'm going to do, actually. I'm going to...
Oh, we don't know how far away it is or if it's in the garage.
Okay, so I'm going to start this video, and this one starts at 2:15, okay? And I'm just going to play this.
Okay.
And it's on November 20th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
I was asking a witness.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay. We don't hear it in this video. You don't hear anything, do you?
I did not hear.
Okay, so now I'm going to compare that to the next video, all right?
Okay.
So that's at 2:15. Actually, so I'm at 2:15:52. Okay.
Not to blow
I'm gonna press
up
play.
eardrums here, but
Did you hear how it started to beep?
I did not.
oh, sir, I could hear
Do
it.
it one more time. And then I'll play the next clip, which you can hear it. So tell us if you can hear a beeping in this video.
Oh, that's pretty close.
And then I think it appears to stop. Did you hear
You guys
that?
hear that?
I heard it. I mean, I vaguely heard a noise, but I wouldn't say that was a car alarm.
Okay. Do you agree that it was the original clip at 2:15 was fairly silent, and then we heard some sort of beeping at approximately 2:16?
I heard a noise. I wouldn't even classify it as a beeping. I barely heard a noise.
Okay. Did you hear something?
I heard a
Did you guys
noise.
hear
but
anything?
Okay.
I
You
did.
heard a noise, but you didn't hear a noise prior to that, right?
I heard a noise at that time.
Okay. And is this anything that you at the time that you were watching these videos and investigating, was it something that caught your attention or that you did anything to investigate further?
I could barely hear it now, so I wouldn't even have heard it before.
All right, so now. So if I could have the
That's not what I wanted.
All right. So at 2:07, between 2:07 and 2:27 is the vehicle is leaving 27 Tilton, and then there's a vehicle that arrives at Willowbrook, correct?
Correct.
And we know that this is approximately 20 minutes, right?
Correct.
And then at from 2:35 to 2:51 is when there's someone outside of the garage area going back and forth from the direction of the electrical meter and the generator, and they're going back and forth, right?
Correct.
And that would be, what, 14 minutes? 16 minutes? You agree? And then from 2:52 until the last text message, let's do it this way. From 2:52 until approximately 3:30, or we'll say 3:26. How long is that?
So you're asking me from, I'm sorry, one more time, from when to when?
From 2:52 until approximately 3:30 a.m., or if you prefer, 3:26.
38 minutes or 34 minutes?
And from approximately 3:26 or 3:30 until 3:42 is how long?
From 3:30 to 3:42?
Sure.
12 minutes.
And then lastly, from 3:42, which is about when the Verizon Fios line is cut, until 3:48 is how long?
6 minutes.
Okay, so we agree on this timeline, correct?
I agree on this timeline, but there's things before and after that I would put on the timeline. If you're building a timeline of the events of that night, the car returning at 4:07.
Okay, we can add that.
Sometimes I struggle with
And that's what?
I would add additional stuff to it as well. If you're building the timeline, I would start at 1:28 a.m. in 27 Tilton.
Okay. that's fine. But for this timeline, because I'm focusing on when the vehicle leaves, right? The timeline that I'm focusing on is clearly when the vehicle leaves 27 Tilton until, we'll say it arrives back at 27 Tilton. And so 3:48 to 4:07 is 19 minutes? Right?
Correct.
Okay, so 20 minutes there, 19 minutes back, right?
Correct.
Which is
I don't have any other
what Google
questions.
says.
Judge, did we mark, I'm sorry, did we mark that exhibit?
No, it wasn't marked.
We can mark it.
Mark.
I didn't know if the defense was gonna, I'm sorry.
I don't know. Yeah, are you marking that or no?
Sure, well, I mean, oh, you want to use it?
Did you guys hear the car alarms? I heard it.
We're marking it. Can we mark it as a photo and screen grab it on the Llama?
Oh, it's the back of,
I don't want to mark.
yeah, that's a good idea. Perhaps we just,
You want to take a screenshot of that? Sure. We'll print it out and then, so we'll print it out, Ms. Wallace, and then you can have a copy of it right now.
Thank you, Judge.
Very high tech here.
Comparatively, which trial was we watching where they busted out like a giant notepad?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. This is going to be D1-423.
And on our next break, we'll make a copy of it so both sides have it. But Ms. Wallace, you'll have it for now, at least whatever you want to do.
Thank you.
Come on up, Ms. Wallace. You can take it from here.
Thank you. Detective, we just looked at D1-423, right?
Yes.
And this is quote unquote timeline, I guess, that you were testifying about.
Yes.
Would you say that the timeline actually starts at about 3:50 p.m. on November 19th of 2018?
Right.
What happens at 3:50 p.m.?
That's the first phone call regarding the trust between Keith and Paul Caneiro.
Just gonna write down here. What's the next thing that happens that afternoon?
I would go to about 6:05 p.m.
What happens then?
That's a second phone call between Keith Caneiro and Paul Caneiro.
Did you have the opportunity to look at the defendant's cell phone extraction,
I did.
specifically at device events?
Yes.
Did something significant happen at 1:27 a.m. in terms of his phone?
Yes.
And what is that?
The screen power's off and it was plugged in.
I'm not going to ask you to be specific, but at 1:29 a.m. at the defendant's house, does an event happen?
Yes.
Okay. And was that event captured over the defendant's video surveillance system?
Correct.
Okay. And was that at what time?
1:28.
Near the garage.
Specifically at that time, do certain cameras stop working?
Yes.
Okay. At 1:31 a.m., what happens at the defendant's house?
131 is two Nest cameras, one in the basement, a storage area, and then one at his workbench, which was the gun workbench, went offline.
Is there any photos, or how does that notification come in?
Via email.
Was there any
Okay.
photos in relation to that?
I'm sorry.
Did any photos come in? You don't have to tell me what it is, but was that an email notification with a photo?
There was.
Okay. Now, this time frame, you estimated between 3:30 and 3:48 to be about 12 minutes.
3:30 and 3:42? Yes.
42, I'm sorry, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we start with 3:26 a.m., 3:26 a.m. to 3:42 a.m., is that 16 minutes?
Yes.
Does something significant happen at 4:54 a.m. in regard to the defendant's cell phone and his device events?
It unplugs and powers, the screen powers on.
How about at 4:57:09 a.m.? Does anything significant happen with regards to the defendant's house?
The house, you see from the 19 Oxford, you see the flash of fire from the back of the house.
Was there an alert at 4:59 a.m. to the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes.
And what was that alert indicating?
That was the fire, reporting the fire. At 27:20.
At 5 a.m., what, if anything, is seen at the defendant's house with regard specifically to a motor vehicle?
That's when the Porsche Cayenne backs out of the driveway.
Thank you, Judge. If we could have this, I don't know if this needs to be remarked.
Yes, it does. So we'll remark that. So the defense has their exhibit and the state can add to it. What's your last exhibit for the state? $474. Can you put that back on the screen, please, so we can capture it? You just need to take a photo of that, please. Class alone, I don't know if you heard it. So this as an S exhibit is 474, correct? 474. And you can have a copy of that if you need it.
Yes.
We'll make sure you get it. Ms. Wallace, go ahead. You can continue.
Next camera from the side door, that photo that you showed. I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1422. This was previously shown to you.
Yes.
What is that?
This is an alert notification from West to Keith Caneiro's Gmail account. It was received at 3:02 a.m. on 11/20, and it says the side door camera went offline or disconnected at 2:52 a.m.
Okay, and just so the jury can see, I'll put it up just in terms of what photo it is. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked. Judge, can you approach?
Can you turn the lights back on for me, please?
Hello, Stringer. Happy afternoon. I hope you're having a great day. We're having a day. Oh, that says 16 minutes. Okay. I did take screenshots of both of their timelines or joint timeline. Monica does have the nicer handwriting. Sorry, Nicole. Well, hey. Okay.
Ms. Wallace, go ahead.
going to show you what's been marked as S274. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's an email notification from Nest to Paul Caneiro's email, indicating that his cameras went offline at 1:31 at the area of his gun workbench.
Okay, and how about S273? Do you recognize that?
It's also an email alert from Nest to Paul Caneiro's email, indicating that his camera went offline at 1:31, and it has a screen picture of the last thing it saw, which was the area where the determined to be the origin of fire.
Okay, and how did these documents fare in relation to what's up on the screen?
The same type of notification.
Okay, and they're received specifically through how?
Email?
Okay, and so you'd indicated that you'd done a CDW for the Nest cameras at 15 Willowbrook Road, right?
Correct.
Okay, just to be clear, this was not something that was obtained from the CDW, right, or from the response?
No, this was I would imagine some sort of auto-generated notification.
And what this is indicating is essentially just that these cameras went offline or became disconnected at 2:52 a.m. Is that right?
They disconnected at 2:52, went offline, yes. No.
If nothing further.
Any recross?
Just briefly.
Okay.
Do we have the printout of the states? Let's get this one. It's a little small now, but with respect to the 5 a.m., it's the Porsche Macan that pulls out of Mr. Caneiro's driveway, correct? Out of the garage and out of the driveway?
Yes.
And what we're referencing there is, just to orient ourselves, we're talking about the morning of November 20th, the fire timeline at Mr. Caneiro's house, correct?
Yes.
And when I say Mr. Caneiro, I mean Paul Caneiro.
Residents, yes.
So when the Porsche Cayenne pulls out of the driveway, it's actually, the exact time is 4:59:55 is when it's backing out.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
I don't have anything in front of me to say otherwise, so I say yes.
I've never been so happy for Monica to have questions. So use the best before they wrap up. Thanks, Monica.
So it's 4:59:55 is the Porsche backing out of garage, meaning driving onto the street, right?
Yes.
And that's with, and then we know that Mr. Caneiro and his family go into that car, right?
Yes.
And at Now, after the car backs out, so the 457 is the flash of the main fire, right? Flash of light that we assume is the main fire.
Towards the back corner of the house, if I remember correctly, yes. That's the first time you see the flash.
Okay. So from 457 to 459, we're talking approximately 2 to 3 minutes, right?
Close, if you use your 55, I would say closer to 3 minutes, but yes.
Yeah, that's why I put 2 to 3. And at 5:01, I don't have the milliseconds, but at 5:01 is when we see the second flash of light indicating the small garage fire, correct?
Time.
Without reviewing the video for that portion, I wouldn't be able to sit here and say definitively. I would have to review that.
The judge will stipulate that it's after 5:01.
Okay.
Okay.
So we stipulate to the 5:01.
It's shortly after 5:01, but we'll stipulate to the testimony.
Okay, so it's stipulated that at 5:01, approximately a minute and I think it's like 5:01:30-ish, so approximately a minute, maybe a little more than a minute later, after the Porsche's backing out and on the street, that we then see the second flash of light.
Yes.
Now, the prosecutor asked you a bunch of questions about.
Ms. Messalone, I don't mean to stop you. Can you put that back so we can capture it?
Oh, sorry, yes.
And we're gonna take your D exhibit now, and we're just gonna add a .1 to it. So it's gonna be D1 423.1. I apologize. You can go ahead.
So the prosecutor asked you a bunch of questions about, what happened at this time, what happened at this time, what happened at this time, with respect to this timeline, and you knew the answer, right?
You did.
You knew exactly what time Paul Caneiro's phone was plugged in, right?
Yes.
And what time it was unplugged, right?
Yes.
You knew exactly what time there was cameras online and offline, correct?
Yes.
And you knew exactly what time there was a flash of light and things of that nature.
Yes.
But you don't know what is in the rest of Elisa Caneiro's phone, and you don't know anything about Corey Caneiro.
It's argumentative.
You don't have any information about Corey Caneiro.
Well, I do have information.
I'll be more clear.
Question.
You did ask him the question. Well, he's in the middle of answering it now. So go ahead.
When you say I don't have any information, I have information on him. I've talked to him, I've interviewed him, so I do have information on him. Yes.
Okay. But you don't have surveillance video from his home or information from his cell phone or information down to the millisecond or the second about what transpired with him, correct?
Corey Caneiro was never a suspect in this investigation. We followed the evidence. The evidence always led us to Paul Caneiro. So
Right.
when I interviewed Corey, we interviewed him, we got the background information, and then we followed the evidence. And that's what we did.
You interviewed Corey Caneiro and you got background information, correct?
Yes.
You did not conduct any further investigation after that into Corey Caneiro, correct? You testified earlier you didn't follow what happened to, he was a 50% beneficiary, you didn't follow the money, correct?
We followed, this investigation followed the evidence. And the evidence led us to Paul Caneiro.
The evidence that you reviewed, correct?
We followed the evidence that we had, yes.
Right. Well, you had a Lisa Caneiro's cell phone, correct?
Yes.
But you only looked at 2 days, right?
I looked at what I felt was relevant to this investigation.
Right, what you felt was relevant. You cannot tell us what exists when you haven't looked at it, right?
Fair point.
No, I can't tell you what I don't know, no.
You cannot tell us what you don't know.
Objection asked and answered.
I'm gonna let her finish her question before I rule on your objection. Go ahead.
You cannot tell us what you don't investigate, right?
He's answered that. So I will sustain the objection to that question.
But he is telling you there's a way you can ask that, and he agrees you probably should.
You
That's how I take
you
it.
don't
I don't know
know
if it's true.
what you don't know.
I think that's very reasonable.
And you chose what you wanted to know in this case.
Followed the evidence in the investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
Well, he was not as good as the guy
I
yet.
get a little anxiety. I'll tell you why. I'm gonna lose control of you guys now for the weekend. You guys gonna take care of me? Make sure you're not gonna discuss this case at all. You're not gonna do any research. We're moving along at a good pace. I want you to know that. Let me just leave it at that, but I'm telling you that we're moving at a good pace. So that should give you some good ideas. With that being said, we're off tomorrow. Obviously, the weekend is off. You can come here if you want to sit in the parking lot, but we're not here. And then you'll be back here on Monday morning at 8 a.m. Then we're going to start back up. For sure, be prepared for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then I'll let you know how later in the week goes. But for sure, you know that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're definitely going, okay? Have a great weekend. Be safe. I hope we don't get this other snowstorm.
Not stop your cars.
Thank you.
Clear off the top of your cars. So the poor judge's windshield. So basically what he was saying to them was, hey, I know we all told you it's going to be 10 weeks, but it's looking like it's not going to be as long as we thought. That's what he was coding to them. So I don't know what I don't know. I mean, you know, that is a bit of a problem. You know, it's a little Vanderlazy, if you ask me. If you get that reference, then you watch the Travis Rudolph trial. But, I mean, I don't know why they only looked at stuff the day of and the day before for something like that in certain instances. And here's the thing. Maybe it's all or nothing burger. Okay. But Vought, who was on yesterday, was a way better witness than Lieutenant Petrozelli. I was not impressed by him today, to be quite honest with you. He didn't really, for the lead detective, he really didn't seem like he knew much of what was going on ever, which is surprising to see from a lead detective. Okay, that's not usually how that goes. All right. So that's a little interesting. Lainey says, we're not supposed to get anything by me, and our show from last week got moved to Saturday, but I know my drummer lives down the shore, and he says they're getting snow on Sunday. Well, the weather thing I watched today made it look like, the Carolinas are going to get some, but But the further north, it just kind of, I guess, depends how far out in the ocean it is, maybe. Like, what'd they say? Maybe like Cape Cod or something like that, which is what, Massachusetts. But his job is a town job, so he'll be driving a snowplow on Sunday. He was doing it all night, day and night last Sunday. Well, that's nice. That's nice of him to do. Hopefully, it's not bad for y'all. You kind of had a rough go at it like we did here when it comes to snow. So I hope you guys don't get hit too bad or anyone else. But just remember, okay, they're calling it a blizzard. It makes a blizzard based on wind, not how much snow. It's the wind. And we're talking about serious wind. Okay. Yes, Stringer, there's another storm coming that may impact Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware. Look at me. I know my state abbreviations. But they are calling for blizzard winds. All right. And listen, that can knock power out very easily, make it impossible to see to drive. So please don't go out driving if you are impacted by any of these storms. You do not want to be stranded, and prepare in case you lose power. Because I don't know how much ice they got down that way, but listen, if the tree branches didn't fall from the weight of ice, they may be even more fragile come wind. So please just be prepared to lose power. If you do, definitely better to be prepared and lose power than unprepared and lose power. So I know, yeah, they're saying the Carolinas are going to get some. So business continuity is part of my job. This is why I know this. I am not a weather nerd. Well, I am a weather nerd, but just treat it like an ice storm, guys. So be safe, everyone. Let's see. What did we go over today? Hold on. Let me try to do a quick recap from memory here. Who was our first witness? Oh, the forensic lady who talked about gunshot residue on Keith's hoodie. Keith's hoodie that he was wearing when he died. 2 of the holes, there was how many? 8 holes, I think there were in his hoodie. 2, she believed were close contact. I don't remember where they were specifically on the shirt. So she was on, that's all she testified about, which was like, okay. I think that'll come more in handy when the ME comes. I don't know why they didn't call them, but whatever. Then we just had this guy, right? Petrozelli, who was supposed to be like the lead detective over the whole case, right? Because we got lead detectives in Ocean Park, lead detectives in Colts Neck, and he's with the prosecutor's office. So he's like in charge of that investigative pyramid. And I would say, I don't know if that was great. There's also the car alarm. Did anybody else hear that? Nobody answered me when I asked y'all if you heard the car alarm at 2:15. I did. And it was very, very noticeable, though I kind of wonder, okay, that was on the Google Nest camera. If a car alarm was going off, wouldn't we have video of it in the garage? I don't know. Because then they said they didn't find a bunch of stuff. It's also weird that they didn't find a bunch of things that they were looking into. Thank you, Stringer, for the super chat for wine. And thank you for all that you do. Oh, that's so kind. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate that. And my pleasure. So I did look up too about the infotainment because they said, oh, we didn't get anything from the infotainment in the Porsches, which I was like, what? I did look up though that they could be disabled. You can just like, I get in that specific type of car from that year, 2018 Porsche Macan. You can just make it like private or whatever, and then it may not log it. But I feel like the state would have made a bigger deal if they thought that he was concealing the infotainment. And maybe they are. Maybe they're going to bring a witness to go into that further. But no infotainment stuff on the cars. That's interesting. And what else did we learn from this guy? We never found Jennifer's phone. Could have been destroyed in the fire, but general consensus is that it would not be all the way destroyed in the fire, even if it fell into the middle of the fire from Jennifer's hands or something by the stairwell. So where is her phone? Where's her phone? Was really a big question for today. I do think Monica did a fairly decent, good job of showing lack of investigation in certain areas that, yes, you would expect to be done, and especially expect to be done when we're talking quadruple murder. I do think she honed in very well today about the tunnel vision that they're accusing police of having. That's my takeaway. I'm not saying, like, listen, the defense has a lot of hurdles they still need to jump over, but she's not wrong in the sense that, or her and Andy both, that the camera they had from that barn property on the dirt road, they didn't even bother to go there during the daytime to see how far that camera picked up. They were just like, oh, it's night, we can't see anything. Didn't pick anything up. We're fine. Even though we're pretty sure somebody parked over in this area, we're not gonna, go through the day, see what it looks like or the distance or anything like that. Nope, we're fine. We're fine. They didn't track his car, which is crazy. You know what I saw in Keith's wallet? I thought I saw a toll pass. Metro pass, maybe. I don't know. Do you guys have that? You know, how in Florida, when we did Adelson, there was that toll road fast pass or whatever. Do you guys have that in Jersey too? Is that what that was? Like, would Paul have had to get on any of, if you do have toll roads, would Paul have needed to get on one to go to Keith's? Oh, yes, the Easy Pass in Florida. Yes. Oh, Lainey says Jersey does as well. Okay. Interesting. I don't know. I don't really know much about toll roads. We have one turnpike in all of Ohio, and you don't actually need to use it. Just to let you know. You can get everywhere without getting on it, pretty much. But you think that they work together. I just wondered if that was something that was really standard for that, or no, he wouldn't need to drive on a toll road to go to Keys. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering that. I saw that in his wallet and I was like, oh, and I kept forgetting to ask you guys about that. So. All right, kiddos. Well, listen, that's all I got for you today. Now, tomorrow, no court, but I will be back in the morning, probably, I don't know, either 10 or 11. I don't know. You'll have to see when it's set up later tonight, where we're going to continue reading the investigative report for Laura Owens. More crazy stuff is going to come out. Put it this way. If you guys have been wondering about her parents, the next report is about her mom. So I'm sure that's filled with some treats. So we'll be going over that tomorrow. Try to get it all done tomorrow, but if not, we might need to do a part 3. I guess we'll have to wait to see how the weather is for you Northeasters. It's a 12-hour word game marathon stream for tomorrow. Well, you know what we might do next week? I'm going to look at the so they have like other games, but very few are actually compatible with YouTube, but a lot of them are compatible for Twitch. So we might do a lunch where instead of YouTube chat getting to play along. The Twitch chat might get to play along, and we might be able to do some other different games. So I'm going to look into it this weekend, though. I'd like to try some of the other ones. But I hope to see all of you here tomorrow when we go over the Laura Owens. I promise you, it's one of the craziest things you've ever heard, ever, ever. I can't even compare it to anyone or anything. So if you haven't watched the first portion, please go back and do. Honestly, I don't know if you necessarily need to because there's just so much, but I would recommend it if you can. So Lainey says, but Easy Pass wouldn't be in your wallet. It's on your windshield. You might have seen a Metro card for public transportation in NYC. Yeah, it was definitely something in his wallet. That's the only thing I've seen of any of his, but it was definitely in there. It was like orange, I want to say. I don't know. Anywho, well, you guys, I am off here for the day. I got to go record Banfield After Dark after this. So I will see you all tomorrow. Until next time, go forth and be amazing. All right. Bye, guys.